Amen. Hey people, what's up? I feel like I'm blurry. Hey. Happy Saturday, people. Happy Saturday. It's Marlene. It is her. Oh, happy Saturday, guys. I woke up with a smile on my face. I'm so happy. Really, really happy. I think next week is going to be a good week by God's grace. I'm excited. More people, are you guys asleep? You can't be asleep at 7 o'clock. You can't be serious, right? But okay, let me just do the live, pretend like you guys are here. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you watch this now, happy Saturday. If you watch this later, happy Saturday. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Hope you enjoy yourself. Girl, I got to start packing stuff on Monday. But anyways, pray for me. I have too much to do. I need a whole team. I need a whole battalion. But whatever. So what's up? You guys, let me tell you something. Last night, we had a live last night, right? And I went back to the website, to that start engine thing. These people are just out of order. What is this? Oh no. A lot of these people are out of order. I'm like, but damn, people have a lot of debt. This is crazy. I'll call that number back. What's it called? Yeah, so it was funny. But I woke up this morning truly, truly happy, really, really excited. And something that dawned on me was I haven't had fun in a while. I haven't had fun in a minute. I truly haven't had fun in a minute. And so I'm thinking Marlene, you guys, I've been overthinking stuff. I've been overthinking stuff like crazy. And I have decided, to be spontaneous a bit. Sometimes you can be so serious, you take the fun out of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let me be a little bit more spontaneous, right? So taking a big dive. Ooh, she's scared. But I think it's going to be good. I really think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be awesome. So it's sometimes you can let the past jade you so bad. Because I said one thing. I said something last live. I mean, one of the lives. It was past live. I said something that really, really touched me. I was like, I used to be so full of faith. I used to be so bold. I used to be so courageous, right? And hey, Zephy, what's up? And I kind of lost that. Oh, you guys, before I forget, we're going to have our own community. Hey, Nika. Hey, Mariah. What up, Nika? We're gonna have our own community. Hey, Lacey. Did you make it to your mom's house? Hey, I spoke to Lacey this morning. Hey guys, Lacey has she has an online boutique. If you want summer dresses and things like that. So maybe she'll put the link to her Instagram down below. We were talking this morning about strategy. She's like, Marlene, we need a team. I was like, yeah, we do. But in the meantime, we have to grind. But we will have our own community, what's it called? Community app, a text messenger group for those of y'all who are interested in business stuff. No personal life drama. I'm not interested in that. Keep your personal life stuff to yourself. I'm tired since I can't do it. I got my own personal stuff to deal with. Okay. So it was all the strategy stuff. But one thing that I said last live, and it really it stuck with me. I was like, oh my gosh. You guys, I used to be so crazy. I used to be so spontaneous. I used to just jump and just do things, right? And lately I've got a little bit too serious. So I decided to take a big dive into something. And I'm like, Marlene, just do it. Girl, you've done dumber things before. What's the worst thing that can happen to your dumb ass, right? You know what I mean? So here's the link to the website. So once you get on the website, make sure you find her Instagram and then follow her Instagram, right? So I was like, oh, just do it, Marlene. Let's just do it. Sometimes you can let things scare you so much that it's what are you really afraid of? I feel sometimes, you should have a plan though. You shouldn't just be out here just doing stupid stuff too. Because I did a little bit too much stupid stuff. But sometimes I really feel you should just trust God to catch you. Trust God to catch you. And I'm about to do it, you guys. Marlene, with your crazy behind, what are you about to do, girl? I can't tell you. But just know I'm about to do it. I'm really about to do it. Just be done with it. Just be done with it. It's just oh my gosh. Let me tell you something. When I was she said, Lacey, you think that? Yeah, she is. She's Jamaican. They love plantains and cassava. You know what I mean? That's what happens. You know what I mean? That's what happened. So, but just like when I was working on the pallets, like I was so afraid to put them out. And it was like, it was giving me really bad anxiety. You guys, I had like bad anxiety. Oh, yeah, package drop off. Okay. I had like really, so I'm not gonna cut since your daughter's in the car with you. I'm gonna keep my mouth clean. But I used to have like really bad anxiety because just not knowing how people will react to it. I kept thinking like I had to keep adding things, making things even more perfect and things like that. So I was like, Marlene, pick a date, just do it. So I just picked a date. Like, you know what? March 15th, that's it. Let's just do it, right? And I was like, oh my gosh. And I remember when I posted, I was like, oh, I'm about to die. I'm going to die. I can't breathe. Oh, you guys, it was so horrible. Anxiety is real. Anxiety is very real. It was so horrible. And now I'm finding myself at the same juncture again. I'm like, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. And it is what it is. Like, it truly is what it is. And then if by God's grace, by God's grace, only positive outcomes. You know what I mean? Because I think sometimes people mean well, but sometimes even like family, they can mean well, but they get to your head and they start to give you like anxiety too. So whatever. But I was like, Marlene, just do what it do. You know, just do what it do. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta trust. You can only plan but so much. And then at one point, you just gotta like try it out. And it's like, you know what? It is what it is, child. Oh, it is what it is. But I'm still gonna peekaboo, 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 boo, boo, boo. Peekaboo, peekaboo. So, oh gosh, you guys, it has been a roller coaster. Like, what a roller coaster 2021 has been. What a roller coaster. Hey, Brothers 85, what's up? What a roller coaster 2021 has been. Now, I don't know if you guys, like, have you guys seen the floods in Germany? It is crazy. Europe is flooding. It's insane. California is talking about people need to put their mask back on because they have an increase in cases. So I'm like, if you have stuff that you need to ship, you might want to get your stuff shipped ASAP before something happens again, right? But yeah, so it was like, you know, just trying new things, just I carry some people carry their weight in their hips. Child, is what it is. But it's like, you know, you just gotta trust yourself. Have fun with stuff. You know, sometimes I think we take the fun out of doing stuff, you know what I mean? Have fun with doing the things that you do. Don't overthink it too much. Because sometimes overthinking can like take the life out of things. You know what I'm saying? It can. Being a perfectionist sometimes can be a problem. It can be a problem. It can be problematic. You know. So pray for me, y'all. Pray for me as I pray for you. And I will get our number. I gotta sign up for that, but I will get our community number. So it's gonna be like all things like, you know, business, motivational stuff. No personal stuff. My head hurts. I'm tired. I'm not a relationship advice person. I'm not a life coach. I'm a regular person. I'm 36. I don't even think I know everything, right? So I have a lot to learn about life, my freaking self. Now, what else we want to talk about? What else do we want to talk about? You know, I was looking at something this morning on Gossip of the City. It's like a gossip blog, whatever. She charges people for gossip. She makes so much money charging people for gossip. It's insane. It is insane. People actually pay for gossip. I mean, I guess a few people had left a comment like, well, it's no different between you buying like the National Enquirer. You know, when you buy like these like tabloids, you know, you're paying for gossip, right? So like, oh, it's no different. Like, so whether you pay for a tabloid or you pay her for gossip, like it's the same thing. I was like, yeah, it's true. It is kind of like the same thing, right? But yeah, she makes a lot of money selling gossip. She really does. It's like on her Patreon. What was I gonna say? But talk to me, Marlene. So yeah, I was on the page and then I saw something about Jay-Z. Well, Damon Dash and Jay-Z, those two, they're fighting again. Because I think Damon wants to sell his shares in Roc Nation. And Jay-Z doesn't want him to sell his stuff. So they're going back and forth to court. Restraining order on top of restraining orders, et cetera, et cetera. And so I left a comment and I was like, well, those two just need to go ahead and make peace. Like, I don't know what happened between Jay-Z, between Sean Carter and Damon Dash, that these two people cannot sit down and make peace and like forgive and forget and move the hell on. I'm like, You guys like represent like an era. Was it a good era? I don't know. I don't think it was, but what do I know? It was hella colorist. But my thing is like when you think about Rockaware, you think about Rock Nation, you think of Def Jam, you think of hip hop at that time. It was like Jay-Z and Damon were like everything. And I'm like, how can two people who were brothers can't make up? Like this is crazy. This is I'm like, what exactly? Did somebody kill somebody? Like this is really crazy. This is crazy. This is really toxic. I'm like, those two need to go to therapy together. They need to go to therapy together. I'm like, watch, when somebody dies, if one person dies, right? Yes, we are having a good time today, my baby. We are. You know, I'm like, if someone dies, watch the other person cry, like, oh, I loved you. I really love you. I miss you. So it's like, while you two are actually alive, like, why don't you go talk to each other? You know what I mean? So the ladies, like, they reply back to me, and they're like, Marlene, you don't understand. They're like, Damon can't even sit still for someone to have a conversation with him. I don't know. She's like, they're like, oh, Damon can't even sit still for someone to have a conversation. But everybody was attacking Damon, right? You know what I mean? But my thing was, like, this is my thing. I'm like Damon can be alive. I ain't gonna lie, right? Damon can be alive, but at the same time, like he's from Harlem. Like that's just who they are. They're extra. They're really, really extra. But my thing is though, the way Damon is, that people can't stand him. Like, oh, Damon can't sit. Damon is conceited. Damon is arrogant. But it's like that's what made Rockaware. That's what made Rock Nation. That's what made Jay-Z. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I don't want no issues with Beyonce, okay? Because I do need her to support my ballot. But the reality is, like for me, Marlene, like when it came to like hip hop, when it came to Jay-Z, I was never impressed by Jay-Z. Like not trying to be offensive, but I just feel like Jay-Z does not have swag. I never felt like he had swag. I never felt like he commanded respect in the room. I never felt like you could like he had like, you don't gravitas. I never felt that. You know, he used to be bald. Like he used to like shave his head. I don't know. He just looked awkward to me. I don't know. Just looked awkward to me, right? But I felt like Damon is the guy who really like pushed him to believe in himself, right? Because I remember one time, like when Def Jam, when Russell Simmons came out with Fat Farm, when he came out with Fat Farm, he wanted everybody that was signed to Def Jam to wear Fat Farm, and Damon was like, "No, we're not wearing Fat Farm. Yeah, we're not wearing Fat Farm. We're gonna wear Rockaware." Because he wanted all the artists signed to Def Jam to wear Fat Farm on tour. And he was like, no, why would we wear your stuff? We wear our own stuff, right? So it's like, yeah, he's he's a tourist, right? It makes perfect sense. Makes the way he is, it makes perfect sense. The dude's a tourist. Like, it makes perfect sense, right? Earth sign. You know what I mean? People with the horns, they like to fight. But I'm like, I feel like his stubbornness is what made Jay-Z like the blueprint. Jay-Z wrote that with Damon and Kanye, right? Like he truly played a huge part into your success. I don't know why Jay-Z doesn't like to admit that stuff. Like, it's just crazy to me. Yeah, you might know that right, but it's like it's a whole thing that goes into making you successful. Like even with Biggie probably was a great lyricist and he was probably great at delivery, but you can't take away Puffy. You know what I mean? Like Puffy knew how to make beats. Like Puffy knew how to remake an old song. Like you have to give Puffy credit. He gonna take your money though. You gonna take your money. Puffy gonna make you a star. Puffy can make you a star. Like, you know, the man has his issues. You know, me like this. This is the type of person I am. And I know like sometimes like it can be hard for a lot of people to understand because we have a tendency as Black people, like when we don't like somebody, we want to discount everything about them. Like, oh, if I don't like you, I have nothing good to say about you. And I'm like, no, that's actually quite dishonest. Like you're being intellectually dishonest. You cannot like someone, but you got to give people credit. Like if you want to be an artist, whether you are a good artist or not so good artist, whether you can sing or not, right? You go in the studio with Puffy, you're gonna be famous. Now, are you going to have your money, though? I don't know about that part. Okay. Is he going to do clean business with you? I don't know about that part. Okay. Like, are you going to leave there with, like, wealth and your masters? I don't know about that part. Okay. But is you going to have a banker, though? Yeah. You going to be on the radio? Yeah. People going to know your name? Yeah. Are you going to be rich? Probably not. Okay. Because Diddy has an ear for stuff. Like, he's annoying. But he has an ear for stuff, and you have to give it to him. You really have to give it to Diddy. You know what I mean? Like, you really do. Diddy he's just a vibe. You know what I mean? But he ain't gonna give you your money. But he's a vibe, though. He really is a vibe, right? And the same thing goes for Damon. Like, Damon is hell of annoying. Life is hard for the people living in the inner city. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? Like Dame, yeah, he's stubborn, yeah, he don't listen. But those are the attributes that have made him successful. And those are the attributes that have helped him to make other people successful. Jay-Z, Kanye, the Dipset crew, Cameron them, like the whole Dipset, all of them. And my thing about Dame and Dash, right? She said, no, they're like, I really want to party with you. My thing with Damon Dash also is the fact that like he has invested in a lot of people. I remember like one time J. Cole told his story. Have you ever heard J. Cole's story? How he used to stalk Jay-Z because he looked up to Jay-Z so much. He wanted to be signed with Jay-Z. He wanted to be part of the Rock Nation family, whatever. And so he met Jay-Z and he gave Jay-Z his tape. And he said Jay-Z threw away his tape. Like, don't give me the shit like that. Like, just disrespected his work. Same thing goes with Kanye. Jay-Z didn't want Kanye to stop making beats. He wanted Kanye to work for him. And he had an adverse reaction to Kanye wanting to be a rapper. But Damon encouraged Kanye. Like, he encouraged them. Like, no, go ahead. If you think you can do it, go ahead and do it. But Jay-Z didn't want, because Jay-Z wanted the beats to himself, right? I'm like, look at Foxy Brown. Look at a whole lot of people. I'm like, Jay-Z's not a good friend. He's not a good friend. He's not a good friend. I'm like, he gets a lot of credit or whatever. People put him on a pedestal because he's married to Beyonce. So you assume, like, oh, if I like Beyonce, she must have a good choice in a husband. I don't know about that part, because somebody can be really sweet and then they can have a crazy husband. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I have aunties who are really nice, and my uncles are some demons. Okay, but I'm like even him giving money to Lee Daniels. Like, he gave money to Lee Daniels. Like, nobody knew about it. Nobody knew. Right. And I think if Lee Daniels had paid him back the money, we probably would have never known. But I'm like, he invested a lot of people, his own money, into a lot of people. And he doesn't talk about that. He doesn't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, how many people can come out from the cut and be like, yeah, Jay-Z invested in me. Jay-Z helped me. So I'm like, people have a tendency of, when you are reactionary, when you call people out, when you are honest, they want to label you as problematic. You're problematic because you can't sit down. Well, if everybody in the room is lying, why should I sit down, right? People want to label you, right? Because let me tell you something. If you're the kind of person who cannot take people, if you're the kind of person who can't take people lying, who can't take people being dishonest, like when you just can't be like, hey, Kelly, when you can't just take fake people, it's really hard for you to sit in a room where everybody's lying to you. It's like, what the heck is this? Like, this is going to drive me insane. I'm the same way. But, and it's actually even worse when you're a woman. Like, you got to be even more fake, right? Because guys, they have permission to be a bit more like bold and loud and aggressive, because they're men. But it's like, when you're a woman, like, you're supposed to just sit there and eat shit. It's like, what the heck? We're not doing that. Ooh, sorry, I cursed. My bad. I'm not doing that. I'm really, really not doing that, right? But it's like, when it comes to Dame, it's like, if you know how much work you put into something and you saw yourself getting screwed over, yes, I don't see why you should be happy about that. I don't see why anybody should be happy about that. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people look at things and never really look at things. But it's like, me, Marlene, I remember I was in high school then, right? I was in high school. It was around the time when Jay-Z released, like, I Got 99 Problems. Okay. And that guy, Leor Cohen, was always by Jay-Z. Like, he was always so stuck to Jay-Z. I said, this white man right here. I remember saying it to myself. I said, this white man right here going to divide these two people. He's going to divide these people up. Because the way he was sticking to Jay-Z, not trying to be offensive, not trying to be disrespectful, but you should know his ethnicity. I don't want to say it because people are like, oh, Marlene, no. If you look at his ethnicity, you'll understand why it's problematic. Because that ethnicity in New York, in the world, period, has a tendency of dividing Black people. Okay? They have a tendency of dividing Black people. You hear what I'm trying to say? It's just like when you look at like Shaka Zulu and his brother, like his brother killed him. Like Dagana killed his brother. For what? Because a white person told him it was a good thing to do. Oh, if you do this, we'll put you on top. But at the same time, you're not a war strategist. You know what I mean? Like, you're not good at war. What are you doing? And so after he kills his brother, within a week or so, they killed him too. Like, you see, you're goofy behind. But when your brother was there, even though your brother was extra, even though your brother was like, I don't know what he was, they trying to label Shaka as like some crazy, like, sociopath. But I'm like, most of white kings were killers too. Okay, so let's not even do that. So I wasn't there, so I'm not gonna use a white person's label to put on Shaka Zulu, because I have a lot of respect for Shaka, because he did what needed to be done to protect these people. Hey, Janet, right? But it's like the Ghana got killed, and it's like, not trying to be funny or disrespectful, but it's like, ever since Leor got involved between Jay-Z and Damon, what has happened to Jay-Z's career? Not trying to be funny, not trying to be disrespectful, but hey, Jenny, but I'm like, his money's not, like, his music is not the same, like his ratings are not the same. Like, the only time you hear Jay-Z on a song now is when he's doing a feature on Beyonce, right? But I'm like, before, Jay-Z wasn't the one trying to do features with anybody. Like, even the fact that Jay-Z does a song for DJ Khaled makes no sense to me, because he lost his magic. Why? Because the people who gave him the magic are no longer there. And I always felt like that's the reason why he went into retirement, not because he wanted to retire, because he lost his team. And that was the team that helped him to become Jay-Z, Young Hova, you heard. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a whole crew. And that's the thing about these rappers. Like, I don't care what anybody says, right? These rappers who are super successful, who have all these hits, whatever, it's not because they have the most dangerous pen game. It's not because you're the best, you're the illest. No, it's a vibe. Like, you got to have certain people in the room with you when you're recording, because they don't write these songs by themselves. Like, you cannot. It's like writing a book. You don't write a book by yourself. You need people to help you. You need, like, your editors. You need people who check your grammar, people who check your spelling, people who edit the stuff. Oh, maybe you could write it this way. Nobody writes by themselves. Nobody who's great writes by themselves. I don't care what nobody says. You cannot do this by yourself. Even me, like, for as much as I might have a design stuff, like I might have like the idea, no detail, but I have a designer. I have other people. Like, oh, Marty, change this, add this, We all, hey, Madupa, like, we all take from other people. And it's like, so like for Jay-Z, his magic happened when Kanye was in the room. Because Kanye might be a little crazy Gemini, but one thing about Ye though, right? Kanye is a musical genius. I don't care what anybody says. That man is good. Because I'm like, Jay-Z stopped making music. Kanye is still making music. So it goes to show you, like, music, it runs in his body. It went, like, that's just when you're creative, you just are creative. Like, you just do it. It's innate. It's innate in you. It's a natural thing. You're just going to do it. You never see Ye say, I'm going to retire, because Ye can't retire, because music is him. He is music. Like, he is forever an artist. He might not be a good husband. He might not make for a great friend. He might not make for a great business partner. I don't know about that stuff, right? But as far as like him being musically inclined and being a master number 11, oh, yes, music runs in him. He's never retired. Yeah, he can do rap. He can do hip hop. He can do pop. Now he's doing gospel. He's doing gospel. And it's just phenomenal, because the man is gifted. Just like Pharrell Williams. Like, Pharrell Williams is gifted when it comes to music. Missy Elliott, gifted when it comes to music. Right? Like Timbaland, gifted. Like, there are people who are just gifted. They're just gifted. You give them something that they hear music and everything. They can turn everything into a sound. They can turn everything into a rhythm. That is a gift from God. Like, legitimately, it's a gift from God. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, since when Ye went solo and him and Ye fell out, he had to retire. Because where you gonna get the beats from? They're trying to get, and if you listen carefully, like recently, because I listen a lot to you know what I mean? I listen a lot to like beats and stuff like that. If you listen carefully, Pharrell has been trying to copy Kanye's beats. You know what I mean? Like, listen carefully. I'm like, this is actually like a Ye beat. Like, this is something that Kanye would have done, right? So it's like, because they can't really work with Kanye, because Kanye's upset at them, right? Because Kanye's mad. So he's keeping his gift to himself, right? Which I think that's the reason why Beyonce wished him a happy birthday, because she's trying to soften him. Makes sense, because she wants his music. Kanye has an ear. You know what I mean? Like, Pharrell has his own, like, musical, like, he has his own note. Like, you know how you sign, like, when it comes to music and making beats, Pharrell has his own signature. Ye has his own signature. And I feel like right now, Pharrell is trying to make a lot of beats that sound like things that Kanye would have made. But it's like, that's not your lane. Stay over there. You know what I mean? Like, the song, like, Going Ape, the Beyonce song, Going Ape, whatever. I'm like, that's a beat that should have been, like, that beat, like, it's like trying to, like, copy a Kanye beat. Go listen to it. You'll see what I'm trying to talk about. What I'm trying to say, right? So it's like that. But I'm like, what? That's the reason why you retired, because you retired because you lost your team. You lost your team. So it's not just enough to have the verses. You got to have the beat that goes with it. You got to have the mood in the studio. Like, it has to be a vibe in the studio. You guys, that's how creativity goes. Like, it needs to be a whole vibe. It's a mood. Like, you have to be in the mood. Like, I have moments like where I'm like not creative at all. It's like just blank. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Like nothing comes out of me. I can't do it. And then I'll just wake up one day and it's like creativity just oozes out of me because it's like you can't control it. It happens when it happens, and it's like you need a certain atmosphere for it to happen. But when it does happen, it's magical. You know what I mean? It's definitely magical. But my thing is like when I think about that, I'm Team Damon all day. I love Damon Dash. I really do. I would love to meet him. I'm Team Damon Dash forever because I saw with my own eyes. Like I saw this man fight for Rockaware. I saw this man fight for Rock Nation. I like Damon used to go to like the jailhouse and put money on people's books. Like he doesn't leave any soldier behind. If anything, they turn on him. Kanye turned on him. A lot of people turn on him, right? But it's like he really like seriously. I really feel like if you talk about like black people, like black magic, black people magic, whatever. If you talk about like helping your brother out, you know, wanting for others as you want for yourself. When I think of Damon Dash, that's really what I think of. You know, because so many people he's helped. Whether they were free or incarcerated, whether they had dreams or not, like believing in people, encouraging people, pushing people to reach their fullest potential, right? And I'm like, and it's like, it gets frustrating when you feel like you've been taken advantage of. You know what I mean? It gets frustrating. And one thing that happens a lot also that I've noticed, you know what I mean? One thing that I've noticed a lot also about Black people, they think the celebrity is it. Like, oh, you mad because you're not that famous, or you mad because you don't have this, that. But a lot of these celebrities that you see, they're just puppets. They're not even the mastermind, right? Like a lot of times the producer won't have as many followers as the artist, but yet without the producer, the artist can be famous, right? Like a lot of times the songwriters probably won't even be known. The songwriters probably won't even have as many followers as the artists, right? Because these artists try to do everything to get credit for the work. Like, oh, it's all my work. So they don't want to shine light on people who've helped them to make these hits, because then you're going to question their thing, right? So they try to keep that stuff hidden from the public so that all eyes are on them. But it's like, no, there's a whole team behind them. So you might not know the producer. You might not know the manager. You might not know the people who've made these calls. You might not know the songwriters, right? But trust and believe, like there are a lot of people who play a huge part in your favorite artist being famous. And it's very disrespectful when people sacrifice their career, their work, their time to help another person reach their fullest potential, that someone is going to say to you, oh, you're jealous, or you're mad, or you're only mad because you don't have this, or you're mad because you don't have that. It's like, you don't even know what happened. Don't even know the history. Don't know people's relationship. Don't know who invested what. Don't know who fought for what. Because one thing I've always said too about Damon is like, if Aaliyah loved him like that, because she, like every time you see pictures of Aaliyah with Damon, she looks so happy. Like she looks so happy. And I'm like, if Aaliyah really loved him, if she loved that man that much, like Damon has to be a sweet guy. He really has to be an awesome guy. He really, really has to be awesome, because she was in love with him. She was in love with him. Like every time she was around him, be with him and taking a picture with him. You know what I mean? Girl, that part, right? Like every time you would see a picture. Hold on, let me see if I can see a picture. Yeah. She was always so happy with Damon. Like, oh, this one. You see, every time you see a picture of them, they were so happy together. Like, oh, Aaliyah. They look so happy. Like she always looks so happy. Like she always looks so happy. You know? Mm. Oh, look at Dame. You know? You see? Like that, like they were really, really happy together. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, he has to. I'm like, no. I mean, Marlene, I refuse to believe. You know what I mean? I refuse to believe that. Like, I refuse to believe this man is like his toxic. Because, you know, every time, one thing I've noticed about like mainstream media, you know what I mean? Every time, one thing I've noticed about like social media, like mainstream media, every time they want you to hate a person, or every time they tell you, oh, this person is problematic, this person is toxic, this person is this person is that. When they do like a smear campaign like that, you have to hold back on like having judgment on a person and really trying to get to know the person for yourself. Because when you, this one thing I've noticed, because I've been through this too. This one thing I noticed, like when you're not part of the get along crew, they're going to invest money to make you look crazy. They're going to invest money to look like that. Poor Kwame ain't lying. They're going to invest money to make you look crazy. They're going to contact all their radio station, all their media people, because, you know, it's like it's a whole network. It's a whole network, bunch of nodes of toxicity. They're going to contact all the little network. They're going to send bad information about you to all the little nodes, and these people now are going to start disseminating lies about you to the masses. And because the masses does not like to practice critical judgment, they just eat whatever is fed to them. They eat whatever is fed to them, right? But it's like a lot of time, you'll notice a lot of time when they want to paint somebody as a bad guy, Chung Lee, when they want to paint somebody as problematic, when they want to paint somebody as you're crazy, you're hard to work with. Oh, as a Black person, you're crazy, you're hard to work with, you're problematic, you're too difficult, da 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 da. They want to break you. They want to break you because they want you to accept something that is beneath you. They want you to sell your stuff for something that is way cheap. Like that's what America does to, you know, and let me tell you something. In America, one thing I've noticed in America is that Black people are not allowed to have pride. That's why I think it's always funny when you have Pride Month, because I'm like, it's crazy how like if you're white, because you know, the Pride Month is really about white people celebrating the homosexuality. Ain't gonna lie to you, it's not about Black people. Because if it was, they'd be shooting them people, you know. So it's really the reason why you have like Pride Month and you have Gay Pride. It's truly about white patriarchy celebrating same-sex attraction and their pride, and them being able to do what they can do. Then of course they have a few Black people and Latinos around it to add a little bit of color, right? But Pride Month, all that stuff is truly about white people. It's really about white men, okay? Because in America, Black people are not allowed to have pride. Look at everything that has come down to Black people having pride, whether it's like civil rights movement, Black Panther, Nation of Islam, strong Black men in business, strong Black women in business. How does that stuff always turn out? Somebody ends up dead. Somebody ends up dead. Somebody ends up in prison. Somebody ends up having their whole image destroyed in the media. So it's like in America, Black people are not allowed to be proud, to have pride. Black people are expected. Hey, Candace, Black people are expected, right, to just eat crap all the time. You know what I mean? You are expected to always sell your stuff for cheap. You're expected to be cheap. You're expected to just take anything they give you. Oh, thank you, master. Thank you, master. You know, crumbs are supposed to make you happy. Well, as soon as you know your worth, that's one thing I'm telling you, I've learned that. As soon as you start to know your worth, as soon as you start to know what you deserve, as soon as you start to ask what you want, they're going to start labeling you. They're going to label you. They're going to label you. They're going to label you. And it's like, and it's a choice you're going to have to make, right? Are you going to have your pride and your dignity, or are you going to be for sale? You know what I mean? And once you sell yourself, you will always forever be a thing to these people. You know what I'm saying? And I think like that's the battle that Damon has, is because he is a Black man who knows what he's worth. Like he has fought a lot of people in this industry and he has won. You know what I mean? Like he has tried to he fought a lot of people in this music industry. He fought a lot of powerful people in this music industry. And I think the fact that he did that, I felt like a lot of them were like, well, if we allow this guy to continue this way and to succeed this way, it's going to inspire too many Black people to fight for what they're worth, right? Just like the whole conversation, like, signing a 360 deal, et cetera, right? I'm sure for the longest, a lot of these because these record executives are white people, right? A lot of these white record executives, right, did not want for Black people to have the conversation about their contracts. Did not want Black people to even know that it's a possibility for you, right? To go to be independent, right? There's so much, there are a lot of pertinent conversations that they didn't want Black people to have, because if information is power, knowledge is power. And when you know stuff, when you are informed, you're going to make decisions that are to your benefit. And so if something is to your benefit, to some extent, it is to the detriment of the record label. So for them to keep getting rich, they need you to be dumb. They need you to be asleep. They need you to not be aware, right? And this is why you also notice that like the music industry like really thrives on people being addicts, right? You got to be addicted to something, addicted to perk, addicted to lean, addicted to Molly, addicted to fentanyl, addicted to coke, heroin, crack, addicted to sex, whatever. Because when you are addicted, if you're not sober, how you gonna take care of your business, right? If you're not sober, right, how are you gonna take care of your money? How are you gonna know what to look out for and how to do all your paperwork, right? So when you're constantly addicted, when you are constantly inebriated, when you're constantly under the influence, now you have to appoint people to look out for your best interests. But the reality is, when it comes to business, nobody's going to look out for you the way you would look out for yourself if you were sober. So they want you to become a child. And the only way that you can get an adult to become a child is by turning them into an addict. Because once they become addicts, they need guardians. They need people to look out for their best interests. Does that make sense? So all of this drug stuff, this obsession with drugs, when it comes to Black music, it's so intentional. It is beyond intentional, because addiction is a form of slavery. And when you are a slave, well, guess what? You belong to the slave master. You see what I mean? So I'm like, when you look at someone like Damon Dash, he wasn't trying to be a rapper. And that's one thing about Damon, as opposed to Diddy. Like, Damon knows his lane. He's the bad guy. Like, he's going to be the bad guy for his artists. He's going to be the bad guy so that his vision can come to pass. He's going to be the bad guy so that things can get done. Because one thing I've also noticed in business and life, dealing with people, when you're too nice, people think you're an idiot. When you're too nice, people think that's like stupid written across your forehead. That's what I talked about yesterday. It's sad, but the world, like in this world, it seems like in order to be successful, you have to turn into some kind of a savage, right? You have to turn into some kind of a savage, because if you don't become a savage, right? It's like people don't pay attention to you. They'll walk all over you. They'll abuse you. They will disrespect you. They will disrespect you, and I feel like, can I go live now? Hold on. Because for some reason before, I wasn't able to go live before. I don't even know what I did. I was like, I didn't even do anything. What the heck? I don't know what I did. Oh, I think it's those Kwame Brown people who went and reported my page. Hey, Marva, you know what I'm saying? So, that's what you come to understand. Like, if you don't have some kind of like an a-hole behavior, people don't take you seriously. It's sad, y'all. It's really sad. Like, in business, it's like, you guys, business is it's a whole different animal. You know what I mean? And a lot of time, I think, like, when regular people see you, when everyday people, I'm not gonna take my family to see Space Jam now. When regular people, I'm not a big LeBron James fan like that. I don't know. My spirit does not connect with LeBron James like that. My spirit doesn't. When everyday people look at you, they think like, oh, you're harsh, you're mean, you're this, you're that, etc., because they don't have to deal with that, right? Like, not to be offensive, but it's like, when you're a worker, when you work for somebody, when you are a worker, like in your life, the way you make money, if you work for other people, you're kind of sheltered in the sense that you have no clue. Like, you have no clue what it takes for your boss or your company to pay you every 2 weeks, right? You have no idea. Like, what it takes for them to pay you, for them to have the space, the office space, like all the stuff. You just come in, you put your bag, you start working. The bills you don't see, right? The stress you don't see. Like there's so much you are sheltered from. And you don't understand how these people secure deals, how they secure contracts, how they secure customers, right? How they bring the money in, because you don't got to deal with that. So when you are an everyday person and you're an everyday working person and you encounter people who are like self-made, who are entrepreneurs, who really had to bust some doors, deal with rejection, deal with racism, deal with being disrespected, right? You look at it as if, oh, this person is being this person is so difficult, because you don't know what it is to build your own. But the day you have to build your own, you start to understand, like, oh, I see why this person behaves like this. I see why this person doesn't let anybody cut them off. I see why this person is so strong-willed, right? Because if you're not, people are going to walk all over you. Oh, they would. That's what's up. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to walk all over you. That's how life is. It's the same thing in business, right? Like you'll see a lot of influencers, for example, like you see on social media, you'll have influencers who get paid for an event. They get booked to come to an event, right? 5,000, 10,000, right? And then they don't show up. They don't show up. Oh, I missed my flight. What do you mean you missed your flight? You know what I mean? Somebody pays you $10,000 to come to an event. You like 10 grand. That's like some people, that's their monthly salary. For some people, that's like 2 months of work for them to make that kind of money. Some people, it's like 3 months of them working. You're getting paid that money just to show up somewhere. You know what I mean? And you can't even be bothered to show up to be at the airport on time, to show up. Like that's all you have to do is show up at the airport. You can't even do it, right? And so a lot of these promoters can't really say anything. They're scared to say anything, can't really talk about it, right? Because if you do, the followers of the influencer are going to come attack you because they don't understand business. They don't understand business. They don't understand how, like, it's not just the money that was lost. It's that person's reputation. They got to deal with the backlash of you not showing up. They have to deal with the refund for you not showing up. They have to, like, there are so many more expenses that go in. So even if you do pay them the money back, they're still losing money and they're losing their credibility. Like there are real damages here. Right. But if you talk, people want to make fun of you and drag you and cuss you out. It's like, you see, because these people are workers. Not trying to be offensive, right? These people, they're workers. They are workers. And sometimes when you explain a situation to somebody who gets a paycheck, they don't understand it until they themselves become an entrepreneur. Like it's not, when you have an event, you're not just paying somebody to come to the event. You got to book. You pay for the venue. You got to pay for security. You got to pay for promotion in your city. You got to, all these other costs that you have to pay, right? It's like you got to pay for your insurance also for the event in case something happens to people. So it's like me paying you your booking fee, it's only part of the equation. But if whether you pay me back or you don't pay me back, I still have to cover these other things. And then you have to do refunds because like, oh, I came out. You told me this person was coming. I came to your venue and the person's not here. I want my money back. And they're going to start cussing you out, calling you all kinds of scammer. It's like it truly, truly affects people. It truly affects people. And when you are a business person, honestly, all you have out here is your name. You know what I mean? All you have is your name. All you have is your reputation. But you see, a lot of times when you handle influencers also, and you're too nice, you're too friendly, this is what you get. Because when people know they're dealing with a crazy person, they're going to show up. You know what I mean? When people know they're dealing with somebody that's insane, that is nuts, that's possessed, someone that's capable of doing them harm, they're going to show up. And I feel like that's another reason why, not justifying everything, but I do feel like that's one of the reasons why, what's your boy's name from Death Row? Suge Knight. I think that's the reason why Suge Knight became such a monster. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like the Suge Knight of Death Row and whoever his real name is, these are two different people. Like the man went to college. He's educated. Like this is an educated man who grew up in a good family. He never ran the streets, didn't run the streets. He's educated, played football in college. I think he actually graduated. Like, but then he gets to take ownership of Death Row and he becomes this villain of a person, whooping people, beating people up, driving cars over people. I mean, it's insane. You're like, what the heck? What's wrong with you? Right? But you understand, like maybe he felt like these kinds of people, if I'm nice to them, if I act all sophisticated, like we're white people with a real corporation, they're not gonna respect me. They're not going to respect me. So I got to start whooping a few people. It's sad, but it's true. It's sad, but it's true. Like, I'm telling, oh, you guys, are you listening to me? Like, it's sad. But it's like sometime in business, to get your respect, you got to become a villain. It's sad what people make you do. It's sad how, it's really, really sad how people make you become a whole new person. And sometimes you don't want to be that person. I just think he took that persona a little too far. Right? But I'm like, otherwise, they wouldn't have respected him. He had to become a monster. You have to become a monster. Otherwise, like I told y'all yesterday, people smell a sucker out of you, they will try to take advantage of you. So sometimes, to protect yourself and to not be taken advantage of, you have to become a monster. So that way, your reputation precedes you, and people know not to try you. Because if you don't have that persona, people will try you. Like a lot of time in life, especially in business, you have to become a persona. You got to become a persona. You have to become something that people fear. Because that's the only way people in their head, they're going to have respect for you. He said, Marlene, you have to become a monster too. In this world, if you become nice to people, you need to watch your back. You don't trust people, they'll take advantage of. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it really, like it truly, truly becomes a thing. Like you really have to. You got to become a monster. So it's like when you don't understand it, you think, oh, this person is mean. They're so extra. They're so extra. But it's like, these are self-made people. When you look at Damon Dash, for example, right? These are self-made people. They don't come from like wealthy families. They don't come in the game with like bunch of money, right? They didn't have a lot. They don't come a lot of money. They don't come with like, oh, my daddy, my mom, my grandpa, my granddaddy was in the music industry, right? Like, no. These people are like really self-made, and they had to learn a lot really fast. In the state, New York, crazy. New York City, crazy. Like it's a bunch of sharks out there, bunch of grimy people. These people, they're grimy. They're grimy. They'll take advantage of you. They'll take your money. They'll make you sign all kinds of crazy contracts. Like these people are predators. New York is a jungle. So they call New York like concrete jungle. Like it really is. Every day out there is survival. It's survival. These people are survival. They grew up with a survival, like the mindset of a survivor. So they move differently, right? And so it's like sometimes when you're sheltered, you can look at people like Dave, like, oh, he's aggressive, he's this and that, because you've had the luxury of having other people fight for you that you didn't have to fight. You know what I mean? When you're sheltered, when you come up in a family, like your parents give you everything, you grew up in a nice neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? What happens is that you don't have to do the fighting. Somebody else fought for you. That's why you're enjoying all this luxury stuff, right? But if you had to create luxury for your kids, you'll be out here fighting all the time. Then your kids will grow up super sheltered because they didn't have to do that. You did it for them. And that's why somebody gave a really beautiful definition of like, because this girl was asking Mark Lamont Hill if he thought that all white people are racist. And the young brother responded, he's like, yes, all white people are racist. The reason why you might not think that you're racist is because you don't have to go out there and enforce your white privilege, because you already have a bunch of white people who have enforced the white privilege for you. So you get to enjoy this life and think, well, I'm not racist, but yet everything you have comes from a group of your white patriarchs oppressing black people like crazy for you to feel like you don't have to be racist. But it really is in you. It really is in you. It's easy to say, oh, I'm not racist, because you don't have to. There are other white people out there being racist for you so that you don't have to do it. There's enough police officers who are white being racist that you don't have to do it. There's enough white racist politicians who are being racist out here that you don't have to be racist. You don't have to overtly be racist, because there are so many other white people who are overtly racist doing the job every single day. They're on the clock every day, making sure black people don't get ahead. So yes, like let's stop the delusion here. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, so that's what that is. That's what that is. So I'm like, sometimes like me, I completely understand him, because this life here, especially for black people trying to be legitimate, especially for black people trying to go into corporate America, especially for black people who want to do business according to their own terms. Yeah, these people will bully you. They will bully you. They will throw they'll throw sand in your rice. They'll do all kinds of campaign against you. They will try to smear you. You know what I mean? And because a lot of black people are so, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but because a lot of Black people have low self-esteem, because a lot of Black people are so desperate, a lot of Black people will turn their backs on you because, oh, I got to protect my check. A lot of Black people play along to get along. Stephen A. Smith, there goes another one. There's nothing he won't do for that white check. There's nothing he won't say about it. Like, even he was making derogatory comments about the Nigerian basketball team, right? Because that's what he does. But then he did something to the Asians. He went too far. Oh, I'm sorry. But it's like every time he degrades Black people, Stephen A. Smith does not say sorry. So a lot of Black people here who will do horrendous things for white people just to have a check. They'll talk bad about their own kind. They will set you up. They will make other people not like you. And I think that's what Kwame's issue is with the Breakfast Club. It's like, you would think that as Black people, they will be on there on the radio every day protecting other Black people. But instead, the Breakfast Club has an agenda. There's an agenda to the Breakfast Club, right? It's like, because the white people can't come at you directly, they use Black faces and Black bodies to have toxic narratives about other Black people. And that part, Kwame, is right. You know what I mean? Because if the white man said it, you're not going to believe it because, oh, you're white, you're trying to set up my brother. But when you have Black people, when you have people who look like you, Black bodies, Black faces, Black voices, Black vernacular, who are telling you, hey, this brother is crazy. Hey, this brother could kill you because his daddy killed somebody. You're more apt to believe it. And then it affects how you see him. And yet you've never met him. Yet you've never talked to him. Yet you've never, like, you don't know anything about him. But because another Black person that you trust, just because they Black, is going to put something toxic in your head about another Black person. And that's dangerous. That's spiritual warfare. That's spiritual warfare. Like what the Breakfast Club does to Black people is spiritual warfare. What Stephen A. Smith does to Black people, that is spiritual warfare. And that's why you can't trust. Do you know what I mean? And that's why you can't trust a lot of people just because they're Black. Because there are many Black people who are in the pockets of white society. And they will disseminate a very toxic narrative about Black people that are actually fighting for you. I mean, people throw money at funerals in Africa like it's a thing we do, right? It's a cultural thing, right? Does that make sense? So it's like, you know, that's what they do. And so you got to be very, very careful. You know what I mean? Because, like, if you notice in America, like in this America, they never like to have a positive narrative about Black people who didn't accept the BS. The only time they're going to talk about a Black person who fought against eating crap, who fought against the status quo, is once he's dead. Like, they love MLK because they killed him, right? Because like James says all the time, it's not the dead people you got to worry about. So they love talking about MLK because he's dead. But when he was alive, they did everything they could to kill him, right? They did everything they could to shut him up. They did everything they could to make it seem like he was tumultuous. He couldn't sit down. He was trying to create problems. The same narrative that they have about Damon Dash, they had the same narrative about MLK. They had the same narrative about Fred Hammond. They had the same narrative about Malcolm X. They had the same narrative about the Minister Farrakhan. It's only because Minister Farrakhan outlived all these heifers, right? But they had the same narrative about Muhammad Ali. Oh, he's complicated. Who does he think he is? Da, da, da. Because America truly cannot stand Black people who know who they are. America cannot truly stand Black people who have pride. I'm telling you, the only people in this country who are allowed to celebrate pride is white people. It is white people. This Pride Month is about white patriarchy. Y'all get what nobody tells me. Y'all get what you might think it's about, oh, you're able to love who you love. Nah, boo-boo. It's about, once again, white people, white man getting what they want and celebrating their pride. Nobody in this country gets to celebrate pride. If you're, let's say a bunch of Muslims American want to celebrate Pride Month, they're going to call that a terrorist gathering. Okay? If a bunch of Muslims were to take a whole month and talk about assalamu alaikum, malaikum salam, they've been dropping bombs out here. Okay? They will call it a terrorist gathering. They will call it a threat to national security. Let's not do this. You hear me? If a bunch of Chinese American were trying to come together and celebrate their pride as Chinese, they will call it the Wuhan Flu Association. Okay? They will call that biological warfare. Okay? Like, no, I'm being dead ass serious. Okay? If a bunch of Japanese American were trying to celebrate their pride, they will call that the Kyoto explosion. Okay, they will call it the Hiroshima rising. Okay, all right, all right. If black people try to do black pride, they call the Black Panther. They said that's a terrorist organization, that it's against national security. Every time other people try to celebrate their pride, it's a threat to national security. Okay, so don't you ever sit here and think that when you're looking at gay pride that these people out here celebrating, loving the same attraction. It's about white men. It's about white patriarchy celebrating their power to do whatever they want. It's about white power. It really is. I don't care what nobody says. It's about white power. So this land is to the free, yeah, right. This land is for the rich white people to oppress everybody else. You see what I mean? That's what it is. Nobody could. Chinese people can't get together. They're like, oh, look at them. They're trying to spread the COVID. They're trying to spread the COVID. The Wuhan. You know what I'm saying? That's what they would do. If you're Arab and you try to like celebrate your Muslim pride, they're going to call you all kinds of terrorists. Because as soon as you say, assalamu alaikum, boom, there come the popo. Y'all going to get locked up. You gonna get locked up. If a bunch of ladies came out, if a bunch of Arab Americans, a bunch of girls who are Arab Americans came out, or Muslim American came out with their hijab, let's say like in Washington, D.C., you had to parade a bunch of Muslim girls in their hijab. Baby, they would shoot them. They would shoot them. They would gas them. They would pepper spray them. Oh my gosh, this is an attack against the Constitution. This is an attack against democracy. They would start quoting all kinds of Bible scriptures out here, using the Bible to conceal their racism. Nobody celebrates pride out here besides white people. You know what I mean? Native American, they put them on the whole reservation so that they couldn't even celebrate their pride next to anybody. You know what I mean? When do you ever see like Native Americans come out and celebrate their culture and their history, whatever? No. They on the whole reservation, so far away from human civilization. I even wonder if those reservations even have running water. I really wonder if those reservations even have running water. Okay? So it's like, pay attention, y'all. Pay attention. Like, open your eyes to what they do. Nobody in America gets to be proud to be anything besides white people. Go sit down somewhere, okay? Because every black person that's had to be, that said, oh, I'm black and I'm proud. Bullet in your head. There's a bullet in your head, okay? They put a bullet in your head. The only pride that is celebrated in America is white pride in various forms. That's it. But at the end of the day, it's still white people celebrating their pride. But nobody else is allowed to be proud. If a bunch of Muslim girls came out and tried to march on Washington, just even like a peaceful march, they will kill those girls. They will take off their hijab, throw them to the ground. You don't understand. They will be violated. They will be violated. You hear me? Like, you got a bunch of Muslim, you got a bunch of Arab American who serve in the U.S. military, who serve in the army. They could never celebrate their pride. Like, America will use their bodies to go for war, but America don't want to see your face. They don't want to see their face. You know what I mean? You could have Muslim Arabs who are born in America, never even set foot in the Middle East. If they ever try to come outside and talk about, oh, we're going to celebrate pride of being Muslim, pride of being Arab American, they will call these people a terrorist organization. Okay? Assalamu alaikum, what you say? It ain't going to happen. Allahu Akbar, boom, boom. People want to be shot out here. They will shoot people out here. They will shoot people. Okay? If Chinese people got together to celebrate their pride in America, they will call this the Wuhan awakening. Okay? The COVID spread 2.0. Oh, look, they're trying to infect the country. Oh, these Chinese. Like, that's all Trump did. Kept calling it the Chinese virus, kept calling it the Wuhan this, the Wuhan that. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? What are you doing? You know what I mean? If a bunch of Italians, Americans try to come out here and have a pride too, they're like, oh, the mob, the reawakening of the mob. The mob is coming back. The mob is coming back. The mob is coming back. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. Exactly. But when it's them, it's like, oh, the attack on the Capitol was just some tourists visiting the Capitol. Exactly. So you start to see, like, we couldn't do that. Black people cannot come outside and say, oh, today we're going to celebrate Black Pride and it's going to be like a parade of Black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Baby, it's going to turn into like drones following you. It's going to turn into like federal people following. I mean, you are going to be under investigation. Nobody else is allowed to have pride. Y'all pay attention. Pay really good attention. Yeah, I don't know people to come for me, but pay really good attention, right? So you start to see like when you're a Black man and you don't want to get on your knees and do the nasty with these people, they will slander your name. They will slander your name. They will edit clips and videos to make it seem like you're a crazy person. And because people like, oh, I saw a clip. Why did they show you the entire video? They don't do that. They only show you clips to make you think that this person is irrational. This person is crazy. This person is insane. But my thing is, though, if Damon was so crazy, how did he get Aaliyah to fall in love with him? And all these guys wanted Aaliyah. All of them. Jay-Z, the DMX, Timbaland, all of them. Everybody wanted to be with Aaliyah. How did he force her? Did he beat her? Did he take like a whole noose and like drag her by the noose the way Kevin Samuels will have you believe that's how you get a six-figure man? No. Did he traumatize her? Did he beat her into submission? No. She loved him because she wanted to love him. It was free will. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, think about all the stuff he's accomplished. If he was such a horrible person, how did he accomplish all these things? To this day. And you know one thing that really touched me also about Damon? I'm not going to lie to you. When all these fires were happening in California, you know what I mean? Even the West Indian Day Parade, did they even take that stuff seriously? You know what I mean? But the West Indian Day Parade is not called Pride, though. It's not called Pride. It's called a day parade. It's a day parade. It's not called Pride, though. That'd be something else, right? But my thing is like, when it comes to like, when there were the fires in California, one thing I noticed, everybody's house went up in flames. Where he lives, everybody's house went up in flames. Okay. And the only house that stayed up, that was not touched, that was not burned, like the house that had no issue was his house. And I'm like, this is crazy. And this is when I've recognized, I'm like, this guy, I don't care how crazy he might seem to the public, but me, Marlene, I really believe that there's favor over his life. I don't care what nobody says. I believe Damon has favor over his life. I believe God really loves Damon Dash. I really do. Let me just like me, Marlene, I can be a little extra sometimes. I can be a little extra. But God knows our heart. God knows our heart. You can say a whole lot of stuff. You can talk a bunch. You can be fake out here. But your heart is everything. And I'm like, the fact that everybody's house around him, these $1 million homes, were multi-million-dollar homes, were getting destroyed, consumed by the fire, right? And his house was untouched. Untouched. Like everybody's house is burning. His house was right there too. And the house was untouched. I said, this man right there is favor over his life. There is favor over his life. This guy, he's always going to be okay. Damon Dash is always going to be okay because he has a beautiful heart. He has a beautiful heart. And many people he has helped. And God sees it. You got to tell you something. The stuff that you do when nobody's watching, good or bad, God sees it. You know what I mean? God sees it. God sees everything. And when even the whole world is against you, if you have good seeds in the ground, if you have good deeds in the ground, those deeds and those seeds will speak for you. Just like the King Hezekiah, when was it Elijah who went to see him, or Elijah or Nathan, like, oh, get your house in order because you're going to die. And the Bible says that he looked at the wall and he asked God to remember his deed. He's like, God, please remember the good deeds I've done, child. And the Lord told the prophet, tell him I have added 15 years to his life. And that's why your deeds will always speak for you. Your good works would always speak for you. The stuff that nobody sees. There's a lot we don't see about people in their lives. There's a lot we don't know about people. You can never tell how much a person loves. You can never tell how loyal a person is. You can never tell how committed a person is, right? Because we tend to judge people quickly and we tend to judge people harshly. And most of the time we're wrong. We're very wrong about people. And one thing I've learned with mainstream media, the person they always want you to hate, you know what I mean? They always want you to hate the person that mainstream media wants you to hate is usually the person you need to love. It's usually the person that's good for you. It's usually the person that you have to pray for. It's usually the person that if you get close to them, they're going to be good to you. Because they don't, like, just like Minister Farrakhan, like growing up, I remember they used to always make Minister Farrakhan sound like he was like the boogeyman and he had all this hatred for white people and he was such an evil man, da, da, da. But the thing is, like, when you listen to American Minister Farrakhan, he does not hate white people. He hates foolishness. He tells his truth. You know what I mean? And like, and because a lot of white people are very fragile when it comes to telling the truth, but it's like, that's his experience. That was not your experience, right? If a lot of white people grew up in the South and they were the ones getting lynched and they had to see a bunch of bodies swinging from trees, I don't think that you would have an affection for Black people also, right? But a lot of times, that I think for a lot of the majority of white psychology, right? A lot of white people have a hard time practicing empathy. A lot of white people have a hard time putting themselves in our shoes. Like, yo, what if I grew up like that? What if I saw my people being hung from trees? How would that make me feel? You wouldn't like it, and you wouldn't like us. So have empathy. You know what I'm saying? Have empathy. You probably can't fix the situation, but at least you can have empathy for what is happening here. But like growing up, they used to make like the Nation of Islam sound so crazy and evil and oppressive and crazy, right? They used to try to make Minister Farrakhan sound like he was a demon, a whole monster. If you listen to Minister Farrakhan has never told anybody to go hurt nobody. Okay, he never tells Black people, oh, go kill white people. Never. He never tells Black people, oh, you have to hate white people. Never. He never tells you to go hurt anybody, go kill nobody. Like, no, because the thing is, they don't want you to go to hell. Islam is not trying to send you to hell. They want you to be saved, right? You know, you've never seen nobody that's ever listened to Minister Farrakhan, nobody that belongs to the Nation of Islam has never attacked any of the U.S. institutions. They've never marched on Washington. They've never tried to take over the Capitol Hill. They've never went into the senator's office and take their computers and try to sell them to Russia. Like, I mean, like he never enticed people to violence. He talks about his truth. He is a Black American who grew up in this country and saw so much evil in the hands of white people. What do you want him to say? He can't say what he didn't see. He's talking about what he saw. And when you listen to Minister Farrakhan, it's good for your soul. Like, he tells the truth. He tells you, young Black people, do not be consumed by materialism because they're going to get you. The stuff he says is true. Don't be a traitor to your own people, trying to get close to having proximity to their kind of success, right? He tells you to be proud to be Black. And that's the fact. He said when they like you too much, be careful because maybe you're becoming a traitor. But you never listen to Minister Farrakhan and feel like, oh, I got to go kill a white person. Never. I listen to him all the time. And if anything, me, Marlene, when I'm done listening to Minister Farrakhan, it makes me look at myself. You know what I mean? It makes me look at myself like, dang, how can I be a better Black person? And that's why I've worked really hard to not attach myself to money. I'm not attached to money. I'm not attached to the love of money. Because once you start becoming attached to money, you will sell your own people into slavery. You will look at people in the eye and send people into a hole. Because you think about yourself first. This love of money that they got going on out here is so dangerous. It's so dangerous. Like yesterday, I was listening to this young boy, Spot him, got him. This young rapper, he's Black. He's like 20 years old, right? 20 years old. He made the song, the Junebug. You know that little Junebug challenge? People be dancing like this, like cockroaches like that, right? The boy's 20 years old. I didn't even know who he was until yesterday. I saw that he got arrested on Gossip in the City. I'm like, who is this boy? There are so many of these little rappers, right? Looking like, he looks like the light-skinned version of Kodak Black. So I went on YouTube. I was like, oh, he's the guy who did the Junebug challenge. Like, his song is for the Junebug. Take your lights out. And then a little stupid little dance. Okay. So yesterday was the time I knew it was him. And I actually sat there and I actually listened to the song. Bunch of guns everywhere. Guns everywhere. You guys, guns everywhere. I'm like, what is this? What is this? You know what I mean? The lyrics. This man is talking about killing another Black person. You know what I mean? Talking about killing another Black person. Guns everywhere. Like the lyrics are so awful. They're so awful. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, right? I'm like, this is just crazy. With Pooh Shiesty. I'm like, what kind of name is Pooh Shiesty? Are you Poo Poo? I'm like, what is going on here? right? Was it spot him? Spot him? Okay. You guys, I mean, I was watching this last night. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You see, but this is what
do you call a crunch wrap?
This is what the love of money does to people. Right? Like, you see this? This is the love of money. This is like this, like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Like you realize that you're not dealing with people who are fully in their mind. Hey, Lily, these people that are mentally healthy. They're not even proud to be black. Like, these people have no sense. Black Christianity is too nice. It's too, oh, you can do whatever you want. The Bible says don't judge, all that crappity crap. Some people need Islam. Okay? Some people, they need Islam. Okay? They need Islam. Voila. You see how people dress in the Nation of Islam? Voila. Some people, this is what they need. This is exactly what they need. You see? Let me see if I can find some good like videos of them. They only go out in suits. This is how they dress. And it's like, this is what a lot of people out here, they need. Because it'll be good for them. It would really be to their advantage. You know? Because Christianity, sometimes it's a problem. She said, no. No. They need Islam. Like, I'm not playing with you. I wish the Nation of Islam had a bunch of schools all throughout the U.S. that people could send their boys to. That way these kids would learn discipline. Because in Islam, they don't play foolishness. Like, in Islam, they're crazy out there. And some people need that. A lot of these young boys, they need discipline. Did you guys see the guy who stole the Mercedes from the lady and she went and whooped his behind? I'm trying not to cuss. Hold on. Lady. Did y'all see this? He stole the lady's Mercedes.
She tracked her stolen Mercedes-Benz all over Detroit. On day 3, she decided to take matters into her own hands. That she did. She confronted the thief.
She gave him the... Look at this.
At that point, I was just like, dog, I'm not letting this man walk again.
Bianca face to face with the guy she says stole her brand new Benz.
Excuse me, you got that Benz out there? Yes, you do.
It went down Wednesday at a barbershop at Greenfield and Grand River.
He in 7 Days West, getting his dreads twisted. Look at my car.
Customers stepped in, making a citizen's arrest. Then Bianca slashed her.
And you know what, though? All, no joke aside, huh? All these black men in there who whooped his ass, they did what was supposed to be done. Because this little boy, he never got his ass whooped. And let me tell you something, y'all. Please don't come for me. Please don't be mad at me. Right? But even in the Bible says, do not spare the rod from the child. Kids need to be spanked. Okay? Like, there's a fine line between spanking and child abuse, but you got to spank children. And I think a lot of times, not trying to be offensive, not trying to be disrespectful, not trying to be offensive, but I think a lot of moms, black single moms, y'all play too much with little kids. You know what I mean? And that's why I think a lot of times, too, I understand the whole custody issue, but I think a lot of times black moms who are raising single boys, you need to let the boy go live with his daddy. I'm being very honest, sis. I'm being honest. I know it's hard, like, oh, that's my son, that's my child. I get it. But baby, it's not about you being possessive. It's about making sure we can raise this boy that he don't bring shame to your name. And sometimes you need to let these boys go live with their daddy a little bit. They need to go live around some men who gonna whoop their asses. I'm being serious. Because these men, and I'm telling you, it's probably the first time in his life he got beat up by some grown man. He got the ass whooping he's been asking for years. And these people gonna save his life. They're gonna save his life. Because sometimes you gotta, y'all, it's complicated, but it's not really complicated. Sometimes to snatch children from the hand of the enemy, you gotta spank them a little bit. Because then it makes them be like, oh my gosh, it helps them to snap out of it. Because like the Bible says, there is foolishness in the heart of a child. There is foolishness in the heart of a child. And sometimes you got to let these boys, they need the foolishness smacked out of them. A woman can't teach a boy how to become a man. You can't do it, sis. Because all we do is pamper them. All we do is enable our sons, and then they become toxic. They get married, they become a problem. When they date, they are a problem. You know what I mean? They go out there, they're a problem. Do not send your boy out here to become a feminine woman, like where he's taking care of other women. That's why so many of the young girls today, they struggle to find good men because they were not raised to be men. They were raised to be their mama's lovers. And they're so used to their moms doing everything for them. So when they go into the dating scene, they want you to become mama number two. Are you out your mind? Raise your boy to be self-sufficient. Raise your son to be able to take pressure. They can't take pressure. That means it's unbelievable how much they can't take the pressure. You know what I'm saying? It said, Marlene, find the man first before we get to this point. I understand what you're trying to say. So sometimes, like, you got to let them go live with their daddy. I'm serious. The dad cannot be just a summer dad. He needs to be a full-time man in his life so he can whoop his ass accordingly. Y'all, it's going to be good for them. I'm trying to tell you, you cannot shelter boys from discipline. You cannot, because there's going to be a problem. Because one day your baby boy is going to be a giant in your house. Okay, they don't stay small like baby James and Stefan. They're super cute, but one day they will be taller than me. It's gonna be too late. I'm not doing that. Okay, that's why like sometimes like it gets my mom like, man, Marlene, listen, I let my boys be with their dad a lot because I'm not a man. Not a man. And honestly, he's their daddy. Like he can have them. Like I kid you not. It's like I know it shocks a lot of people, but I'm like, no, he's their daddy. Go like sometimes he does love like daddy. Can you please chill? But sometimes also, like, I think it's good for them, too. Because I'm not trying to have no soft, weak-ass boys out here. Because one day they will have to get married, right? They're going to have a family. They're going to have to balance the bills. They're going to have to stand up and be out there for like, they have to be able to handle pressure. And I can't teach them that. You know what I'm saying? Especially Stefan. Stefan is stubborn. Stefan's very stubborn. So he needs to be afraid of somebody. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. You guys, I see stuff ahead. Them little kids, yeah, they're cute now. The little babies, they're cute. But them little cute little people can turn to some little monsters. So sometimes you as a mom, you have a tendency of enabling your son. He needs to go be what his dad says. And it doesn't make you a bad mother. It really doesn't. Like, I'm not trying to, oh my gosh, please don't be offended. Like, please don't be offended. Please don't hate me. Please, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a safe space. Please don't be mad at me. I don't want you to be mad at me. Okay, because what matters is not you being right. Like, oh, I held up to my son and I raised my son. Yeah, but then he has feminine traits, sis. And you're tired. You know what I mean? You don't have to prove anything to anybody. At the end of the day, what matters is that your son is successful. You hear me? He will always know that you're his mom. He will always know that. He will always love you. Always. Nobody can take nobody away from anybody here. But sometimes you have to recognize when you have done all that you can do. And for your son not to end up in prison or juvenile or with some knuckleheads, let him go live with his daddy. Let him fear somebody. Because every boy needs to know that there's somebody out there who can whoop their ass. And that's why a lot of them need to fear their daddies. But they don't fear you because you're a woman. Yeah, you be screaming, but what can you really do? If he wants to go outside, are you really going to stand by the door? You're not going to do that. He's going to kill you. You see what I mean? So it's like, yeah, like sometimes like you need to let a boy go be with his daddy. But I feel like too many girls, like a lot of ladies want to be territorial over children. Children belong to no one. You both had the baby. And that's what when you go to court, I've been to court. When you go to court, they tell you like what's in the best interest of a child, right? Now, I don't think any father also should try to take children away from the mom because every kid needs both. Like you need the masculine energy and you need the feminine energy. So no person should ever try to take any child away from anybody. People can just sit down as adults, right? And make good decisions for the kid. We can have trust. Like relationship can fail, marriage can fail, whatever. It's fine. Forgive each other, move on. Now we want this kid to be successful. Hey, our stuff didn't work out, that's fine. But let's make sure that our children are successful. And nobody should ever try to take custody away from another. Like me, when I see people go through custody battle, I don't get it. Y'all wasting your time. You wasting your money. And like you're paying other people to fight. Y'all so dead. I don't get it. People can sit down, but okay, from this age to this age, I'm going to have him. And then from that age to that age, I'm going to have him. But either way, I will, whenever you want to talk to him, whenever you want to see him, I will never deny you access, vice versa. If the kid wants to see a parent, even though you're supposed to be with the other parent, that's fine too. Like, it's cool. Like, be chill. Because the most important thing is not about being right. It's not about trying to hurt the other person. It's not about being territorial. The most important thing is that let your child be the most successful person he or she could ever be. Because if your baby is successful, you won. Like, winning custody ain't shit. Because if you're going to have custody for your kid to be a failure, then you should have never even asked for custody. I don't even know why some people want full custody. To me, it's so weird. It's exhausting to raise kids. Why would you ever want full custody? Like, it's just so weird to me, right? I think half and half is cool. But even in the half and half, you guys can still decide how you do your half and half. And it's like, you know what? When that's your kid, whenever you want to see your kid, you have access to your kid. Whenever you want to see your kid, you have access. Like, people can just talk. But I'm telling you, boys need to be around their daddies. And just because you had a failed relationship, just because he lied to you, whatever, it's okay. I mean, it's not okay. But don't be bitter. You'll find somebody better. It's cool. But if you want to raise his son, let him raise his son. You're not like as long as your boy is successful, you're gonna be okay. You know what I mean? Like, we had a situation like with my dad had to go work because my dad was always out of the country anyway. So my dad had to, but he had a contract, like he got a promotion. So he had to leave the United States, and he was trying to leave my mom with my two brothers. I said, you're crazy, because we took them out of private school, put them into a public school. These two people went on a whole vacation, child. I mean, it was unbelievable. I said, what the heck? So I've been to that school. You know what I mean? I went to the school, so I knew what time it was. I said, no, we're going to withdraw. My brother's not going to stay here. And my dad was so upset. My brothers were upset, started yelling, cursing. All kinds of profane. Just one, though. Because Chrissy doesn't curse at people like that. But I told my dad, like, you're not going to be here. Right? And you can't let my mom raise two teenage sons like that. Like, it's not fair to her. Because if something happens, this is my dad. I'm cool with it. But as soon as something goes bad, he going to start cussing people. I'm like, because if they do something you don't like, you're not going to parent. You're going to start being on some African stuff, start cursing at people, yelling at people, saying all kinds of mean things to people. So to avoid the situation, put them in boarding school. And they found a military academy. My brothers went to a military academy. It's called Fort Union, right? They were kicking, yelling, screaming. I said, I don't care. Me, Marlene, like, I don't care. Listen, this is ridiculous, right? But they went there. And when I tell you they blossomed, because it was a structured environment. It was a lot of structure. And I think, like, for my brother Chris, it helped him a lot because my mom used to shelter him so much. She does that. Like, she does it to her brothers. She does it. Like, it was just too much. And when Chris went to Fort Union, like, he grew up a lot. He became more independent. He didn't have to cling on to his brother Kevin all the time. Like, it helped him for the rest of his life. And when my dad was done with that, I think they went there for a year or 2 years. When my dad was done with his stuff, then they came home, and then they went to Flint Hill, which is like this bougie private school, right? But then, like, they went to like these great universities, like, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, boys need structure. Boys need structure. And so if you can't do it as the mommy, if the father's not there, send them to like a boarding school. Send them kids to a military academy. They will train them on how to be men. Me, Marlene, I tell for as much as I love my kids, and like, maybe my way of thinking is kind of like crazy, because I am crazy anyways, but like me and my sons, like Stefan and James, I would send them to a boarding school in a heartbeat. Like, when they get to a certain age, I probably will do that. And I told James, like, you can raise them now, but when they turn to a certain age, they will go to a boarding school because they need to be men. I want them to be strong. Like me, I wasted time in college. They're not going to waste. They're going to go in there 18, be done at 22. Like some soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. I ain't got time for this. And I always say, like, and I tell James sometimes, like, you got to let James handle Stefan, because he needs to know how to demand respect from his little brother. And on top of that, you have to let them learn to live by themselves, because God forbid something happens to us. He needs to know how to take care of his younger sibling. You raise boys. You got to raise them. You don't sit there and just cuddle these people. No, one day your son could be like 6'9" in your house. What you going to do about that? What can you do? It's too late now. So I'm glad they whooped his ass.
Own tires.
I slashed all the tires and I thought that he was going to take off, and I didn't know how long it was going to take for the police to pull up. And I refused to let him pull off again.
Holding him there until Detroit police came.
You will never steal from me again.
Detroit police say officers responded 4 times to Bianca's 911 calls as she tracked the car using a web of social media tips. But when officers got there, the car was gone.
Oh my God. Yo, I see my car.
The thief so bold, he even made a pit stop at the strip mall where Bianca owns a boutique.
They was driving, they was having a good time. They was smoking. But yes, my car was very clean.
He even got the car detailed. Sources tell Fox 2 the thief, now in police custody, has a history of stealing cars since he was a teen.
You see?
You're just the dumbest criminal. That's all. Like, you're joyriding in my car. Like, wasn't nobody going to see you?
Reporting on Detroit's West Side, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
You see this? Lack of discipline. Lack of discipline. You see what I mean? Because he's been stealing cars, and this whole time he's been stealing cars, nobody ever whooped his behind. Nobody whooped his behind. Because I'm telling that little boy, he didn't just wake up one day and start stealing cars. He's been stealing money. He was probably stealing money from his mom's pocketbook. He was probably, when you go to their house, he probably stealing little stuff. He's been probably stealing from his cousin. He still had his uncle's house, his auntie's house. He's been out of order for a very long time, stealing stuff. You know what I mean? He just got, the car stuff is like his boldness just increasing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yes, Alana, they dragged him by his dread. And he was like this, like a little kid, right? Like the little rag dolls. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, this bad behavior, it's been happening. And his mom didn't correct that stuff. You know what I mean? Because nobody just wakes up and says, oh, I'm going to go steal a car. No, you've been stealing before. You steal from your mom's pocketbook. You steal from people. You lie. You steal. I bet you every time he goes to somebody's house, something goes missing. You know what I mean? And it's like you recognize that your son is a thief. Your son has a problem stealing. Send him to his father. And his father can't handle him. Send him to boarding school where they're going to handle him. They're going to take that thieving spirit out of him. You know it's a spirit, right? You know it's a spirit, right? And where there is the blood of Jesus, where there is the name of Jesus, and where there is some discipline, all demons will come out. Don't play with me. All demons will come out. Meanwhile, play with me. I will send you to boarding school, not even pick up the phone. I'm crazy. I don't let children like manipulate me. Like some people being so in love with their kids. It's not me. I'm not that kind of woman. People be so in love with their kids. You can't talk to their kids. You can't discipline their kids. You can't like I don't know. Like oh, don't hit my kid. You shouldn't hit my kid. No, me. If let's say we're in a family setting, if my kid disrespect anybody, smack him in the mouth. They're gonna know not to do it again. Don't wait for me to be here. Handle their ass. Oh yes, ma'am. This is some rubbish. Respect your elders. Because if you wasn't running your mouth, they would have popped you in the mouth. People like good kids. People like kids who are raised well. So if you're raised well and you're polite, nobody in the family gonna pop you in the mouth. But if they popped you, you were out of order. So why were you out of order? You know what I mean? Why were you out of order? You know? Why were you out of order? So that's the thing. Like, ladies, I'm telling you, you mean well. You love your kids. But love ain't enough. Discipline is everything. Honor is everything. Duty is everything. And since you're not going to have it in you to enforce it, then guess what? Go to your daddy. Boys should not be around you getting your makeup done all the time. You be naked all the time. You in your underwear all the time. I see ladies raising their kids and they're like half naked. I'm like, how is this healthy? You have a son to raise, sis. Send him to his daddy. What is this? Like, why is your son with you naked, your friends naked, bunch of butt cheeks everywhere? Like, what is this? Like, what's happening here? This is crazy. You don't have what it takes. But you just want to have the kids be like, oh, I'm raising my son. But how exactly are you raising your son? Because then eventually he's going to be a menace to society. Don't do that. You're going to have a son out here who thinks that, oh, when you date a woman, she's supposed to do everything for him because that's what his mom did. No, that's toxic. Don't make your son other people's problem. Can you see that? Like, it's like the closer I get, the blurrier it gets. It's like yellow. It's like with negative spaces. You know what I'm saying? And oh, mommy, no. You're going to be okay. They cry. They're going to be okay. When have you ever seen tears kill anybody? When have you ever heard somebody cry so much they died? Where? You know what I mean? When have you ever heard that? When have you? Nobody said, "Oh, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna die." Oh, he cried so much he died. No, people get tired. People eventually, like, you know what? I'm tired. I can't cry no more like this. My head hurts. You gonna stop crying? You gonna be okay? It's life, and boys have to learn how to cope with life. Life is hard, and they're gonna be men, and they're gonna be black men. So they need to learn to toughen up. Life is going to be hard because it's like when something happens in your household, you can't cry. Because if you cry, who's your wife supposed to cry with? You know what I mean? You, the man, you don't cry. It's sad to say, but it is what it is. Your life ain't easy. You know what I mean? You didn't ask for your gender, but it is what it is, right? But it's like the wife should cry on your shoulder, not you crying to your wife. What is this? What is this messery? What is this messery and this dancery? Like, what's happening here? Y'all, would you have any respect? Would you have any respect if you saw a grown man crying? Like, huh? Like, let's say, like, bills are due. He's like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm going to pay these bills. Would you respect the man who cried? You're crying? What is this? Can you imagine? When you think about how you have to go through labor and push a whole baby out your body like a gangster, and you got to see him crying because he has pressure in the workplace. If this fool don't stop, you would never respect a person like that. I know I wouldn't. Don't cry in front of me. What the heck is this? What? What is this? But this is what you have out here today. Bunch of boys who are full of excuses. Oh, thank you, Ace. Well, you're asking for too much. Go watch Kevin Samuel's channel. Paul said there's nothing wrong with a man that cries. Paul, there's a time and place for a man to cry. You hear me? Of course, men have feelings too. Like, if you lose your mom, you're going to cry. That's really painful. And nobody's going to feel bad. Nobody's going to shame you because you're losing your mom and you're crying, right? Losing your dad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, losing people, yes, that stuff is real. But you legitimately have men out here, Paul, who cry about having to be head of household. Like, this cannot be serious, Paul. No. You have men out here who cry about having to pay bills. This is ridiculous. You have men who cry about having to pay child support. This is crazy. You have men who cry because you're telling him to go back to school and to increase his education that he can make more money. Oh, this is so hard. What the heck? You have men who crumble at responsibility. You have men who cry. There are men out here. As soon as there's a little bit of pressure, Paul, they crumble like graham cookies. What am I supposed to do with this? Now, this is crazy. Like, as females, like, we're supposed to be the emotional one. Oh my gosh, my tire, my life is over. Oh my gosh, my nail broke. My life is over. Like, we're supposed to do that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh, my phone bill, my life is over. Right? But I'm like, a man is supposed to be cool, calm, and collected. Like, you know what? We're going to figure this out. You know what I mean? Like, when everybody in the house is crying, the kids are crying, the wife is crying, the father, he's supposed to be the one like, we're going to be okay. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able, people, your wife, your children, you know, the people that you lead as a man, they should be able to look into your eyes and see safety and see, like, peace. Like, you know what? If daddy said we're going to be okay, we're going to be okay. Right? If daddy said we're going to make it, we're going to make it. If daddy says, like, you know, everything's going to get better, it's going to get better. Like, daddy's supposed to be the one who makes everybody feel safe in the house. Like, you give people reassurance. You know what I mean? So that when your kids look into your eyes, even when you know you ain't got no money, but you tell those kids we're going to be okay. They're like, okay, daddy, okay, daddy, okay. You're like, damn, how we going to do it? You know what I'm saying? But you don't let your family see it, though. But we know you're scared, too. But it's like there's a certain presence about you. When you say things, people believe you. Oh, daddy said we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Right? No, but these guys out here, they panic. Oh my gosh. Oh, how am I going to pay for this? I don't know. You don't know. What you mean you don't know? What the heck is this? You can't think of something. You can't call people up. Like, you can't build something real quick. Are you kidding me right now? Like, is this a joke? Is this a joke? How these black girls are doing it and you a whole man, you tell me you can't do it. This is ridiculous. You tell these men to be providers, they freak out. They run to Kevin Samuels. They start crying. Oh my gosh, can you believe she's asking me to make six figures? As if six figures is like $1 billion. It's like it's not even that much money. It's not even that much money. Oh my gosh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, tell her she's asking for too much. Oh, Kevin, tell her she's a wench. Oh, Kevin, tell her if she keeps asking me to do all this, she's going to die alone. Like, what is this? What is this? What am I looking at here? What is this crap? You know what I mean? And it's like, and most of them, they were raised by single moms. And they're so used to a woman figuring everything out, that as soon as you start asking these men to start figuring things out, you're a mean black witch. You are black witch. You are black witch. You're going to die alone. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is really crazy. This is insane. Because they're not raised to expect pressure. They're not raised to like be okay with. A lot of black boys are not raised to deal with pressure. You know what I mean? Mediocrity Olympics. I see it all the time. They're encouraged to not they are encouraged to be subpar. As long as you're cute, you dress nice, got a cute little car, and you can play basketball, you think you have it. This is insane. This is insane. I went to school here. I grew up here. I'm telling you. It's like mediocrity Olympics. Just always want to just get by like a pulse. A freak heart attack. What's happening? You know what I mean? It's like you have to be okay with pressure. And that's why you got to push your kids to take like AP classes and honors classes, advanced classes, that they can learn to cope with pressure. So when they go to college, it's nothing to them because they're used to that. Today in America, when you try to give people pressure, oh my gosh, you're mean. Oh, you're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. And that's why America is going down the drain and China going to take over, because these Chinese people, they thrive in pressure. They thrive in pressure. They're not afraid of pressure. Like, yeah, bring that shit on. King Kong. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you're a man for. You should never run away from pressure. Like this morning when I was talking to Lacey, right, her husband, Andre, right? Shout out to Andre. Andre had a test to take this morning, so they had to leave the house so he could take the test because he's trying to get another certification for his work. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, you see, he's doing more so he can make more. I'm sure he had to study nice. Like, she's like, oh, how long is the test going to take? He said an hour and a half. So he's going to take a test on a Saturday morning. I'm sure there's other stuff he wants to do, but he can't because he got to take the test. Right? Because the test, if he passes it, it's going to help him to make more money so he can take better care of his family. That's what you have to do when you're a man. You don't get satisfied with just 1 degree, 2 degrees. You got to keep doing more. You don't stop. A man should never get tired of providing. A man should never get tired of, you know what I mean? A man should never get tired of providing. A man should never get tired of being creative. A man should never get tired of doing what it takes to make sure that your family is better, your kids are living better, and your grandkids gonna live better. That's the job of a man. You gotta take the heat. That's what God made you so big. You know what I'm saying? But you big like this and you hiding behind a woman, that don't make no sense. Why are you this big then? And then you got this little woman, she's like this petite. She's the one taking all the stress in the household. Why? Things are out of order. You guys, I'm gonna do a whole video about things are out of order. Things are absolutely out of order. You're the man. You know what I mean? Like, it should, even I'm not even trying to be offensive, right? But the fact that in America, Black women are more likely to go to college, Black women are more likely to be educated, Black men should be upset. Gang, gang. You know what I mean? Like, Black men should be upset. Like, nah, I'll be damned if my woman got more education than me. Competition is good for the soul. They're like, oh, but instead of competing, you be like, oh, well, your degree don't mean nothing. Shut up. Because if you had the degree, you'd be out here boasting too, so be quiet. Okay? Things are out of order. Because the Black man should feel like, oh, gang, game is on. Let's show these girls who the boss is. Like you would think, right, that the number of Black girls going to school is so high that it would wake these Black men up. Like, I'll be damned if a Black woman is more educated than me. I'll be damned if my woman got more degrees than me. Like, that's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Competition good for the soul. Competition is good. Like, Michael Jordan had to lose for him to want to win. It's good. It's really good. But today, you got a bunch of Black men who are complacent. Oh, okay, fine. You do it so you can make more money than me. Okay, fine. You be head of household, and I'm going to chill in the cut. No, you can't be chilling no damn cut. There ain't no cut for you. You're the man. You're the daddy. Go in front. Me, Marlene, if there's ever something happening, James is going to open the door. I don't open the door out here. You guys, I never open the door. You can ask James. Even my kids open it. I don't open the door. I don't know who's out there. I don't open the door. I'm a woman. What if there's war outside? I'm not made for this. The only time I open the door is when I want to go outside. People knock the door, ring the doorbell. I don't open. I'm a woman. I'm upstairs. I'm always upstairs, by the way. Yes, I'm protected. And the man's is downstairs. Okay? Yes. Yeah. I don't open the door. James is 6'7". If something happens, he can defend himself. I can't. I'm like 5'9". What I look like? No, I'm too cute. Oh, throw his ass out. But the thing about, I'm not trying to be Trini. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Please don't come for me. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be mean because you know I love you. You're my sis. I love you. But one thing I've noticed about West Indian women, y'all love to take care of men. I don't know. Y'all love to be like, you ladies love to act like you're back on the plantation where you got to take care of these men. You know what I mean? You're not, that's one thing I've noticed about West Indian women. You tend to be with a bunch of deadbeats. You tend to marry deadbeats. You tend to have kids with deadbeat people because y'all got the same culture and you speak all this Creole patois in the house. Baby, you can watch Creole on YouTube. It ain't got to be that deep. It ain't got to be your problem. If you want a little bit of patois, some Creole, turn on your YouTube, have a little kiki, and turn it off. Okay? But it's like, let me tell you something. I've noticed that a lot. And then like the West Indian mom, she does everything in the house. She does everything in the house. She pays all the bills. She takes the kids to school. She pays the school fees. And the man is in the house. He drinks his rum, watches TV, goes out with his friends, play the card. Me, Marlene, I wish my man would go to sleep. Hey, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. This is out of order. This is just out of order. This is out of order. Because they light skin or whatever, they got nice hair. Throw his ass out. Throw his ass out. Baby, no. Life is beautiful, man. Life is too beautiful. Okay? You are a woman. That's why I tell you guys all the time. You are a woman. You are meant to be taken care of. Don't never take care of a man. Because then you put things out of order. He said, uh-oh. Antisocial saying, uh-oh. YouTube algorithm can be keeping me in the loop. You're so silly. What's up? You know what I mean? But I've noticed that a lot with West Indian women. That they like to date bums. I don't know why. Like they can't do nothing for you. Like you're not on the island anymore. You're not a slave anymore. This is not plantation time anymore. You are free to date other people. And yes, sometimes you will miss your culture, but then you can turn on YouTube, okay? You can find people on social media and kiki a little bit, but it's like you are meant to be taken care of. And when you take care of a man, my baby, like one day you are going to be resentful. And that's the part that's actually scary. Because you do it. But the day your crazy goes up to the last floor and your resentfulness goes up to the last floor and you can't take no more, the woman that you'll become, even I'm scared for you. Because there's nothing scarier than a resentful woman. It is a scary thing. Even you will scare yourself. And he's going to be scared of you. Like everybody's going to be scared of you. Because you are going to be resentful. It's horrible when a woman becomes resentful. When you feel like, why did I do all this for this man? It is horrible. It's horrible. Don't do it to yourself and don't do it to him. You see what I mean? Because resentment is real. And once it goes all the way up to the penthouse, there's no coming back from that. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not saying that a woman should not take care of her man, but it's like some men are dependent. Like if you have a man who's a great provider, you should take care of him because he deserves it. Like he's a great provider and he's stressed out. Nobody's going to have an issue with that. What we're talking is about them lazy man. What we're talking about is them mediocrity Olympics kind of man. What we're talking about is like them heart attack kind of man, like it's just like an even line like this. These people we're talking about, they don't deserve to be taken care of. And I keep telling y'all this. I said a man who is broke does not deserve no okay? I told y'all a man who's not ambitious does not deserve commitment. A man who's not trying to grow himself does not deserve loyalty. Y'all don't listen to me. Y'all don't listen to me. You know, people think I'm so mean. I'm like, I'm not mean. I don't have time for foolishness. Life is short, sis. Life is short. You could die tomorrow. You could die tomorrow. Would you really want to be dead and go to heaven and God be like, oh, this is the man I had in store for you. This is the wedding I had in store for you. That's the like, dang, how come it never happened? God be like, because you had this bum up in your space. You got to evict bums. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm trying not to cuss because Lacey's with her daughter, right? So I'm trying not to cuss like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like things have to be in order. And it's like, in this like new generation, advanced generation, whatever this generation is, like so many things are out of order. Because everybody wants to be progressive, feminist, whatever these weird terms are. No, be old, certain things, tradition. It has worked for thousands of years. You people are not going to come change stuff now with your little 5 years of college degree, okay? It's like tradition is tradition, and tradition is there for a reason. Certain things can be out of order. Because it's not fair to put a woman in a man's role like that. It is not fair. It is exhausting. It is exhausting. It is draining. And you will become resentful. And once you become resentful, the disease that you're going to have, the emotional diseases that you're going to have, the physical disease that you're going to have, it's not worth it. It's not, you're going to be a really mean person. You're going to be a mean person. You're going to snap at everybody. You're going to yell at everybody, scream at everybody. It's like, what the heck is wrong with you, girl? You need to go get your stuff fixed. Go get yourself fixed. But you're dying on the inside because you are denying yourself and trying to be a man when you're supposed to be the woman. Woman, woke woman, go to sleep, okay? Let a man be a man. You know what I'm saying? But like, you can't be so afraid of loneliness that you got a whole dead weight in the house. This can't be me. I can't do it. I sure cannot. I can't. I don't know what it is to have a man who I don't know what it is because I can do it. Okay, I sure can't do it, and if I can't do it, then you can also do it. He said, "But woman, make sure that you're aware of being taken care of." Well, listen, if you want to sleep with her, if you like, that's the other thing too. When you say things like, "Oh, but woman, make sure that you're worthy of being taken care of," right? My thing is though, if you don't think that she's worthy of being taken care of, don't put your dingling in her thingy, right? Don't have intercourse with her. You know what I mean? Because y'all be like, oh, you have no standard for who you have intercourse with, right? But when it comes to stepping up and being a man, now you got requirements on who somebody should be to be a woman. Nah. Have requirements when it comes to who you lay down with also, man. Okay? So that's it. You, man, need to have a requirement with who you lay down with. You see? She said, I went to Foot Locker and it was this young lady buying shoes. Almost $400 for her boyfriend. You see this? Foolishness. Your body, your choice. Exactly. So it's like you also gotta like when you're a man also have standards for who you smash, right? But you guys will smash anything and then say, well, if you want me to take care of you, you should be at this level. Well, if you want another thing too, you should also be at this level too. Don't just put your stuff in just anything. What the heck? You know what I mean? So it's like, that's the thing. But I'm being very serious. Like, let somebody go. You know what I mean? Let somebody go. Like, listen, if you understand that this person is just happy, he is just getting by, he's okay with whatever, and you know that you're very ambitious, you're not going to work. Because he's also going to resent you for being ambitious. Oh, you're trying to be better than me. Oh, you're trying to embarrass me. You're trying to emasculate me. You know what I mean? I know you're not a lesbian. I know you're a man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he will resent you. If you are a woman and you're very ambitious and you are with a man who's mediocre, with a man who's just happy, just getting by, he will hate your guts. You understand what I'm trying to say? He will hate your guts. Okay? He will do everything in his power to make you feel like there's something wrong with you. That you don't, like, you're trying to emasculate him. You're trying to compete with him. You're just trying to do this. Like, he's going to make you think that you even do witchcraft against his own, you know what I mean? Oh, you're the reason why I'm not successful. Like, baby, listen. That's why a man, I'm not trying to be funny. Even going back to the Tabitha situation, but I'm not trying to be funny, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? But this is why a man should always try his best to make more than his woman. For his own respect, for his own psyche, for his own mental peace. Okay? Because a lot of men, especially black men, have a harder time when their women make more than them. It's like they become very, very, very aggressive. They become very aggressive. They become very possessive. They become very dominating. Like, it's very, very, very toxic. It is toxic. You know what I mean? So if you are a very ambitious woman, you should not be with somebody who is just a heartbeat, like, you know what I mean? Like that. It ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. And you're not doing yourself any favors. You're not doing him any favor by dragging this relationship any further. It is not going to work. You have to let him go. And it's best for you to let him go before he drops. Because the thing is, if you got a whole bum who dumps you, well, that stuff hurts, girl. I'm like, who? What? Yes, girl. Okay? Because y'all be gassing people up out here. And so it's better for you to let go of a bum before the bum dumps you and moves on with another girl with your money. Okay? Just gonna tell you. Okay? Gonna tell you. So when you know that something is not gonna go any further, just cut it off. Like, what's the problem? Let him go. Because it's not gonna get any better. And when you have kids, it's not gonna get any better. Because he will weaponize your children against you. And he'll say things to the kids about you to make the kids hate your guts. Oh, you see, mommy's not here yet because she has to work. She always doesn't come home. She doesn't care about y'all. You see what I'm saying? That's how they be. Trust me. I'll tell you these people, man. So early on, if you're not married, you don't have any kids with someone, and you realize that this person is a bum, run. Like, you know what? I take the L. Don't even be mad at it. You know, I should know better. Don't get mad. Don't get bitter. Take your L. Move on. Like, you know what? It's not you. It's me. I got to go. You know what I mean? And you're going to find you somebody better. You hear me? You're going to find you something better. Men are very jealous. You know what I mean? You see? He said, oh, I agree to an extent. Yeah, whatever. But men are not jealous per se. They don't like women who use their education and career to emasculate them. But how can somebody use their education to emasculate you? School is open. Anybody can go apply. Go apply and get your education. Right? But women like weak men because they're easy to control. I don't think women like weak men at all. You know what I mean? But my thing is, like, you are also able to get an education. So can nobody emasculate you unless you choose to be emasculated, right? Because whatever kind of paper she got, you can get the same paperwork. But you don't want to. A lot of these black men out here don't want to. They're status quo. And that's what I've noticed. Like, they're not competitive. They are very, very status quo. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense, because how can you as a whole, as an entire gender, allow your females to be more educated than you? You know what I mean? You don't know what you are at this point. Okay? She said her sons grew up with two parents, but after they separated, the grown boys rely heavily on their mom. She literally bought her first son a house. Like, why? Let him work. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's my thing. It's like, it's status quo. Like, these are people who are not competitive. But my thing is, like, you can go to school. You can get more education. Nothing is stopping you. As long as you're courageous, you know what I mean? As long as you have it in you. She says, so I read a few paragraphs from the Nordstrom partner contract, and don't do it. I told you. These people, they're dangerous. Retail is dangerous business. I told you this. I told you. Right? So it's like, what is it called? I'm going to say something, right? So it's like you're able to also go to school and get your education. Nobody's stopping you. But you're not going to do it because you're lazy. And that's what I'm noticing here. Like, when I see all these dudes like a Kevin Samuel acting like, oh, 6 figures, I'm like, we're talking about 6 figures here. Like, it's not the end of the world. Okay? $100,000 with all this inflation going on, you should want to make 6 figures. Not even for a woman, for yourself. Okay? It is not that hard. Going to school, getting a master's degree, it's only 2 years. What is 2 years in the life of a human being? If you die at 80, what is 2 years out of being 80? Like, what, 0.0004%? Okay. Oh my gosh. How you gonna make it? Okay. Like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's telling you not to go to college. You so damn stupid. I'm not even gonna read this shit out. I'm not even gonna read this out loud. People can read it for themselves, right? But it's like, you don't challenge yourselves. You know what I mean? You know, well, I definitely think like a woman should get the man to help her raise her sons. I definitely do, because listen, You know, we can be enablers. We can seriously be enablers. And you have to tell the truth sometimes. And it's like you have to let the man raise the kid. Because we as women, we can really be enablers. We truly can enable our sons, and it's very, very toxic. It is very toxic. And now you're creating toxic men. You're creating toxic masculinity. You're creating very weak, dependent masculinity, right? She said, wow, 40% to Nordstrom. Okay. 45-day account receivables and return chargeback. To be fair, Rich told me most never take the standard contract, but most people don't even know that they can, like, that they can negotiate a contract, right? Mm-hmm. Yep, I told you, baby. I told you. I said it's a very toxic. So it's like your pockets need to be super, super deep before you go onto Nordstrom, right? Like before you do any retail, like you need to have very, very deep pockets, you know? He said black women brag about being the most educated, but black boys have the lowest reading levels. Women can make boys into men, give their kids to their father. That I agree with you about that part. I do. So I'm not going to argue with you. I don't argue with stuff that makes sense. I really don't. You know, I feel like at a certain age, if you are separated at a certain age, even if you do have full custody, even if you have primary custody, I do think that at a certain age, you should allow the son to go live with his daddy. And if that doesn't work, take him to boarding school, like a military boarding school. I do that. I agree with that. Like me, because he might like, I have 2 sons. I couldn't raise them by myself. No. Thank God for James, because they need a father, like they do. Because me, I'm like, oh, baby James, bisou, my baby bisou. That's all I do. Like I'm so extra, like, you know. Oh, Stefan, I love you. Like, I love you, mommy. I love you too. I love you more. You know, like, you know, even me, like if it was up to me, I even have him in the bed. Yes, yeah. James is the one who yanked all my babies out the bed. So I know I'm up to no good. Like I serve no purpose. Like I really, like, I'm too much. Like I'm just too much. Like it wouldn't be good for them. The dad don't want, some dads don't want their kids, but some dads do. Some dads do. You know, and so if the father wants his son, he can have him. Bye. Go see your daddy. You gonna be okay. You know what I mean? Y'all can just agree. And I think, like, if you guys, like, if people can put their pettiness aside, if people can put their pettiness aside, if people can put their bitterness and trying to be vindictive and you hurt me, like if people can really forgive and handle the custody issue on a mature level, about this is not about me or you or like what you promised me, that this is really about the child, right? So we're going to do this together. Teamwork, right? Teamwork. And be respectful, be kind, be, you know, I encourage you, I trust you. Oh, I encourage you, I trust you. You know what I mean? Like that child will really thrive. Like, because they know, like, your mommy and daddy might not be together, but they're, when it comes to raising me, they're a team. So if I try it, it's going to be a problem. Does that make sense? Like teamwork. The marriage could fail, the relationship could fail, whatever. But it's like, you really need to be a team when it comes to raising these kids, because if your son isn't, if something happens to that boy, both of you are going to be sad. You're going to be really sad. If your son is incarcerated, you're both going to cry. If your son doesn't make, you are all going to cry. So it's like, you got to look at the bigger picture sometime. And it's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than us. Like, you got to make sure these boys are successful, because they have a lot of stuff that they're going to have to fight for. Hey, what's up? You know? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Be adults about it. Like, be grown, right? Like, yeah, it would have been nice if it had worked, but it didn't work out. But you still have a chance to do something amazing, which is raising a beautiful son, right? An awesome young man. You need something? Okay. What?
Are you talking about me or something?
No, I'm not talking about you. We're talking about, well, kind of, but not really. Like, not specifically.
Why'd you get all quiet when I started walking through here?
No, I was asking if you needed something.
You do know I live here, right?
I know you live.
You're
No, I
my
was just.
son. So, like, when I walk around, y'all stop what you're doing and freeze. Are you doing something wrong?
You're so
Are
crazy.
you talking about me?
Nobody's talking about. I'm not talking bad about you, but I did talk about you, though.
Oh, exactly. That's why you felt guilty. I can see it in your eyes.
No, I didn't say anything bad. You can ask him. I didn't say anything bad about you. What the heck? What in the world? I didn't say anything bad about you, though.
Double back to you. I'm out.
I didn't say anything bad about you, though. What the heck? Did I say anything bad about him? Child, the delusion out here, y'all. Oh, you guys, guess what? Guess what? Tonight, there's Married to Medicine. No, ooh, child, my bad. Tonight there's Marriage Huntsville. You guys, nothing bad. Yeah. Tonight there's Marriage Huntsville. Child, they're coming back. Did y'all see the preview? Did y'all see the preview? Hold on. I didn't know the other girl is going through a divorce also. I'm like, what is going on here? You guys, this show, I've been watching this show since it started. Hold on, let me do this. It's coming back. Martell is coming back, y'all. Martell and his toxicity.
So how are you in Livin?
No, that's in God's hands at this point.
Yeah.
I can only do so much work by myself.
I mean, everything's in God's hands too, but you know, we come down
No
to
but.
us. It comes to
No
us to put the work in, though. You know
Absolutely.
what I'm saying?
Because did you put the work in and make yours?
I did. A long time. You know, we was married for what, 12 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
But-
I'm sorry, but that was a lot of work.
12 years is a lot of work, but
Yeah.
it's a lot of work to balance two relationships too.
See, that's why y'all is getting a damn divorce right now because of your
Wow.
mouth. You know what I'm saying? And that's why Mel and I got a divorce because of her mouth. Y'all too much alike.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. You know
Yeah,
what
we're
I'm
just
saying?
too much women for y'all.
No, it ain't that. That
Yeah,
ain't a good
because if you
thing.
can't handle a mouth, what I mean, really? I'm
No
speaking
man
my
want a
opinion.
mouth like that.
I'm speaking my opinion as you're speaking yours, and you can't handle it.
I feel that these women need to allow men to be men and women just to be women. Because if not, the women, they going to end up alone. Because only man that they will end up getting is a weak man. Period.
I've been very respectful, and you've been trying it. You
Whatever.
about to get a stiletto in your forehead.
This Martell, child. I can't. Now here's
How are
Marshall.
you related to the family again?
I'm a cousin.
Okay,
That's blood cousin.
Blood,
Yeah,
yeah,
what
blood.
was his
Okay.
agreement? Let's
what's
hear.
the-
I have raised your wife.
Okay, word.
When we was on the other side of the track and
Oh, yeah, that too.
Oh,
That's the-
that's what we're talking about. Oh, no, see,
What we're not trying to have me to joke. This Tisha coming from a brother, you know, and that's my sister, man. You know,
well, y'all may have been
respect
raised.
for you, but
Well, y'all may have
that
been
kind
raised.
of me up, though.
Well, you gotta listen to the end of it, all right?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for what you heard, but at the end of the day,
Yeah, tell
when
me.
I said other side of the tracks, I can tell you right now, maybe you guys were raised in the projects. Sometimes we were homeless. So when we came to the other side of the tracks, I was on the worst side. Oh yeah. Are we done with the checking?
but you know what? And the Moors need to be around each other because she got.
I agree, bro. Y'all
But
definitely-
even so,
you know,
Marcel,
and I-
you know
I-
that
I-
Tisha
I got
very
really-
sensitive from
but you
her.
did
I
right
don't
though.
say that to say. You just got
Just when you thought there was no Miss Wanda, here's her presence. Wanda's Millions.
You guys, I kid you not. So we have Marriage Huntsville tonight. Yeah, it's coming back tonight, y'all. We're gonna watch this stuff. Let's look at this one. Yo, this is my show. They so crazy. I love Miss Wanda.
This season on Love and Marriage Huntsville.
I think we probably need assistance in how we parent. Financially, I'm not doing as good. I've been what we call stuck.
But you don't get to stop because you have now 5 children.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's the truth.
We're talking about the 4 children that you and I have.
You got 5.
Stop! I don't want to talk about that at all. So stop doing it. I'm serious, okay?
You got what you want. You want to buy kids.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Did you get a DNA test?
Let's stop talking about Martell Holtz business all the time because everybody got something going on.
tell me about the rumor, man. So you got a baby out here.
I forgive you yet, outside time. Yes.
I would divorce you and take back everything you have.
It's a choice versus obligation. Do I want to stay in this kid's life or do I want to keep it moving?
I don't. I for sure knew LeBaron. And then I met you. I said, "Oh, didn't I see you yesterday? Your outfit yesterday was so cute." You were like, "That wasn't me."
Oh, who was it?
I don't know. I still don't know who it was.
I got a problem with Miss Melody Hope because she brought this lady, Tiffany.
Monster was vaping in the bathroom.
Listen, she said monster vaping. Why you got all this stuff in your room? Put it in the dishwasher.
So that's messy already.
I'm not Malia Milani Mariah
And I
or
feel like-
Martell.
Okay, you're
And
kind
I
of
felt
elevating
like
your voice a
I
little bit,
am
Jasmine. You don't
because
have to be aggressive with me. You don't
This
have
is
to
the
be
side
aggressive.
that you haven't met. And
Then
this
I
is
put
what I
aside
want
women
you
and
to
I
do.
don't want to go there.
It's your
So
choice.
calm
It's your
down.
choice. It's
But
not
don't
even on a
okay,
level yet.
I don't see. I hear it.
Talking
I
and tell
don't
me
go
what
by what I hear. I don't go by what I hear. I go by only what I see.
Can you tell me what you see?
A lot of
Then say it.
You jumped up and started hitting on the table like, shut the fuck up.
Really?
I know you.
I think it's disrespectful, period. And it's never come out of my mouth to
to a human being. Martell, I'm gonna knock you upside your head. Everybody needs to stay in their lane.
Aside from excuses, what would you give yourself? Like, aside from excuses, do you plan on building up 47 acres? Why would you go to Miller? Your ass ain't never built a house. Bye.
Oh, I built houses, Martell, home. This girl in the red dress, and I had to go snatch you up. We just haven't been as connected. I feel like, I'm just getting ignored.
He knows I can appreciate another woman.
So you would have a threesome?
If you call Maurice, he give you a name.
I shot my video the other day.
That book, go ahead.
That's rude as hell.
Don't mention that you shot a video about a song about your ex-husband. They got 4 kids together.
Just about you.
You and my kids were in the house singing that motherfucking song 2 years ago. Shut up. Let's just take a break for a second. You clean though.
Livin Mirrors Huntsville. Season premieres Saturday, July 17th at 9/8 Central.
Oh, y'all, it's about to be lit. So it's tonight, July 17th. So tonight we get to watch it. If they didn't flag it, we could actually watch it all together as a family. But, you know, they probably gonna try to flag us, yeah, for copyrights. But, yeah. That's Kira from Ready to Love. I don't know. But that show, Ready to Love, is so stupid. Have you guys seen that show, Ready to Love? Like, the people actually go on dates with other people? Hold on. Have you seen this stuff? Yeah, this thing is all over the place, right? These people go on dates with other people. No, it's not Ready to Love. What's the other show? It's on OWN. It's like a show you go on there to like fix your relationship. And the people actually, yeah, this stuff right here. These dudes actually go on dates with other people. I couldn't believe it.
He was like, you want to know about the first one?
I couldn't believe
Took
it.
me a minute to
They go on
realize.
dates, like right in front of other people. They go on dates with other people.
So,
I was like, what exactly am I
Eric
watching?
and Jessica, talk to me about what
This
you
guy
discussed.
right here, he ain't.
Where
he
the
ain't-
lack of communication come in with us. We need to have those sit down conversations, especially like after we get into it. We skip the resolve and then do what we do and then act like nothing ain't happened.
So when do you want
This pretty
ever
girl
get to
is putting
practice
herself through hell.
resolving conflict?
That's what we need to work on. I don't like putting my problems on people a lot of the time. 80% of people don't even want to hear your problems.
Is she 80% of the
Yeah,
people?
sometimes I feel like she one of those 80.
wow.
What,
You know
what
what I
makes
mean?
you
Like-
say that?
Because sometimes when it has no resolution.
I give you advice on what I think you should do in whatever situation you're talking
Well,
about.
what I'm saying is like most of the things that you give me already been unthought about. You know what I'm saying?
So you, so you feel like because you've thought about that, it doesn't matter? Or-
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter what you say. It just, if it don't give me nothing different, I just feel like, you know, it was just useless.
That actually hurt my feelings a little bit because I be serious when I give him advice. If we don't know how to talk to each other and hash things out like adults, then we're not going to make it very far. So you feel like there's no need to talk to me.
No, I'm not feeling that way. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's what you just made up.
Like this guy is so. What show is this? This put a ring on it. Yeah, that's the name of it, right? When I tell you, this guy is so condescending. They actually went on dates with other people, like in front of people. Look at this fool.
This process is not gonna work if you lie too much.
No, you're lying.
You're a liar,
So you need
man.
to listen to
You
what
just
you're
got on here
saying.
and lied to this lady.
No. I didn't even know what we were going to talk about today.
When I
Y'all
tell you, this
started
is a has
the minute
been.
I sat in the
This
seat.
dude right here, this pretty girl. Here goes another pretty black woman. I'm so confused. This is another pretty black girl who is dating a has-been. He's a one-hit wonder. Like, he used to have the song "Sitting Tired of Being Lonely." Every night come around and was out with his homies. I want to know what it feels to be in love, to be in love. I'm sick of being lonely. Every night come around and goes out with his homies, right? And they had a song with Lil Sierra or whatever, like that. Every other night, I want to see you up at night. That song, So that's it. That's all I don't know if he has education. What else does he have to his name, right? He has the audacity Like, you see, and the thing is, let me tell you something. I can't even be mad at this kind of fool, because if you take a bum and a fool and you make him feel like he's an emperor and he treats you like Geneva, well, that's what you deserve. Okay? Because I don't understand how you this pretty, you this beautiful, you're that educated, and you go and you get field mob. You go and you get with a man who has nothing to offer you. And then you reduce yourself, you invest in him so that you can like hype up his ego, that you can inflate his manhood when honestly there is none. And now this is how he's going to talk to you, because you gassed him up. You gassed him up. That's why you should never practice charity with homeless man. Well, I tell you, homeless peen does not deserve loyalty. You know what I mean? A man who's homeless, leave him out there on the curb, sis. Leave him where you met him. But no, y'all want to take these homeless people and bring them into your home, and you want to inflate their manhood. You let them drive your car. You lie about how much you make so you can feel better about yourself, and your friends don't question you too much, right? You pretend all kinds of stuff so you can make him feel good in his manhood. Now you've done built a fake emperor with no, I can't even do this. Can't do this.
It was off to the races, and Mr. Darian, you started the conversation.
Lord,
I'm trying to understand the basic foundation.
What
you all are doing on the couch, you have mastered it. So what's the root?
She wants to get married, and I'm not doing it when she wants me to, and that's what.
Then why are you here?
All my friends are getting married, and I don't have kids. He has 3 kids. I don't have any. You know, I'm
Girl,
34
run.
in this big ass house with just him. So when I started talking about kids, sometimes I feel like stuff is blown out of proportion to run away from talking about marriage.
And everything was fine.
He doesn't want to marry you.
Having new conversations, tough conversations.
Yeah. My biggest issue with Darian is I want the ring, I want the kids, I want the family. And for me, that has to be within 2 years. He has 3 kids and 2 baby mothers in that time frame of 14 years, and I'm not trying to be them. And the fact that he had them with someone else, it bothers me.
Then why are you still
Let me tell you
there?
something interesting about what I noticed. When I walked in, you were already on 1,000. So she's on 1,000 like you?
It's her way that she's on 1,000. Like, when you say something, it's a bark back.
Well, if it's a bark back, that means there was a bark first.
Mm.
Is there any truth to what she's saying, Mr. Darian?
You don't want her.
More kids.
You want kids. Okay.
Expressed it. Yeah, I had one from them. I haven't had one from you. So, you know,
Look at
yeah, we could have a kid.
They just want to get everybody pregnant.
On top of these problems
These people are
Let's
dangerous.
fix these situations we got so we can move to that level. But right now, you're not marriage material. In the future for me and Lex, I see the ring that she desires, and I see kids, but I've seen with my own eyes that title and that ring destroy people. I don't want to rush it.
Do you hear what he said?
I know you guys have been together.
Hold up, wait a minute. Did you hear what this dude said? He said, oh, the ring and the title destroys people. Kind of like she doesn't deserve it. Like, I'm going to keep you this way so I can control you better, because if I elevate you to wife status, it's going to destroy you. Did you hear what he said? So baby mama them is not going to destroy her. But you putting her as a wife will destroy her. These people like this, they're dangerous. They are dangerous. And I'm like, and I understand why she's there, because her self-esteem is so jacked up. This man has jacked her self-esteem up so bad. The girl can't move. She's stuck. She is stuck. She's parked up pee. There's no more gasoline in the tank. She's stuck. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is horrible. Oh my gosh. I don't see how when you can be so pretty and you don't have no self-esteem. This is what's gonna do to you. That's why some people, you should never engage with them in the first place. You're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my Lord, oh my Jesus, I can't do this.
For a long time.
People think I mean, but
So I'm trying to understand how you all created a dynamic together, both of you.
He oppresses
where
her.
you don't listen to each other.
Like I shut down or I don't get to talk.
Well, it's not healthy.
Wow.
I know.
Seems to me like you all might want to talk about how do we respect each other? How do we regard each other's opinions? How do we relate to one another when we communicate? Things that really can help you both build a relationship, because we got more to go.
I agree. You're absolutely right.
All right. I'm here with you.
the advice that Dr. Nicole gives, it makes me think like, you know what? I have been quiet to deflect conversations, to not argue. So in order to improve our relationship, there's no more sweeping it under the rug.
There's no relationship, sis. He doesn't want to be with you. He don't mind you having your kid though. And I'm like, even when you talk about people need to have your kid, to me, I do feel like it's some form of narcissism. Like you think you're so like, I don't know if you're God's gift to women that everybody should just have your seed. No, if you're not going to marry somebody, you shouldn't impregnate them. Don't ruin her chance of having a husband because you want a womb for your sperm. I don't agree with that. I'm telling you. But then again, like Antisocial said, can no man have a baby without a woman opening? You know what I mean? You allowed that to happen because it couldn't be me. So you just gonna have kids everywhere, but you don't marry nobody. And you gonna say to somebody, oh, if I give you the ring and the title, it's gonna destroy you. Trick what? Trick what? And you staying for what? Because he got a nice house. Hey girl, go be in an apartment. Go be in your mama's basement. You're gonna be okay. This is ridiculous. And then this the girl that he goes on a date with.
I want to share something with y'all that has truly been
Please don't. Please don't.
For my life,
no,
for my family.
No.
And that's
no, we don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want this problem. Yeah, it's whatever you want. You see that kids ride slow, it's me on the roof.
Hey, I'm all right. How are you? I'm excited to go on this third date with Kai. I needed that feminine energy to soothe me because me and Lex have been going at it.
You supposed to be helping me.
Exactly.
When Darren and I are alone together, it makes me feel good. It makes me feel wanted. In the back of my head, I just keep thinking about his relationship. But I also feel like I can have him if I want to.
All right, you guys are ready to go.
Let's go.
Okay, you ready to go? What's up, Sean?
Yeah!
Where you at? Yeah!
Whip! Bam!
Tighten up! Yeah! Oh! The lead again. Get out.
Darian feels as if he won the race. So you feel like you won?
I did win.
But I won. So, last date.
Yeah.
Come on, I've been ready.
When I got to the house, like she gave me the business card.
So she's still bothered?
I think it's something personal going on with her. You know what I mean? Like, and two, I don't think she trusts me. She know what I like. And you fit the description of the girls that I like.
So if she tell you to stop going on dates with me, would you stop?
No. Because this is a part of the process. Yeah, Dr. Nicole told her to just be secure about yourself. And
y'all have been together for a very long time.
Right.
So she should feel somewhat secure.
But she still feel like something is going on, but want to work it out with, honestly.
I believe Darian. The way that he talks about Alexia, you can tell that he's in love with her.
Enough about me. So what do you do on the daily?
I'm getting ready to open up a beauty bar. That's pretty much been my main focus every single day.
You got some bread, because that take a budget.
I ain't supposed to be broke. I'm 32 with 2 kids.
Right.
I gotta leave them something.
Right.
I used to be bad with money until I had a very humbling experience.
What happened?
Rock bottom.
Did you have kids when you was at rock bottom?
Absolutely.
Sleeping in the car?
Okay, so not that rock bottom.
Okay. So you have family members you can go crash with?
Oh, I'm very blessed with great parents.
I've been done that. I like that Kai is passionate about her kids. When I grew up, my grandparents raised me because my mama was too young at the time. And so I love how her eyes light up when she talk about her kids. And that's a big deal to me because that's how I feel about my kids too. We're going on another day. Where would you
I wish we can go somewhere like Whitewater, Six Flags, something like this. I'm a big kid.
Yeah, I got to bring my children back though. I got to.
personality.
You see how he goes on a date with another person? Let me see, what else he got? Sorry, y'all gotta type to this person being stupid.
You and Kai went out this week for a third time.
Like, he keeps going. Like, this show's just crazy, y'all. I don't know if we can keep watching this.
He will be getting a second date.
Okay.
I think getting him in another element outside of the date that we were on, I think we'll be able to vibe more, have deeper conversation.
How does that make you feel, Sean?
At the end of the day, put all the candy in front of her. You know what I'm saying? And I want to make sure she, actually chooses me.
Maybe I choose you every day.
Okay.
So why? But he don't want to marry you. No, don't say that to him. Don't say that to him.
Reasons as to why I wanted to go on another date with.
The thing that kills me about these black women too, I'm not trying to be mean, right? But girls like LaRonda, this dude don't want to marry her also. Like, he's a midget. Like, he's short, girl. He is short, okay? Like, he is short. So it's like, he doesn't want to marry her, right? But she's like, oh, I choose him every day. He hasn't officially chosen you. Because I'm like, I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful or offensive, but it's like, when you're in your 30s and you walk around with the title of a girlfriend, that is stupid. Like, what are we, in high school? It is dumb. Okay, like, if you're in your 30s and some man out here is calling you his girlfriend, he has no respect for you. At that age, it don't take much to know if the person is the one or not the one. What you want to do, what you going to do. Okay, what you're not going to do. But I really dislike how someone hasn't officially picked you, still making you feel like, oh, you have to prove to him. You got to prove nothing to nobody. Because honestly, you're self-sufficient. You are like a woman, like when you went to school, did the right thing, your parents raised you right, you went to school, did the right thing, you have a career, you take care of yourself, you provide for yourself, you don't break the law. You have nothing to prove to anybody. You know what I mean? Because you never said to me, oh, you got to prove yourself to me. But this toxic black man always want to tell you, oh, you have to prove to me that you're worthy of my wife. Go sit down somewhere. As if me carrying your last name gonna put me on Beyonce status. Not trying to be offensive. Your little petty ass little last name. Your last name ain't it. Okay, your daddy ain't a billionaire. Okay, I'm gonna marry you, take on your last name, and I'm gonna still have to deal with the same issues I was dealing with yesterday. Okay, so it's like your last name, it doesn't make my life any better. All right, so people gotta go sit down somewhere with that. But I'm like, he hasn't chosen you, so don't tell him, oh, I choose you every day. It's like always trying to dote these person. Like, it's just weird to me. He hasn't picked you yet. When he officially picks you, then you can be like, oh yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I picked your daddy, but right now he's not. You're his girlfriend. You in your 30-something, and some man's calling you his girlfriend on national TV. And he's going on other dates with other people. And when we look at him, all we see is about 4 apples stacked together. He is so small. Y'all, he's so short, y'all. He is tiny. He's itty-bitty. Girl.
Sir James, but just him being a butthole that morning, it made it a little bit easier.
You decided not to talk to me that morning.
I didn't say you were the reason.
I know we both petty.
I did not say you were the reason.
Hey.
All of the extra commotion made it easier.
Prove my point.
Sean, you went on a date with Brittany.
You see?
Was she beginning a second date?
Yes. With a capital Y.
You see this? You see this? I'll play these kinds of
I
games.
was just so focused on her safety that I was not focused on my date. And I think that she was very interesting and very cool person.
Okay, understood.
See where it takes you. Vice versa.
It won't be me.
Okay.
It won't be me.
Am I sensing jealousy?
Are you sensing jealousy? No.
And insecurity?
I think just giving her like a real shot would, be in our best benefit.
Okay. Your nonverbals, the rolling of the eyes, the dismissing. I see it from both of you. Ain't nobody winning right now. You're not winning.
Child, please. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. I need to answer this real quick. Antisocial said, you're not just getting his last name, you're getting his house. She can get her own house. Money, life insurance, protection, provision. Women and men know that is a lie. You see, here goes another Kevin Samuel child. Okay, the Kin Committee. The Kin Hills Committee is in the house. No, she can get his own house. She can get her own house. She don't need his house. And you men, the Kevin Samuel congregation over there, okay, y'all the kind of men anyways that make a woman go half on the mortgage. So we already know that's not going to be the, okay? Yes, honey, 4 apples stacked together. Okay, it's Snow White out here. Life insurance, she can get her own life insurance. And think about life insurance, depending on how much she puts in there, it might not even be worth much. Okay? It might not even be worth much. His money. That's if there's any money amongst all them children, child support, and the multiple baby mamas. That's if there's any money left. Protection. This man looked like 4 apples stacked together. The only thing he can protect her from, I repeat, the only thing he can protect her from is might be a little bit of a chihuahua or a 5th grader that's about his height. But when it comes to other men who are taller, okay, and or not vertically challenged, he can't protect her. So the only way she's going to be safe for this dude is around, bunch of preschoolers, elementary school kids, and probably middle school. That's about it. That's about it. Provision. What is he providing for? That the good Lord ain't giving us in the good book. Go sit down somewhere. Man need woman as much as we all need each other, period. Okay? Period. His house. What does his house look like? He's sitting in Oprah's house right now trying to get his life in order. So obviously he don't have a house. Because he would not be sitting, if he had a house to his own and he was minding his own business in his house, he would not be sitting in a house brought to you by Oprah Winfrey and OWN trying to get his life in order. No. I said what I said. Okay? And Dawn told you it's antisocial, not with black men. Exactly. They even have houses. Child, please. So, she said, getting a man's last name is not my ticket to heaven. And I'm trying to get to heaven. I know that's right. We are done. Those days are gone. Girls, there's so many females who are buying houses by themselves. They don't need no man to buy a house.
For each other, trusting each other, working together. Everybody loses when both of you not winning. Yeah? Okay. Now, everyone has gone on at least 2 dates outside of their relationship. Time to change things up a bit. Eric and Alexia, let's take some time to redirect your attention. Neither of you will be going on dates, to focus on yourself and the way you communicate within your existing relationship. Meanwhile, everyone else will be going on repeat dates. And you'll go out on a 3rd date with Kai, Mr. Darian. How you guys feel about that?
I want him to go on another date with Kai. I couldn't enjoy it. Let me go on a 3rd one.
Go paint in that picture she says.
Just go on a 3rd date.
I for sure feel so bad for Alexia right now because it's just like he got stars in the ceiling over here.
He got 14 years of built up frustration.
Boy.
I feel you, dog.
14
I know
years
y'all
of
have a
built
lot
up
of feelings
frustration.
about each other's
They
feelings.
have such
Hopefully
nasty
there's
views of
enough
black women. These
room
people are
for you to
toxic.
be tapped into how you feel so that things are not so entangled that you don't know where one starts and the other ends.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have an exciting week ahead of you. Go out and enjoy your relationship by putting in the work. I'll see you soon.
This is so toxic.
Time to resonate on one of the most powerful and important systems in our body that much of us don't even know about.
So bye now.
This is so toxic.
The session with Dr. Nicole. What are your issues with us?
I feel like I deserve a way better sex life. I think we're intimate as far as kisses and cuddling and hugging when we're out in public, but like at home, I feel like we're not intimate enough. We need to crank that back up like it used to be. Sex is very, very important in a relationship. It's
That's
the
what he
way
cares
you
about,
show
what he needs to
your
get.
love for your partner. And it
You
might
see,
slow
like
down
this,
because
I don't
we've
know.
been together for 4.
I don't know if it's just me, but I do feel like, maybe it's just me, but I'm like, because this is TV, so what do I know, right? But I do feel like, or maybe just me, like, isn't that black man, a lot of black men have like a godlike complex where it's like they want you to serve them. They want you to like be a subject to them. They want to subjugate you. They want to dominate you. They want your whole life to revolve around them. Like like look at you see it with Nivea, right, y'all? We need to do a whole Nivea special. We're going to do a whole video about Nivea and watch that together, right? Where it's like your whole life needs to be centered around them, centered around what they want, centered around like their existence. You're here to like nurture their masculinity. You are here to manicure their masculinity. It's like, this is really toxic. Because when he's talking about the sex, like he's talking about what he wants, right? But when she says she wants marriage, he doesn't want that. If she says she wants the ring, he doesn't want that. But like the baby, he don't have an issue because babies are consequences of him having unprotected sex, which is what he really wants, right? So it's like he just wants her to be there to make him feel good. And when you stop making him feel good, and then now you actually start to say, okay, this is what I need to feel good. Now you're gonna start being typecast. You're gonna start being called a witch. You're complicated. You're toxic. You're becoming different. This is not the way it used to be. As soon as you start to gain independence, as soon as you start to see, I'm telling you, like, a lot of black men, because I guess they receive a lot from white society like that, they become oppressors to black women. Like the same way they're oppressed by white men in white society, they start to do that to black women too. Like they try to like gaslight you like crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like imagine like if phones didn't have cameras today, right? A lot of black women would be getting gaslit. Because the stuff like the thing that happened in Victoria's Secret, right? The stuff that happened in Victoria's Secret, if you were to tell anybody that with no video, people would think you were making this stuff up. Because it doesn't make any sense, right? The behavior is so erratic, you probably can't even believe it, right? Hold on. What? Like this whole video, it's like
no, it's you.
You see this?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Do you see this? Oh my God! I never thought nothing like this would happen.
You see, if she didn't have a camera, people wouldn't have believed this.
And now she. Did you see her?
Look at this.
You saw her, right? They all saw her. Oh my God. Karen had a breakdown. She tried to hit me. Ask your workers. She tried to hit me. She tried to hit me. Now I want security for you. Oh my God. You should have thought about that before you did what you did. Oh my God. This don't even feel real.
She's the aggressor. She's the aggressor. She's the one crying. She's the aggressor. She's the one crying.
Y'all had to get security. She charged me. If I wouldn't have ducked, she would. Oh no, you just wanted security for me, right? I want security for you now. No, don't cry. No. I want you to call security. Thank you. I just came to get my free panty. You know how you get the coupon in the mail? And I got to pick up my Converse boots from Nordstrom. I don't know why this is happening to me. Don't charge me. Oh, you want to? Yeah, she. I'm scared to even approach her. You're scaring me. Like you gotta go postal. No, why don't she walk away from me? No, I was here. No. We're not doing this. Why don't I walk away from her? Why don't she get away from me? She could get away. Go wherever you want to go.
Now look at what she's about to do. Look how she gonna flame the faint. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch. Look at this. See, in the wrong era, this could have got somebody killed.
Ooh.
Look at this. In a store, in somebody else's business. What is this? What kind of behavior is this?
She went to go call security.
Yeah.
I'm like, in the wrong era, someone would have died because
Did you have two yoga mats?
No, I had one. We was trying to just find a price check for one of them. Just one I had. Okay, I'm gonna leave her here. Actually, I have a coupon for the free panty, and it says everyone is excluded except for the period panty. But I actually want to see what that was.
I can show you.
Okay. I can. You keep lying saying I'm threatening you, so I'm recording to protect myself.
You guys, I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Can you please stop recording?
Crazy lady. She attacked me and try to say I attacked her. You come. Look. Get away from me! Oh, y'all better get this lady. Away from me! You're gonna. Security! Security! Look at this. Yes, can y'all get her away from me? Get her away from me! Get her away from me! Get her away from me! No, I gotta just protect myself. She's trying to attack me. No.
She said no.
See, and she's saying I'm threatening her. I'm not saying nothing to her.
How are you being threatened?
This to protect me. Once the law get here, who they gonna believe? Her white ass or my black ass? Get her away from me, please! Stop her recording from me! Where is security? And it's short hills, y'all. Oh my God! And it's short hills. Get her away!
Yeah, she just kept on and on like this for almost like 30 minutes. Where's the sound? I mean, how can she sue Victoria's Secret? What did they do? They didn't do anything. The girl's just cuckoo. Now, what happened to the...
Yeah, get the cops here. This is how black people be dying. You see this? See what these people do? They call in a panic and tell police that you're doing something to them when you clearly saw her chase me around the store. She's telling them, "Get here, I'm hoping my heart's racing." Oh, see, did you see it? Is that security? Oh. I don't want to turn my back on her. I want to pay on my stuff, but I'm not turning my back on this white lady. I'm sorry, she is crazy. Did you see her just try to charge me again? That's the third time. Now I want to see what the police gonna do when they get.
Why did she call the cops?
Why they be getting us killed? You see this?
Why did she call the cops for?
People are trying to help her and ask her to step out the store. Of course I'm not helping you. Why would I help you? You trying to hurt me. You see that shit? Please, come here now. I'm feeling threatened.
You said she said, "Come here now. I'm feeling threatened." Who's threatening her?
She's recording my mental breakdown.
You see how they weaponize their calls to the police? Because she wants the police to come here on attack mode and just like lunge at this lady.
She said, "I'll say my 16 and she was really unfriendly." And she's putting this really world to me. I don't want her posting anything of their personal stuff. Get that phone down! Where is the mall security? Just do not. I swear to God, this
is very mean spirited. This is very.
I haven't been having a hell of 2 weeks since I had that accident. I feel. I don't know. I'm gonna just say, everything is Allahu A'lam. The color of Allah. It's nothing I can do. I'm not even gonna.
Let's see when the police comes in. Hold on.
Asked them to security went off. She dropped on the floor. She screamed. She chased me. As a matter of fact, where is she?
Well, I don't know exactly right now who you're referring to.
Here we go.
Is everything okay?
No, I feel in danger. No, everything's not okay. Ask them. She chased me. Excuse me, ma'am. You're the manager, right? Could you come over here and tell them what this lady did? She chased me around the store. I was attacked in the mall, almost attacked in the mall. The manager, I had to run behind her. I chased him around. He telling me he can escort me to my car, but she's not. She doesn't have to leave the mall. I'm not finished shopping. I have 2 other stores to go to.
I don't work for the mall. I can't order her out of here.
Yeah, but you work for Milburn. I was just almost assaulted in this mall.
I can't.
more security can have. What I'm saying is, I'm not telling you how to leave or anything, but
I'm not saying that, but
for some reason,
if the shoe was on the other foot, and I would have tried to attack her white ass, you would have me escorted out this mall. And that's just how I feel. This woman, mind you, the manager told him. The manager told me he chased, huh?
I wish you didn't feel that way.
I do feel that way. I do feel that way. I was just almost attacked and assaulted, and you telling me 3 times, and he can't get out. Where is Gio?
If you have any concerns,
Well, I'm going to this lady. This the lady they won't kick out the mall. I'm a dog. I want to see if she act up in front of y'all, what y'all would do. So he's telling me that, first of all, the manager already said she tried to attack me. I want her to leave the mall. I don't understand why she can't be escorted out the mall. She tried to attack me twice. She should be escorted out the mall. Okay. See this? And she's crying and they just being all sympathetic to her tears. I don't care about her white tears. She needs to be escorted out the mall. She chased me around the store and tried to attack me twice. Don't worry, I can get you in there. No, she should be escorted out the mall. She tried to attack me twice. You doing that because she white and she crying. I am nowhere near her. I don't have to move. I'm not breaking any laws. Now you get so aggressive with me. Get aggressive like that with her. Look at this shit. See this shit? This lady chased me around the Victoria's Secret store. Literally. Chased. And the manager told them that she chased me. And they don't want to do anything, but listen to her crying. Look at this shit. Mind you, she crying. She chased me around the store. I should be crying. I got chased.
The initial video, man. Can you email us?
My what?
The initial video that you took.
Yeah, I sure can. Can I have the email and the case number, please, for today? Because I'm definitely going to go straight. Just because of your partner's smugness.
What's that?
Yeah, the way your partner looked back at me like, like, I don't have time for that.
She'll be wearing a long sleeve tie-dye shirt, black with pants. She has a flower on her left wrist that's Russian overdose complications.
She said her rights were violated.
All right, so if you would, that's my work email address. If you can send the initial videos.
Okay, can I have the case number for today? For update, I am at the police station. I have the police report, which is somewhat true, but really, really long. I'm happy I did record because even the officer stated that I only showed him the video of her laying on the floor when I showed him everything. Oh, and guys, I have her name now. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, excuse my language. It's really, really long. You see this? And mind you, they took her statement first because of what she called the police. And she completely lied. She's trying to say I started videotaping her, causing her to have a panic attack. At which time she followed me to try to get me to stop recording. See this?
So I'm filing a complaint against the 2 officers that responded. I didn't feel protected. I'm also filing a complaint against, what do you call it, the mall security. Victoria's Secret, it's like, in my opinion, like, what do we expect them to do? Like, grab this woman and, the manager even sent somebody to walk down to get security because they were taking too long. So I don't really have any issues with them. Not as of yet. Now, if they give us problems getting the video and all that, then we'll talk about that. That'll be another story. But yeah, I'm going to read this in its entirety. Listen to this. I spoke with Miss Crazy Lady and advised her that I spoke to the store employee and that they corresponded that what Miss Ukenta had said happened. Oh, guys. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. That Miss Blank seemed to acknowledge that she was wrong, saying she was concerned about losing her job and apartment if the video posted online. Do you see this? And that she was having a panic attack about the videotaping. I advised her that Miss Ukenta has a right to videotape. I asked her several times if she was all right and if she needed an ambulance, and she declined repeatedly. She kept expressing her concern about her job and apartment. She finally stated that she was going home, and I asked if she would be okay to drive, and she says she was. At this time, Miss left the mall voluntarily with mall security. I got his full name here. Escorting her. I then walked over to Miss Ukenta and again advised her of the procedure for signing a complaint with the court and asked her to email. He didn't explain that to me. He didn't tell me how to file a complaint. I have that on video too. That's terrible. He didn't explain to me how to file a complaint. I gotta look at I don't remember that. But in case I'm wrong, I'm gonna look at that video again. Because I remember having to really ask him like 3 times just to get the case number.
Sorry, y'all.
So
I had to answer these people. They're being so dense.
Forced to claim the court. And asked her to email her videotape. You did ask me to email my videotape. I remember that. So I could submit it with the report. And she said she would. I gave her the case number as well.
Let's look at this situation. This is what I'm answering to. Sorry, I'm taking y'all like all over the place, right? Like, Money, what the heck? Because I hate stupidity. I truly hate stupidity. That's stupidity. Let me show you this. This young lady, right? This young Black sister, like, she is talking about that Shine. You know that website Shine? People like to buy stuff there. I don't do it because I don't like cheap fashion, so it's not my thing. Because these people are all vultures, so I don't like to shop there. You know what I mean? But it's like, look at this, right? Let's look at this quickly. So this is a young sister. Like, she's talking about a designer calls out Shine for stealing her designs, right? So, and I said, this is me, Lashes Balina. I said she needs to get used to it. It's social media for you. Use controversy to promote your stuff. Sorry, my love, but it's not your best work yet. Keep creating. Don't stop, right? So I'm saying, like, don't, like, this is what they do. Like, these people on social media, right? All they do, like, all they do, even like, even Fashion Nova, right? Fashion Nova is a #1 that's always stealing stuff from like Black designers, like Janice, the girl from Closet Envy. They stole from her. The young lady, Ashanti's little sister too. Fashion Nova stole designs from her. Teflar, Guess went and copied the Teflar bag. I mean, the list goes on and on. Like, I'm running. There's another lady too, Andrea. She does clothes. This girl right here, I follow her too. Her name is Andrea, right? So like, here she is, right? So her, like, during the pandemic, she came up with like she did like a virtual fashion show. It was really, really cool. Like, this virtual stuff that she does, like, it's just like she does all this virtual stuff, right? Like, they stole her stuff. They stole her concept during COVID because like people couldn't go out and do like the fashion show. So she came up with a virtual fashion show that didn't have a body. Like, there were no bodies. Like, the clothes were just moving. The clothes were just moving by themselves, right? And so many people, like so many of these big fashion houses, I think it was like Prada, if I remember, they stole from her. In a matter of days, you're going to see they're going to go steal from Brandon Blackwood. They're going to steal from him also. You know, I'm like, this is what they do. When you are in the fashion industry, right? The fashion industry is full of copycats. The fashion industry is full of people who copy people. And I'm like, the same people who are trying to like talk to me, I'm like, shut up. Don't act like in your closet you don't have designer dupes, right? A lot of the stuff that you buy from H&M, that you buy from Zara, that you buy from Fashion Nova, a lot of the fast fashion people, they copy the major designers and they sell it to you for a fraction of the price. So we all, to some extent, like we all benefit when one brand copies from another brand and sells it to you at a cheaper price. It's just that when you can put a face to the person who's been copied, then you will be like, oh my gosh, this is so wrong. But that's the fashion industry. You know what I mean? That's the fashion industry. Like, yeah, the sweater is cute, right? But I'm like, this is not your best work. You're going to have better outfits. You're going to come up with better clothing. You're going to do better things. Like, you know what I mean? But if you're going to be in business, if you're going to be in the fashion industry, in the beauty industry, whatever industry that you're in, people are going to copy you. People will copy you, especially if your stuff is hot, if your stuff is beautiful, people will copy you. Like, you have to accept it. Like, it's the nature of the game. Like, Jeffree Star, his stuff is all over Amazon and eBay. Like, people make fakes of his stuff. A lot, Anastasia. People have duped this lady to a point, like, it makes no sense. Like, it's all over the place. Before, it used to hurt me. Told them, what the heck? This is crazy. I'm like, what you gonna do, right? That's what people do. That's what people do. You can't let that stop you from being creative. You can't let that stop you from creating. Because, you know what I mean? Because people is always going to steal. And that's why I work so hard for my stuff to be so distinguished. I bet you I go find a way to try to steal this stuff too, right? This is what people do. And so you have to make sure that when you create stuff, you protect the stuff. And not just that, you got to have a lot of things like coming down the pipeline. So it makes it hard for people to keep up with you. But if you only have just one product or whatever, people will copy you. And then you're like, oh my gosh, then your money's gone. That's what happened to me with my lashes, right? It happened to me. And then you get upset about it. Right? You get upset about it. You feel defeated, but it's like you can't stop, you know, because let me tell you, the world of business, they don't care about your feelings. Nobody cares about your feelings. People only care about profits. People only care about money. So then it's like, it's not this whole thread. Right? And so I don't know what happened here. How come I can't see people's name? I can only see my stuff. Maybe because I was responding. But here's Michelle here. She has a brand. She's like, babe, when Natasha copied your palette, you vented too. It's disheartening when someone has a bigger platform. Of course, she will be fine. But she's hurt. She should be allowed to vent. And I'm like, I did. And I got over it. Now I'm dropping the B palette. Exactly. Did I stop because of it? No. And even if and I even only posted it in my story. You're talking as if I had a mental breakdown. And I was crying. Michelle, please. That only lasted for a day and I pushed through. And you came to my DMs to bring it up. And I told you I'm not worried because my Glock is loaded. You're speaking as if you weren't in my DM giving me the same advice I gave her. What exactly are you trying to start? I don't like messy vibes, period. Like, don't bring foolishness to me. Because it's gonna be handled, like, because she was in my DMs too. If I could show y'all my DMs here, I probably would. She's like, oh, Marlene, like, you know, this is the industry and they take from you. And I was like, okay, I'm like, it's not a big deal for me. Like, it was a little kiki. Like, I don't really care because they're gonna copy and they should copy. Like, because when people try to copy you, it means that you're good. People don't copy people who suck. People copy people who are good. So to some extent, it sucks, but it's an affirmation that you're good. You're good. So what's the problem? What are y'all? Why are y'all fighting in the comments like that? Like, I'm like, what's the problem? Like, what are you saying? Because you were in my DM trying to say the same thing to me, like, oh, Marlene, let it go. Oh, Marlene, I'm like, it's not a big deal. I don't care. Like, even the whole thing with Natasha Nona, I posted that in my stories. Because I was like, maybe I'm seeing things I don't know. So I posted it in my stories. I'm like, oh, whatever. Deleted that stuff. And I can post it myself. Like, oh, I got so much stuff coming down the pipeline. I don't even care anymore. Because I got too much stuff I'm working on. Because before, when I used to work on stuff and I would like get copy, whatever, it would be so paralyzing. Like, I would paralyze myself. Okay, I would be so paralyzed. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like it's the end for me. They're copying my stuff because I felt like I was behaving as if that was the only idea I was ever going to get. And it's like, no, that's not true. You are going to have so many ideas. You're going to have so many ideas. Yeah, it's like people copy you, but you got to expect that. And you got to mentally prepare yourself for that because you already know people are going to copy you. They will. If your stuff is really good, if your stuff is really dope, people are going to want to copy you. But what you do is you don't let them get to you. You keep creating more and more and more stuff because you are the originator. You are the one with the gift, and they won't be able to keep up with you. They're like, oh, but you're being insensitive. I'm like, how am I being insensitive? I'm being insensitive. It's business. She chose to be in business. She chose to be an entrepreneur. And when you put your stuff on social media for millions of people to see, somebody gonna copy you. And if people have more money than you or whatever, they will definitely try to take your idea from. Like Fashion Nova is notorious. Fashion Nova is notorious for that, right? Like Fashion Nova is notorious for that. Like they always try to copy people, right? They're notorious for that. So it's like, but people keep buying from them. Black people keep supporting them. So it's like, to some extent, people want to act all sensitive and act all outraged or whatever, but they're the same people who keep buying from people who steal from Black women. Like this stuff, is it going to make people go stop from Shine? They're still going to go there because it's cheap. Because it's cheap. This is what we do. We love to act. We love outrage politics, but we are the same people who finance the people who steal from us. You know what I mean? Black people are still promoting Fashion Nova. They're still doing Fashion Nova hauls. The majority of Black girls will do a Fashion Nova haul before they even do a haul from a Black-owned boutique. So it's like we finance our oppressors. We give people money to the ops to come steal and poach from Black culture. Then we want to act all hours like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they stole from you. Well, this is why also we have to support Black businesses that get the money so that way they can defend themselves and protect themselves and be able to have bigger platforms so that they're not being jacked. But I'm like, don't try to play me. I'm like, I don't know if she knows who I am. Like people think because I'm crazy. I'm like, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm like, you were in my DMs telling me the same thing. Like, oh, Marlene, that's the industry. People are going to copy you. So what exactly are we doing? I'm so confused. Matter of fact, let me go to my DM real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. What the heck? Hey, Michelle, what's up? I'm reading your comments on the Shade Room. What they call it, the neighborhood talk, and I don't really get it. Like, when the stuff happened, when I felt like the lady had copied me, weren't you in my DMs telling me like, oh, Marlene, that's the industry, and you should be ready for that because people are going to copy you, and that's what people do. And I was like, yeah, that's fine because I'm ready. I got more stuff coming down the pipeline. Did we not have this conversation? So I don't really understand. Like you're coming in as if I'm telling the girl that she can be upset. Yeah, she can be upset. But does being upset, does it change things? Is that going to stop? Is it going to stop people from stealing from her? No, it's not. And I did say, because I'm reading my comment, I said, like, you're amazing. Like, this is not your best work yet. Like, your best is yet to come. Don't let these people get to you. Like, I know firsthand what that feels like. And I've been through it. And what I'm trying to tell her is don't let these people get to you because you have a gift. You have a talent. You gonna make it. You're going to make it. But the fashion industry is full of people who steal from people. That's what they do. You know what I mean? But it's like you're dragging a whole situation about, oh, Natasha this, bringing it to the neighborhood talk. That is something that, why even bring that over there? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That is, I don't know. To me, that's just ridiculous. I don't know what you're trying to do. Maybe it's not mean-hearted. I don't know. But the way I'm reading it, I don't like the way that comes across because when that happened, we talked about it in a DM. You came and you sent me a DM. And I don't know if you wanted me to be sad or whatever. Nicole, let me tell you something, Michelle. I'm not sad about anything. The lady she took, she didn't take. I don't care. I have 6 other palettes that I'm working on. So I could care less. I truly could care less. Because one thing I have learned is that this is what business is. This is what business is. Business is nothing more than the mob. All these people, if you do something that's hot and that's beautiful, people are going to copy you. That's why you shouldn't just do one thing, not just 2 things. You should have a whole bunch of stuff lined up so that you don't find yourself in a position where somebody comes and takes your bread. That's it. That's where my comment is coming from, right? And because you have access to me in the DMs, if you have a question for me, Michelle, come to me and ask me. But what you're doing in the comment section, I don't know what that's about, but I don't like it. I do not like it. And I'm going to come tell you to your face directly. I don't like it. I don't know what that's about because you and I don't have that kind of relationship. And I would think you talk to me a lot. We DM, we have a whole conversation here. If you have something to say to me directly, you can come to me and talk to me and let me know. And we can square that up over here. But to do that in the comment section, I don't appreciate that because I don't appreciate that. I really do not. So I don't know where it came from, but hopefully it gets fixed and it gets handled and we don't have to go back and forth like that. Okay, so thank you. I hope you're enjoying your weekend, but let's not do that. Let's not do that, because what I wrote was not even mean at all whatsoever. And when you write stuff like that, it's like you're trying to do something, and I don't like it, because then it's like, do you have negative energy towards me though? Do you have negative energy towards me? Because please let me know, because I don't do fake stuff. I don't do fake stuff. So you better figure that stuff out, girl. You better fix that. Is there somebody else writing a comment? Okay, cool. Better fix that real quick. I don't like stuff like that. Like, what the heck? You talk to somebody in the DMs, you're not going to come to me in the DM, but you're going to do it in the comment section. Like, what is he trying to do, sis? Make it make sense. Like, exactly. Like, this is what people do. Like, they steal, you guys, they steal all the time. They steal all the time. And she chose to be in a very competitive industry. Like, this is a very, very competitive industry. And this is what they do. They steal. They steal. A lot of people who have money do not have ideas. They steal. They steal. So when you decide to do things, you better be ready. How many cars, when you drive down the highway like that, look like a Mercedes or look like the Bentayga, right? A lot of these cheaper car manufacturers, they steal from Mercedes. They steal from Jaguar. They steal from Bentley. They steal from Rolls Royce, right? That's what people do. They copy. Exactly. Like, these people, they copy every single day. Like, fashion is a very competitive industry. And it's like, this is what they do. So when you put your stuff out there, yeah, you better be ready for that stuff. They're going to try to copy you. So that's why your Glock got to be loaded. You know what I mean? Your Glock has to be loaded. When I tell you we have I've only probably shown like just 3 or 4 collections. Like, there's so many more collections coming down the pipeline, because now I know people are grimy. I know people copy. I know that. So the thing is, we worked on so much stuff. Like, we work, like, even like next year, I could drop a bunch of eyeshadow palettes like that, because they're already ready. We ready. Like, mentally, I prepared myself for it. I prepared myself for it mentally. The Kiki with Natasha, I thought that was kind of funny, whatever. But I'm not crying. I didn't even cry over that. The thing that really made me sad is when they messed up my eyeshadows. But I'm not worried about no Natasha Denona. I ain't worried about the chick. It was funny for me. And because I was like, you know what, I put it in my story because I don't want it to mess up my page or whatever. So I put that stuff, I put it in my, so I said, you guys compare. What do you think? It was something that stayed in the story. It was just there for 24 hours. And when it was done, it was done. I'm not losing sleep over that. I'm not losing for that. Even like the B palette, like to some people it's mad beautiful. To some people it's super beautiful. And I know it's super, super gorgeous, right? But I got things that look even better coming down the pipeline. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, Jesus, right? Like, here is the B stuff, right? Here is the B palette, right? This is the B palette. Can you guys see it? You see how gorgeous that is, right? This is the B palette, right? And I know it's going to do really well. I know it's going to be really beautiful. It's going to sell. It's going to do really, really well. But I'm not going to sit back and think like, oh, I made this B palette, so now I got to chill. I can just chill and I never have to work again. Lies. I'm going to use this palette to build my brand and to get even bigger and to drop even bigger brand. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. You hear me? Because you don't rest. That's the thing with business. Like, you don't rest. I rested for too long. That's why the ops, they got me. You know what I mean? I was taken by the ops, y'all. The ops, they took your girl. Like, I was taken by the ops because I had a little bit of success and I got comfortable. And when it comes to business, you cannot expect people to be decent. You cannot expect people to have honesty. You cannot expect people to do the right thing. People, they trifling. People will do anything for money. People do anything for a profit. And that's why I work so hard. I work so hard to create things that are really hard to dupe. Like, by the time you're done duping this, you are not going to have the same price. And it's like, what's the point, right? But then I'm not just stopping there. And I told you, like, we even had a collection for Halloween, but it was going to be too much to drop it back to back to back. So I was like, no, let me take a step back. Let me just focus on that. But like next year, I'm keeping my foot on your neck. The year after that too, I'm gonna keep my foot on your neck. And I'm sure I'm saying that's what her mindset needs to be. Oh, okay, I see you. I'm expose you real quick, but I'm gonna use the controversy though, right? I'm gonna use the controversy to build my brand. So use them. Use the controversy to start posting about your page. Use the controversy to start doing ads on, like, do an ad right here. Do an ad on the Shade Room. Use the controversy to reach out to influencer. Use the controversy to get articles written about you in Essence Magazine. You got to play these people. Like the black woman from Honey Pot, when she was getting all these death threats from all these white women at Target, she used that to her benefit. She turned these negative racist comments into a marketing campaign, and then her sales just went through the roof. We got to stop being an emotional people. We have to stop always being like, oh, outrage politics. No, you got to be smart with your stuff, right? Because they will copy you. So use this to prove that you know what you're doing. And start looking for investors. Start to raise capital. Do a GoFundMe. Like, turn this to your good. Play the victim and make money off of it. Make money off of it. Shoot, I wish it was me. Make money off of it. But you guys, the B-Pal is coming soon, y'all. B-Pal is coming soon. And isn't it pretty? Isn't it beautiful? The B-Pal is coming soon. And watch, we're going to try to copy that stuff just like the mirror. Somebody's going to try to copy it, but I don't care. Because by the time you copy that, I have something better. That's it. That's it. Like when you have a business, never get tired. When you are a creative, never get tired. You keep going and going. They're gonna get tired of copying you. They're gonna get tired of copying you. And that's what my mindset has been. Like, listen, people gonna copy you, Marlene. But the thing you have to do, you gotta do so much, so well, so fast that they get tired of keeping up with you. That's it. You gotta drain these heifers out. That's it. That's it. But I'm like, don't talk to me like I had a whole mental breakdown about the lady and her pal. Like, it was one moment. Because I'm like, she writing this thing like she feels some type of way, girl. Do you have a problem? Do you want me to help you design your collection? Like, what is this, sis? Because you sound kind of salty. Like, I hate when people throw stuff in your face like that. It's kind of like she had something about me in her heart for a minute. Because when I was raising, let me tell you something about this girl, right? When I was raising money, you know that I have a GoFundMe, you guys? Yes, I have a GoFundMe if you want to donate. Hold on. Let me show you my GoFundMe real quick. I have a GoFundMe. Did you know that? Where I was like raising money. And Sharice blessed me. So here is my GoFundMe page. Oh, let me see. Okay. So feel free to donate if you want to. I'll appreciate that. But it's like, here is my GoFundMe page, right? So I did a GoFundMe. That's what a lot of people like. They act like they're supporting you, but they don't really support you. They think because you're failing, right? But I have a GoFundMe. It's still up. You can still donate if you want to. But my GoFundMe page, right? So she donated $500. I thought, oh my gosh, that's so nice, Michelle. Thank you, whatever, right? But I don't, I think a lot of people didn't know what of course, they know what I was working on. But I don't think a lot of people expect me to come with the heat like that. So I think like the heat, like the Nigeria collection, the B palette, the mirror, like a lot of stuff. I feel like it's making a lot of these people jealous, girl. It's making people jealous. You know how people like your stuff? They like the stuff, but then low-key, like, they wish they didn't have to like it, but they like it, but they resent you kind of thing. So she gave $500, right? So then I don't know, because then I was working on a B, then she changed her logo to a B. I was like, yeah, whatever, right? But it's like, do you feel some type of way? You know what I mean? Because when somebody doesn't even say to you, like, oh, congratulations, it's beautiful, but they quick to be like, oh, people copy, like, it's okay. What did she say to me? Let me go find what she said to me real quick. Hold up, wait a minute. I got time, because you're going to start some mess with me. I'm going to handle that. Sis. Exactly. That's a girl. Hold on, let me see. Okay, this is what she said right here. She said, oh, get ready to be duped. That's the message that she sent me. Get ready to be duped. She even said that to me. So I'm like, what exactly are you up to? She said, oh, but congrats on your palette. It's beautiful. I said, oh, thank you. She said, but get ready to be duped. And then she made this face, like she made this, like she made the girl who goes like this emoji. So I'm like, you know what I mean? She said, but get ready to be duped. And the emoji that goes like that. And I said, and I responded, I said, oh, that's a compliment. No, laughing face emoji. I said, I know that would happen. So I'm releasing 6 palettes. Good luck to them. She said, when ColourPop duped mine, it affected my sales, babe. I said, yeah. And so I said, yeah, that's why you have to keep going. Keep going until they can't catch you. She said, when big companies dupe you, you will see a difference. Trust me. Like she was wishing me harm on my life or something like that. And I was like, you can't release one and just wait 6 to 12 months. You need to keep pushing. She said it wasn't intentional to stay this long. She said, when big companies dupe you, you will see a difference. Trust me. I said, I would leverage that to my advantage. I'm ready. I prepared myself mentally. I'm a runner. I'm a track star. You know what I mean? She said, oh, but remember, you have to step away from your business. Sometimes it's like that. I said, yep, to fix my mindset. But now I'm ready. She said, I didn't exactly step away by choice. And I was like, that's why my palette designs are so intense. My color stories will just level up. I planned 2 years of work. She says, good. I said, I have 14 palettes in the work because I know how dirty this industry is. So it's no longer about emotions. It's about strategy. You need to talk to your manufacturers. They need to extend credit to you. And you need to plan your palettes in advance because it takes time. You need to have many eyeshadows ready in advance. This beauty space is very competitive. They are evil, racist, and unethical. But in spite of that, you can win. She said, trust me, I do plan. Exactly. So I'm like, what exactly is we talking about? What are we talking about? It's like she came to my DM like she wanted me to be sad and crying. And I was like, I'm not upset. Like, it's cool. She's like, oh, but trust, like when ColourPop duped you, when ColourPop duped me, whatever, it affected my sales. I'm like, oh, well, but guess what? That's what happens when you, and I was like, you can't wait 6 to 12 months to release a palette. Like, you got to have things coming. You got to keep the freshness. So yeah, they're going to dupe you. And that's why you got to keep doing. You got to be competitive. And if they dupe you, you can dupe them too. Shit. Like if ColourPop is duping you, dupe their asses right back. The fuck? We can all play this game. We can all play. But I'm like, I stepped away so I can fix my mindset because I told y'all yesterday, I said I was too sensitive. I was too sensitive. I was too sheltered. I was too much of a coward. So I went in there and I fixed my mindset. So now I'm ready. Like I'm telling you guys, because I can't show my stuff here. But when I tell you, like for this year alone, we have 6 palettes that are ready. 6. I'm not saying 1, 2, 3. I only showed 3 of like 4, but I'm like, we legitimately have 6 palettes that are ready. For next year, I plan to do another 6 palettes. I don't play. I got time for these people. I got time because I changed my mindset. I don't do victim bonding anymore. I don't do outrage bonding anymore. Oh, they stole my stuff. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what business is about. In business, people steal from people. That's what business is. People poach from other people. But you can't let that get to you. You got to wake up. You got to shake it off. You have to keep fighting. Got to keep fighting. You keep fighting until like, they get tired. You know what I'm saying? But it's business. Like, that's what they're going to do. That's why, like, Nigeria, there's not just 1 Nigeria, 2, 3. There's like 4 Nigeria. And then next year, there's another Nigeria. Fuck out here. Fuck you mean? You see what I mean? Exactly. That's what you do. Like that's life. That's business. Like you can't stop. You cannot stop. Oh, they stole. That's what they want you to do. They want you to. I had another girl. She was like, oh, Marlene, when you release your palette, like don't look at the comments. Don't look at the comments because I don't shoot like a lot of these black girls, like they be in my DMs. It's like they want to fuck up my psyche. Like people, it's like people want you to like doubt yourself. I'm like, I don't care what they write in the DMs, right? Because she also didn't know I was going to drop the heat, right? So she's like, she thought it was going to be busted. Because initially, people only saw the packet. People only saw the shipping box with the butterflies. So they thought that was it. I'm like, are you dumb? Why would that ever be it? Why would I ever do a palette with the map of Nigeria and butterflies on it? Are you stupid? Are you slow? Are you dumb? Who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that? You know what I'm trying to say? Who's going to buy that? She's like, oh, when you drop it, don't read the comments. I'm like, girl, bye. I've dropped 3 palettes so far. The comment says wonderful, bitch. Because the shit don't apply to me. It does not apply to me. It doesn't apply to me, ho. It does not apply to me. Go sit down somewhere. Like I had another girl, she's black too. She was in my comments like, oh, I hope that this collection does well. She wrote some slide shit. I was like, it's not that. She's like, I hope it does something. And I'm like, there's no hope. It will. It's already a success. Like the fact that I was depressed, the fact that I wanted to give up, the fact like I felt like everything was over and I came back and I did the shit. I already won. Like W squared. Like I won for life. Yay. West side is the best side. I won. Why you people like, why you want to come into somebody's DM and like trying to speak doubt in their shit? Like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. I was like, no. Then she went on the girl back. Like, y'all, it's like, yo, you people love to see people do bad. Like you want to see people struggle. So it's like you can't even stand people be successful. Why would you come to me, oh, get ready to be duped? Because so you like my stuff? Because it pains you? That's the thing. Like if she gave $500, well, I might even send her money back, actually. I might send her money back today. I don't like bullshit like that. That's some bullshit. Like, why would you give people money? Like you doing somebody's campaign for you to be writing some slick shit like this. What is that you trying to say, though, sis? What are you trying to say? Come correct. Like, let me know. Like, let your intentions be known from the jump. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Oh, you're going to be duped. I'm not. Let them dupe. By the time they dupe, she's on to the next. And guess what? The next, you guys, I swear, if we could have dropped the Halloween collection, it's fire. It's fire. It is fire. The Halloween collection, I'm going to drop it next year. It's going to be fire. Like, it's going to be so damn beautiful. It's going to have everything, the palette, the glitters, the pigments, the mirror, the tissue paper, the lipstick, everything is going to be customized. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. You're going to get hurt out here in the streets. Play with me if you want to. I want you to catch me if you can. I want you to dupe me. Please dupe me so I can flaunt out here on these heifers like, yeah, I'm that bitch that's getting duped, okay? Because people don't do people who are basic. People do people that got something going on. So, yes, honey, it's a compliment. It is a compliment. What I look like? What do I look like? So it's like, whatever, whatever. So it's like, girl, bye. You ain't say nothing. You ain't say nothing. That's what people do. Don't sit back. Just like Sharon and God is Dope, right? He really thought like he could build a business doing cheap t-shirts and put God is Dope or God is Great. Like, because eventually more people going to get hyped to, oh, that's all he does. Just got to get a t-shirt real quick and write a quick saying about God. Like more and more people, right? More and more people going to be hyped to that. That's why he's having issues with his sales, because he got comfortable. God is dope. God is great. God is amazing. Well, guess what? Anybody can do it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. And then he's telling people how to do it. Oh, this is how you copy me. Get you a shirt. Write God is dope on it and sell it for $6. Like, who does that? Who does that? Who on God's green earth teaches people how to copy them? Oh, here is my recipe. Oh, here is my formula. So now all these young people are selling t-shirts now, and they're following his formula. I'm like, do you not understand that the market is shrinks? If more and more people get into the same space as you, do the same graphics as you, the same t-shirts as you, the same pricing as you, and then you suck on your shipping and your customer service, you're going to lose your customers. What is you doing, fam? What you doing? But he rested on that. Like, he thought the success he had initially when he would drop a t-shirt for $5 and make $600,000 in one day, he thought that would last forever. It don't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. That's why as a company, as a brand, as a CEO, you have to keep reinventing yourself. You have to keep creating. You cannot stop. And I stopped creating because I got to a place I was like, well, I'm tired of people copy me all the time. I don't want them to copy me. So I stopped creating. And guess what? It hurt my sales. It hurt my business. It hurt my finances. It put my family in harm's way. Because what I do for the family, only I can do it, right? So I'm like, no, you cannot stop creating. You can't stop creating because you're going to be duped. How many people copy Nike? They're not going to stop making shoes. You know what I mean? It sucks, but it's real. But I'm like, that's what the fashion industry is. The fashion industry is all about stealing from people. It's all about stealing from people. So you got to understand that when you get in there, it's very, very competitive. Business is so hard. Business is so hard. Nobody cares about your feelings. People only care about the profit. Oh, okay, they stole from you. The same black people crying for you, still gonna go buy from Shine though. Oh, I'm gonna still buy from them. I remember one time when I went to Wish.com, I saw my Monroe lashes on Wish.com. They stole my pictures, not even the same product. They gave it the same name. They took pictures from my website. And Tanya Tanya from Housewives of Atlanta, I went to her man because he's an investor in Wish.com. And I went to her man. I wrote him a letter. I wrote him a DM like, yo, you're a black man. I'm a black woman. It's my business. And the people that you're investing with, like, they're stealing from me. They even had a fake box of crayon palette on there. I told him. He didn't respond. I went to Tanya. I told her, can you talk to your man to tell him that the Wish.com, like, they're taking stuff from black-owned businesses, like small black-owned businesses. You think her little ditzy ass cared? Her clown-looking ass. You think she cared? And that's what you see. People ain't shit. Even black people, if they can profit off of you being abused, they will. I told her. I even have the DMs. I told her. I messaged her. I messaged her. I said, can you? And she read it because I know she read it. And nothing was done about that. They even had like the fake crayon. They had the whole crayon case. They had the whole crayon case on Wish.com, and people were buying it. Even Super did a video telling people not to buy it. And she ordered it from the website to compare it to her actual palette, right? You see what I mean? Like, this is what happens in business all the time. Like, people be scamming. They poach from black hole. Like, it's sick. This is what happens. But you gotta mentally prepare yourself for that. And that's why I make my stuff so intricate. Like, I make myself so difficult because the harder you make your packaging, the harder you make your design, the harder you make your concept, it deters people from wanting to copy you. When you make a very simple design like that, like, it's a very simple design. The simpler your things are, oh gosh, the easier it is for people to steal from you. You hear me? The easier it is for people who steal from you. You know, but that's the thing, like, business really is a dirty game. You know what I mean? Business is a very, very dirty game. So it's like, you got to be mentally prepared for that. And I'm like, I'm mentally prepared for that. Even the mirror, everything I've dropped now, like, I'm ready for that because it's not so much about, oh, I don't want them to copy me. It is what it is. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. But my thing is, though, people, like, I'm going to just keep going and going and going. My creativity is not going to stop because I'm not attached to money anymore. My creativity is not going to stop, right? We're going to keep going until someone gets tired. And it's not going to be me. It's going to be you because God has blessed me with the creativity. I'm creative. I am very creative. And I intend to keep creating. Do your stuff have copyright? Yes. So you can do it. Like, you have to do like a trademark, and you also have to do like a dress patent. Does that make sense? Like, so the dress patent like protects the entire, like, the whole packaging thing. So that's like $4,000 because you have the trademark and then you also have a dress patent. Like, stuff gets really, really expensive, right? But even with that too, people can still want to copy you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So the only thing you can really do also, like, is to just keep creating stuff. Like, you just have to keep creating over and over and over and over and over again. And then people gonna get tired. Like, yo, we can't keep up with her. It's too much. You know what I mean? Because when people copy you also, use that, like, create some buzz around it and use that to market yourself. Like, oh, look, there's still from a black woman. Like, use that to do a GoFundMe. Like, use that to look for investors. Use that to raise capital so you can take your brand to the next level. Don't sit here and just cry. That's what they want you to do. They want you to be sad. They want you to give up. They want you to sit here and cry. They want you to not want to work anymore. They want you to, oh, this is too hard. I'm going to give up. They want you to give up. Like, these bigger brands, people with more money, they want you to be discouraged. They want to discourage you. You hear me? Just like the guy I was talking to yesterday. But he was like, oh, where'd you get your packaging? People love to ask me that question, right? As if that where I get my packaging is what gives me the packaging. I could tell you. I could say, oh, yeah, these are the people who make my boxes. But it does not mean that you're going to get my boxes. You know what I mean? These people just print stuff. They just print stuff. The stuff looks like that because I tell them what to do. I tell them what to do. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of celebrities in my DMs also trying to get, like, contact, trying to get my event. It's like, it does not matter. I could give you the people. You're not going to get the same stuff as me. Even the mirror people. A lot of famous people that you know make their mirror over there too. But we don't have the same mirror. Why? Because I make my own stuff. The mirror company that makes my mirror, they make mirrors for a lot of very famous people. You know them. I ain't got to say their name. You see what I mean? But it's like, it's your design. So it goes to show you, like, we can all go to the same manufacturer, but we're not going to have the same vision. We're not going to have the same product. You see what I mean? Because I demand a lot from myself. I'm not a lazy person. When I said I wanted to have a mirror because, oh, this person has a mirror, I want to have a mirror too. But I just said, oh, well, since yours is a star, they make mine a circle. That's some lazy shit. We're not going to play shapes out here. Okay? Oh, well, yours is a star, make mine a rectangle or make mine a square. Like, what the heck? That's some lazy shit. I was like, no, this is how I'm going to do mine. And I told my girl, we're going to do a peacock. She did her peacock. I said, what the heck is this? This is crazy. No. I was like, this is how. So I designed it. I was like, this is it. Then I sent it to her, and then she had to put it on the Photoshop, right? But it's like, it's my idea. So once again, I could just get the same mirror. Because if you don't have ideas in your head, they can't do nothing for you. And even me, like, the mirror was supposed to be even more intricate than that, but they couldn't keep up with me. You know what I mean? Like, here's the mirror. Have you seen the mirror? Like, this is the mirror, right? This is the mirror. This is what the mirror looks like, right? So it's like, you can have the same factory as somebody, but that don't mean you're going to get this though. Because this is mine. This is my idea. This is my creation. It's my concept. God gave it to me. God gave it to me. God gave me this idea, so then I did it. So it's like, okay, more power to you. You know, whatever. So I have a lot of people like they keep waiting to like for me to tell them like who makes my stuff. And it's like, it doesn't matter who makes my stuff because you're not going to get the same stuff as me. You're just not. Like, stop playing yourself. You're not. You know? And people think like life is like, it's just that easy. Oh, if I know who makes her stuff, I can get the same stuff as her. You will not. These people just manage whatever you tell them to do. That's what they do. They're not creative. They're not creative. When I like the initial design is way more complicated than this one. They couldn't do it. So it's like, do the same. Ransom, you got to write your question better. I don't understand what you're trying to say. You know, but it's like, you're not going to get the same mirror as me. You're just not. It's not going to happen because God didn't give it to you. This is my idea. This is my baby. So like I told you, a lot of people make their mirrors there too. It's not that hard. You can find it. A lot of people make this, like, I'm telling you. Okay. But listen, you get what you put out of your stuff. And me, Marlene, I go above and beyond for the stuff that I do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a vision that I saw. I saw the peacock. I just saw it. Oh my gosh, it has to be a peacock. The mirror has to be a peacock. I just knew it had to be a peacock. Now, how it was going to look, I let her try. I didn't like what she did. So I went in and I took charge. That's what I do. I take charge of my stuff. You know what I mean? Just like when you go on my page, like, where's my page at? Oh, we're right here, right? Like, look at like all these are my eyeshadows too, right? These are marble eyeshadows. Look, you see that? That's really, really pretty. This is my stuff. Like, this is my creativity. And I'm going to keep making more. Like, yeah, not going to stop me. But if you want, go ahead and copy. I will deplete you financially. Like, play with me if you want to, right? And that's the thing. Like, even here, like, you know, like, here's the whole, like, the B palette thing, the concept thing. Like, I don't take anything from anybody. I come up with my own stuff. Marlene gonna do her own stuff, and Marlene's gonna mind her business. That's it. But I know I'm better than you, though. Because I am. You see all these shadows and stuff like that? He was like, oh, where'd you get your shadows from? Who makes your eyeshadows? Like, it doesn't matter who makes my eyeshadows. Because even if I told you who made my eyeshadows, you would not get the same shadows as me. So go sit down somewhere. Because it don't matter. It really does. It really, like, when you really think about it, like, it truly, truly does not matter, right? It don't matter. This is my stuff. This is my stuff. And you cannot copy me. Go sit down somewhere. This is the Nigeria palette right here. This is Peach Martini, right? This is my baby. You know, like, I did this. You know, like, this is my, this is legitimately like my work, you guys. Like, I have, like, you guys, you should, like, this is, I mean, Nigeria, this is very pretty. But I'm like, even if you see, like, the stuff that's coming down, I mean, it's all beautiful. Like, I don't know how to say this. Like, I feel like I'm a bit, like, braggadocious, but it's true. Like, it's all beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Because I work really hard. And I'm like, and I knew people they're going to steal. So I was like, whatever, Marlene. Produce so much stuff they can't even keep up with you. And that's what we do. You know? Like this, I remember when I posted this one got so many views. This one, you know. And the lady on there, that's my mom. The lady on the B palette, that's my mom's face. That's my mom. You know what I mean? Like, this is how hard, like, your girl, like, I worked really hard, but I'm like, please. But one thing I don't do anymore, like I used to do, I don't get comfortable. Oh, look, I did so good. I'm gonna chill. Now I'm like, okay, it's pretty, on to the next. Like, I don't even enjoy these because I'm working on other stuff. Like, now we have to finish the Halloween stuff for next year, because next year I want the Halloween collection to be super, super big. So people are enjoying what I barely even get to enjoy my stuff because, you know, I'm so busy. Like, I'm so busy. Like, I'm constantly creating stuff. Like, we're constantly in the lab. This one was so cute. I did this myself. I did this video by myself, right? It was so cute. Hold on, let me play this for you. You know, look at that. Look at that. It's slow motion, right? And there comes the bee. You know, that's in my backyard. I did this by myself. But that's what people do. People, they gonna copy you, man. Look, like, that's just life. Look at my mom right here. Y'all see my mom right there. If you patent your products or ideas, people cannot just take it, right? Because the patent also, I think patents only apply, unless you do like international patent, but I think the patent only applies to the US. So people cannot take it, but it depends how much of it also, right? Because you have like, it's a lot with these patent stuff, right? So you have to trademark, patent, do the dress patent and stuff like that, and try your best, right? But I blocked the pre-order for Nigeria. But the reality is also like when it comes to designing, babe, Ransom, what I will tell you, me honestly, try to make your stuff as difficult as possible. Because when something is really difficult to copy, people are not gonna copy you because it's like, this is too much work. Because usually people who copy you, they want to copy you so they can like dupe exactly or do it for cheap, right? So what you want to do is like, you want to make it hard for them to copy. And then you want to make it so like, if they do copy you, it's going to be expensive. So by the time they actually get to market, they have to sell the same price as you, right? And then number 3, the another thing that you also want to do that the people who copy you might not do is like your customer service. Like, have amazing customer service. Like, have dope ass customer service. Like, really spoil your customers. So like, yeah, you're cheaper, but I'm not gonna get the same experience. So it's not just the product that you're selling, the packaging that you're selling, the quality that you're selling. You also are selling an experience that people who dupe you because they're cheaper, they can afford to invest in having an experience. Does that make sense? So it's like, you gotta be very strategic behind it, right? But it's like a lot of people, I repeat, a lot of people out here are gonna copy you. Like, I'm like, and I'm not trying to wish that on myself, but it's like, the B palette, like how pretty it is, you're gonna see people try to do some dumb stuff. Like, yeah, listen, right? But it's like, we got other stuff too. I have a lot of stuff. You guys, I fixed my mindset. I was very weak. You know, he said, I see you don't understand trademarks. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can explain what you're saying, because I have a hard time understanding you, right? But just because you trademark something here in the US does not mean that it's protected in Europe. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that it's protected in Africa. It doesn't mean it's protected in Asia. So it's like, it's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but like, they can protect the stuff here in the US. But it's like, some people can still infringe on your trademarks though. They still can. You know, you can threaten like cease and desist litigation, but there are people who don't care. There are people who are crazy, like, they don't care. They don't care. So, you know, but then you can also like a dress patent where you secure your whole design. Like you secure the whole, that's a dress patent. You secure the whole design. But then again, you can have people trying to make like minor tweaks, et cetera, where people want to be evil and dishonest. There's a way. But if you have the money and you have the lawyers and you have your paperwork, it makes it easier for you to scare them. But it's like, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, but this one is really, really pretty, right? So we have 3. I was going to do this one. Yeah. I was also going to like drop this one because this is another one for Nigeria. This is like another palette for Nigeria, but this will have to come out. This will have to come out next year. It's so pretty. This is so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. We have so much stuff that's in, like, I have so much stuff in the pipeline because I know I know people's psychology. And before, I used to just sit there and cry, like, oh, they stole from me. Oh, they copy me. Woo, womp, 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 womp. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, what the heck is that, right? Like, what the heck is this? I'm like, whatever. So it's like, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, it can get really, really expensive. Patent, like you could easily spend like $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 just on like protecting your stuff in terms of IP, right? Because it can get really, really expensive. It can get really, really expensive. So it's like, to me, Marlene, honestly, I would not just rest on the trademarks and the patent. I would also rest on having quality products also. I would have also like great customer service. I would focus a lot on the customer, like stuff that other people can't replicate, right? Stuff that other people cannot copy. And that's you. Like, that's the way you treat your customers. If you do it really, really well, other people can't copy that. So even if they do sell the same thing as you, or they sell it for cheaper, they're not going to get your clients, because your clients going to be loyal to you because you treat them a certain way. You know, and when you treat your people a certain way, they're going to stick with you. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. So I try to make everything super, super complicated. I'm telling you, by the time you're done copying this, you're going to be tired. You're going to be tired. Whether you want to copy the B stuff, whether you want to copy the thing. And it's like, it's not going to look as good as the original. So even if somebody wants to buy, like, let's say somebody does a copy, like a cheap version of the thing. And mind you, I'm going to be really honest with you, right? Since we're here, we're having this discussion, right? Let's say, for example, that someone says, oh, I'm going to go. Somebody tries to dupe the B palette and try to sell it for cheaper. I'll dupe my damn self. Play me if you want to. Play me if you want to. If somebody tries to dupe my B palette, I will dupe myself. You hear me? That's how savage I've gotten to. I'm not going to cry about it. If anybody wants to dupe me, I will dupe myself. And however much you think you're selling, I will sell it for lower. So ultimately, I'm going to win. Play with me if you want to. Like, because when it comes to packaging, I'm the queen. Okay? Try me if you want to. Try me if you want to. Try me if you want to. If somebody tries to dupe Nigeria, I will dupe Nigeria myself. And because I did it, if I dupe myself, it's going to be still, because it's my idea. It's my stuff. So I can dupe myself. And what you going to do about it? Nothing. It doesn't take long to do a little Shopify website. And isn't that hard? It's not hard to start a new company. It's not hard to start a new company. It's not hard to have a little Shopify website. And it's definitely not hard to like create like a cheaper version of this with like cheaper, lower quality shadows. If anybody tries to dupe me, I will dupe myself. Watch me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. I got time today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Right? Because all this victim mindset, oh, stuff is happening to me, people are against me, I don't do that anymore. I deal with life as life comes. I don't cry about stuff anymore. I deal with stuff as it comes, because I'm like, this is what I chose to do. I chose to be an entrepreneur. I chose to be in business, and I chose to do something creative. So when you put yourself in that space, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the BS that comes with it. If not, then don't do it, because you're going to cry a lot. You will cry a lot, because there are a bunch of bullies in this industry. People are bullies. In business, it's nothing but bullies. It's nothing but mean people. Very mean people. Very ill-intentioned people. And that's why I said, right? That's why I said, I don't even want to have an investor, because when you take people's money and you give them equity, they become co-owners. So like this B palette, for example, right? This whole B concept here. If I take equity, if I take somebody else's money, they own this too. They own this. If tomorrow something happens and I have to sell the business or whatever, I have to give this up. Like I have to walk away from my own stuff. Like I could never, they probably write a contract like, oh, you can never do a B inspired palette again. You can never do a Nigeria inspired palette again. I would have to give all this stuff up. The names, everything, the design, the names, the formulation, my lashes, the name of my lashes, my lip glosses, the formulas, the names of my lip glosses, like my liquid lipsticks, my more matte than matte, my baby mattes. It's like, yo. So then you really start thinking like, hold up, wait a minute. Money's cheap. Money's cheap. Because this stuff right here is worth millions of dollars. The stuff even the mirror. Can you imagine having to give up the mirror? Jesus, like how much, like what's the price? Like what is the price that you would put? I got 5 DMs. I have so many DMs every morning when I wake up. My people love me. I don't understand this part. But I'm like, when it comes to this mirror, like, how much would you take to walk away from this mirror? Because when you hold up, wait a minute. Because when you think about the money that you would take for this mirror, like somebody said, Maria or Elena or Shaniqua, right? How much can I write you that you would give away the rights to this mirror? Because think about it. Okay, think about it. Like, maybe I'll take 500,000 because you're just thinking like, I need money, and you think like, 500,000, that's a lot of money, but it really isn't, right? But my thing is, when somebody buys this from you, you hear me, and they make it a mass and they promote it. If they sell this mirror for $40, you hear me, $40. If they get 1,000 people to buy it, just 1,000 people, that is 400,000. So here you go. Right? Here you go, giving up something that could have made you tens of millions of dollars, right? For 500,000, because you're just so short-sighted, like, 500,000. Girl, back. Think about, like, you're going to have to pay taxes on this stuff. You have legal fees to pay because there's going to have to be a contract. Then you're going to have to pay all your taxes. So you might be left with like 200,000. Okay, but yet this person owns your IP because you sold them this. You never get to make this again, because if you do, they'll sue you. Okay, so they'll make this. They'll charge $40. If 1,000 people buy this, that is 400,000. Do you know how easy it is to find 1,000 people to buy something like this? So you're like, wow, I should have held on to my mirror. If you sell 10,000 pieces, that's $4 million right there. You see what I mean? That's why creativity is so priceless, because when you know how to make beautiful stuff that people want to buy, you will make millions of dollars. Millions, easy. You know what I mean? If 100,000 people buy this mirror, that's 40 million. If like what? No, sorry. Oh, hey, Makita. If 1 million people buy this mirror, that's 40 million. If 100,000 people buy the mirror, that's 4 million. Right? If 10,000 people buy the mirror, that's 400,000. And if 1,000 people buy it, it's 40,000. So it's like, would you really sell your intellectual property for a quick check? And that person is going to make money forever. Because once you have that's the thing, like with the mirror, once you have your design, because we did the design, we tweaked it, we went into, that's the prototype. That's not even the real mirror. That's just the prototype of the mirror before we actually make the mold, right? But once you make the mold of this mirror, you can make as many mirrors as you want. You can make as many colors as you want. As long as you have the money, you can make as many pieces as you want. But I'm like, who's not going to buy this mirror though? Who's not going to buy this mirror? That's money right there. I'm like, no. And that's the thing I told you, the lady from Lime Crime, when she sold her business and she walked away from her business, the contract stated that she could not do anything makeup related for 5 years, right? If you're a very creative person and they're afraid of you because like, yo, this girl is really, really good, or this guy is really, really good, they might make you sign a lifetime contract of non-compete, like for the next 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, you can never make a mirror again. How, like, if you're a creative person, how are you going to live if you can't do what you love to do? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. For how much money? And I know the money, like they can never pay me. I don't know. That's just me money, but I'm like, people can't pay me enough money for me to not create what I want to create. Like, because that's just what I do. I create things, you know? And of course, it's not easy. Like, it's like, I want money. But it's like, she left me, Natalie, she left me a sweet message. She was like, I've said it before, but your eye for detail is just spectacular. And then she has the eye right here. So cute. That's my customer. She's so sweet. She placed a pre-order all the way out from the Netherlands. Like, she bought 2 pallets. She's such a sweetheart. Okay? Such a sweetheart. But it's like people see like, wow, like this is crazy. This is crazy. And when I do the mirror for the B collection, because this mirror is actually for Nigeria. I just made it yellow so it matches the B palette for now because this is coming out. But I'm like, when I get to a place where I get to design the mirror for the B collection, oh, that's gonna be insane. You know, and like the thing about these mirrors, these are things that people buy because they like this cute, it's not expensive like that, and people actually will use them, and it's really pretty to have them, right? Because that's one thing I saw with Jeffree is like, there are people who collect his mirrors. Like you have people who collect like every single mirror that Jeffree drops, they collect. And I'm like, imagine if that's what I told myself, like, imagine if I can create a mirror that is so beautiful that people actually want to collect my mirror. Right? So it's like, I don't always have to do eyeshadow palettes because they're exhausting, but we can do mirrors like monthly. We can drop a mirror every month or like every 2 months, we can drop a brand new mirror. But I'm like, imagine if I do like 10 mirrors or 20 or 30 mirrors, right? And there are people out there who start collecting every single color. That's just money right there. That's just money right there, right? And so it's like, that's how you want to think for yourself. Like that's how you want to think. You know what I mean? Like, what can I do that stands out? Like, that is so hard for people to copy me. Because once you do that, like, it becomes a lot easier. And even like this design this design was a lot. It's a lot. The design is a lot. Like, it's exhausting. It really is. It was, for me, I was exhausted. She was exhausted. We're all tired. Like, this design is very, very intricate. And the majority of people who copy people, they're lazy. They don't want to put in effort. That's why they're copying in the first place, because they don't want to put this amount of effort in the first place. So when you come up with something, you have to work really hard to make it as intricate, as difficult, as complex as possible. They're like, this is too much work. This is too much of a headache. You know what I mean? When I did the lemonade palette, like the lemonade palette here, like here's my lemonade palette, like, right? It's just like slices of lemons. Like this right here is very easy to copy. This is so easy to copy. Like, you know, this is easy to copy. This is super easy to copy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I wanted to do like the turquoise. I want to do yellow, lavender. We're gonna do so many colors, like so red. We're gonna do a whole lot of colors, but like something like that, like this kind of packaging. That was like when I first started, like this kind of packaging is super, super easy to copy. Let me stop the screen real quick. You know, like if you come up with something like that, yeah, people gonna copy you because it's very easy. Like there's nothing challenging about the design, but I didn't know much from what I was doing. I mean, I'm a little bit better, but I didn't know much back then, but you know, so this is the lemonade one, but like something like that is very, very easy to copy. It's not that hard. It's just 4 squares in a mirror and a bunch of lemon slices on it. So a lot of people can copy this. You know what I mean? Like the traditional eyeshadow palettes, like the flat eyeshadow palettes with like the circles in there, those are very easy to copy. It's just cardboard. This is just cardboard. It's paper. It's the cardboard. You put the holes in there, put some shadows in there. Like people can copy that like super easy. That's why people copy Anastasia like crazy. Like her box is very easy to copy. So a lot of people make dupes because it's not an expensive box, right? But it's like when it comes to Jeffree Star, for example, you don't see a lot of people duping Jeffree because his packaging, like the box, the coffin that he uses for his eyeshadows, that in itself is pricey. So people don't want to put that much effort. Like, this is too much to copy, you know? But the young sis, like the stuff that she did, where is it? Like the stuff that she did right here. You see, like it's a very, very easy to copy. You know, this is not trying to be mean to her, but that's super easy to copy. Like, you know, it's green. It's like the AKA colors, like the one side is pink, one side is green, and it crisscross. That's very easy to copy. You know what I mean? People are going to copy that. People are going to copy that. People are going to copy that. It's very easy. You know, but if she had made things like a bit more difficult, like if she added like more stuff to it, they probably wouldn't have done it's too much. They don't want to. But this is pretty easy. Make one side green, make one side pink, and then cross it. They're gonna copy because it's easy. So like you really have to think about like but she like the stuff she has like her bag right here, that might be a bit more difficult to copy like for mass. So something like that, like that's what I would invest in. That's why, like when you watch a lot of like business shows, they talk about like barriers to entry, like how easy it is for people to access your business. Like how easy is it for people to copy you? That's why a lot of investors prefer to invest in tech, because they can trademark, they can copy that, copyright that. So barriers of entry are really high. It's really expensive too. So it's like when things are super expensive, when things are very, very techy, not everybody can just do it. But when you sell, like you sell lashes or you sell clothes or you sell makeup, like, yeah, it's a very easy for people to copy you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like even Chanel gets copied. Like that's real. Like there's so many people who sell fake Chanel. I think is it Diet Prada on Instagram? Let me see. My sister sends me their stuff all the time. I think it's Diet Prada, like this page, right? This thing was so cute, you guys. Oh my gosh. Look at this. This thing was just so cute. I saw this. I couldn't believe it. This is a Black designer who's paying homage to all the creation made by Black people. So this was so cute. This was super, super cute. But yeah, like Diet Product, like they do a lot of like in their stories, they have a lot of like real versus fake. And you're like, a lot of people copy Chanel. A lot of people, even the Birkins, like there are so many fake Birkins now on the market. There are a lot of people wearing fake Birkins. There are a lot of fakes. You know? There are a lot of fakes. There are a lot of fakes out there. So it's like the finishing, you know, so it's like you have like the finishing, the print, the things, like you really have to work really hard to make your stuff really hard to do as to the best of your ability. You know, that's why we went, like we have a special shaped box, like the box is like this, you know, like it's not an easy box that's just out there, that's just available for everybody. Like I customized the wells, I customized the shadow paints, like I customized as much as possible. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kanye went through the same thing exactly. Like Walmart even copied his shoes. They copied them ugly looking shoes thing. Walmart copied that. Like it's just like that really is the fashion industry. Like it's a very grimy industry. It's a very grimy industry, and it's like they constantly, like people constantly dupe other people. You know what I mean? They constantly dupe other people. So it's like, yeah, you know, what can you do about it? You just got to keep going. You just have to keep going. You just have to keep going. Like, don't stop. Like, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't stop. Don't let anybody affect you, because they will try to affect you. You know. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry, y'all. Yeah. Exactly. Like that's what it is. So that's what, like, sorry guys, like these designers, they spend a lot of money. But guess what? In a few weeks or in a few months, you're gonna see some of these designs in Zara. You're gonna see Zara, even Michael Kors. Michael Kors dupes a lot. Like remember that one? Like he duped the Celine bag. One time he duped Head Arty. They acted like, you know what I mean? But Michael Kors dupes a lot of people's bags. Like remember that one year he was duping all the Celine bags, right? The Hamilton, like The watches, his watches, he dupes Cartier a lot. Trust me, I have a lot of his watches. He dupes Cartier a lot. But when we don't see a face to who's being duped, we don't mind. We buy it, right? It's only when we know who's being duped. Like, oh my gosh, that's so wrong. That's so wrong. But we've all enjoyed dupes to some extent, right? That's the nature. That's the nature of the industry. But all these great designers who spend millions of dollars on their clothes, they spend millions of dollars booking these expensive models, right? I'm telling you, within 2 to 3 months, you will see it as Zara. The same color palette, the same color story, the same cuts. Zara is going to do it for their price point. And then like within 6 months, you'll see H&M do it for their price point. And then in a few months after that, you'll see Fashion Nova do it for their. So like the big houses, they set the trends. And then all these other vultures that are AKA fast fashion, they go into dupe mode. They dupe everything. You see what I mean? That's really how it goes. Like that's what the fashion industry is built on. Everybody duping each other for every single price, like for every single market. Like you have the mass market, you have mass luxury, you have like mass/luxury, you have super luxury, you have couture. So it's like they all copy. But I'm telling you, you will see these color stories, you will see these cuts, you will see these colors, right? Very soon. By next year, you'll see like that kind of green everywhere. By next year, you'll see that kind of, you'll see the stuff. Wait and see. You're like, oh, Marlene, you told us. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes, right? And like, you know, and then you can't stop yourself because that's just the industry. Like it's a very, very grimy. Just like even like Nicki Minaj, she's mad at Cardi, but it's like so many girls are famous copying the Nicki Minaj look, right? You know, she has a lot of sons out there. That's how it goes. When you are the top of your game, everybody wants to copy you to get to your position. Everybody. Like, you know, like the middle part with the long Chinese hair, that's Nicki. But not everybody does it. You know what I mean? Not everybody does it. Like a lot of stuff that Nicki does, everybody does. Like Nicki has a lot of clones out there. That's how it is. You know what I mean? That's how it is. Like the reason why Beyonce does not have that many clones out there, because Beyonce works really, really hard. And she has the choreography. She works really hard. And the majority of girls don't have it in them. They're very lazy. So they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. That's why people can't copy Beyonce. But if all Beyonce was like a pretty girl with a pretty voice, yeah, she would have made it this far. But it's really hard to copy Beyonce. She is exhausting. Beyonce is exhausting. You know what I mean? It's like, no, like maybe Normani will probably get there if she's focused. But like to be Beyonce, it's too much. The girl is a perfectionist. It's like people can't keep up with her. She's exhausting. Even me, I'm like, damn, I'm tired. Hey, what is this? Like, it's exhausting. Like Normani might. But Normani, so far, she's not consistent. You know? But it's like, you look at Beyonce, it's like, how am I going to keep up with this? You know what I'm saying? It's a really, really... It's really exhausting, you guys. It's really exhausting. You know? We can't play this. Let me see. We can't put the song on, but hold on. Because as long as we don't play the music, they ain't going to come for me, right? But it's like, you see this? Like, look at this level. Hold on, wait a minute. Like, look at this level of, yeah, Normani, if she focuses, right? Exactly. Like, look at this. Like, most of these girls in the music industry, they don't have it in them. They just want to be pretty girls, twerk a little bit, be like, ow. That's all they want to do. Beyonce does not. Beyonce is a standard. Beyonce is a class by herself. Look at this. Like, even me, Martin, I don't have it in me. I'm tired. I'm like, girl, 3 kids doing this. I can't do it. I can't. This is exhausting. Did you see? Like, this is Beyonce for you. So it's like, people not going, because Beyonce wanted to be Michael Jackson. You see that? Like, Michael Jackson is her benchmark. Michael Jackson is her benchmark. That's who she wants to be. Not even herself. She wants to be Michael Jackson of her generation. So it's like when like that, and that's really hard to do. That is very, very hard to copy. You know, she said Beyonce studies, and she will really keep going until her body, like, and I think the only thing that stops Beyonce is her body, like, because if her body would allow her to go, she probably would go for weeks without eating food. This girl is crazy. She's not normal. You know what I mean? She's not normal. So it's like, look at this though. You know, boom, 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 boom. You know, it's like, this is insane. This is insane. But I'm like, most girls, like most of these females, they don't have it in them. They don't have it in them. And that's why it's a very hard. That's why it's a very, very hard to here she is. That's why it's very hard to copy Beyonce. You see, most of them people, they're not going to put this much, like a lot of people would not put this much, they would not put this much thought, effort, money into this. Like all her people are wearing Balmain right now. This is crazy. The entire tour is wearing Balmain. Like, she said, once I learned her diet for the tour, I said, man, let me just go stick to the rivers and the lakes that I'm used to. I know that's right. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Listen to the rivers and the lakes. You know, most people don't have it in them. Beyonce's a machine. She's a machine. Like once in a while, you might catch her a little bit, but like over the course of her career, like how many people can keep up with this lady? It's not normal at this point. Like I'm like, this is not possible. I'm tired. Sometimes I'm like, yo, this girl is exhausting. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. J-Lo tries to copy, but even J-Lo, she gets tired because Beyonce does not get tired. She don't get tired. And I'm like, that's a lot. Beyonce is a lot to keep up with. You know, she's involved in every aspect, the lighting, the sound, the hair, the costume, she watched, like she does it that's why do you think I did this whole B for her? Like she is a B, like I'm like the detail, like the attention to detail. And that's what people who copy you will never have your attention to detail. So you don't have to worry about these fools. You know what I mean? When you set the bar so high for yourself, you don't have to worry about anybody copying you because most people are mediocre. Most people do not like to challenge themselves. Most people don't like to go hard. And Beyonce goes hard. She goes hard. Like she goes like every, Honey said Beyonce's work ethic is crazy. Exactly. You cannot copy this lady. You will end up killing yourself. Like your body will go into like preeclampsia. Like it's not going to end well for you. It's not going to end well for you. And that's why she's Beyonce. Because her standard is high. Like, this, you guys, this is crazy. Hey, where you going? What you going to get me?
Don't you talking?
You can still get me something. He said, so you can play music because it may come after your copy for copyrights. You understand that, but now when it comes to, I don't understand I don't know why you want to make an issue out of what. It's like you want to make an issue out of nothing. I don't understand what your issue is. She has an enforceable copyright. That's what we're trying to say. Maybe you didn't hear that part. You can have your copyrights. You can have your trademarks, but you also need to have the money to enforce it. There are many people who have copyrights and trademarks. And guess what? They get violated because they don't have the means to enforce it. You have to enforce your copyrights. And that's not free. Like how many, like we have laws in this country, right? And people still break them. Not because they don't understand the laws, because they don't think the government can enforce it. Just like PPP loan. People knew not to apply for it, but they still did because they felt like, whoa, given the sheer number of people who are going to apply, the government does not have enough manpower to enforce their law. So people tried their luck and some got caught. Some are still getting away with it, but eventually they're going to get caught. So you can have your copyrights. You can have your trademarks. You can have your dress patent, but you have to enforce that. And that also takes money. It takes money to get the paperwork, and then it takes money to enforce it. YouTube is their platform. This is not my platform. They have algorithms that run nonstop to catch everything we say, every beat that we play. So they're going to enforce it. Beyonce herself has her own stuff running on here. Don't put Beyonce. Beyonce is a $500 million. I don't have Beyonce money. So yes, she can force me. She has her paperwork, but she also has the money to enforce me to respect her IP because she got the money to enforce it. That's the thing. So I don't know why you want to be combative for no issue. Like, fam, it's no problem. It's no problem. Anybody, oh, Bravo, all of them, they enforce their IP on social media because they have the money to enforce their IP. I don't have Beyonce's pockets. And to enforce your intellectual property, it's expensive too. It is expensive. So that's also very real. So don't think like, oh, I got my trademark, I'm protected. People can still try you. And they will try you, especially if they know that you don't have the money to enforce your IP. But yeah, like as I was saying, like, you know, like, so she's really, she's a machine. Like, she really is a machine. I don't know why some people on YouTube, it's like, I don't know if they're bored or whatnot, but it's like they go around the internet trying to be combative and fight people. Like, fam, I don't know you. You don't know me. It's not that deep. It is your choice whether you protect your brand under a trademark law. But I think you want to be right because you need to be right this morning. I don't know what it is because I don't even know you. So why you're combative, I don't even understand. Because it's not even personal, right? It's not even personal. We have a bunch of people here who have businesses, who have ideas. So I feel like if you're going to have a conversation about trademarks, IP, dress patent and things like that, like copyright law, let's just have a polite and respectful conversation. Don't try to like shame people, act like you know everything because you don't. Because are you a trademark IP lawyer? You're probably not, right? But the reality of it is, you can have your trademarks. You can protect your IP, but you still need money to enforce it. You still need money to enforce it. And that's real. Like even the lady who trademarked Blue Ivy, since we're talking about Beyonce, there was a woman who owned the trademark for Blue Ivy because she had a Blue Ivy, like a catering business named Blue Ivy, and Beyonce challenged her. But the thing is, Beyonce has more money. Beyonce has a bigger name. So they ended up giving Beyonce the right to the lady's trademark. So I don't know what you're trying to say here. I don't understand. But any law, any kind of like document or contract, anything, laws, contract, whatever, you have to have the power to enforce it. We don't respect laws because we actually want to respect the law. We respect the law because we know that the United States has enough money, means, and soldiers to enforce the law. So we abide by the law. But willingly, people don't respect the law. People are savages. People don't just abide because, oh, I have a piece of paper, respect my right. No, they don't care. But if you have your piece of paper and you have the ability to enforce what you are owed, people are going to treat you differently. People only understand violence out here. So that's the thing. The little boy, he had his old trademark stuff too. He sent his stuff to Puffy. Puffy still copied the little boy. Okay? Exactly. Like it takes money to enforce a contract. It takes money to enforce your IP. So it's like, if you don't have the money, what can you do? Yeah, you have a piece of paper, but until you have the money to fight people, they can still infringe on your rights. So I don't know why you act like two truths cannot mutually exist. Like, yeah, you should protect your business. You should protect your brand. You should. But at some point also, like the real, like Elena was saying earlier, to people who have small businesses, even like myself, you can't protect everything you should protect because you can end up having to pay like $500,000 in intellectual property fees. Oh, bye, Shaniqua. Where you gonna get that? And like, there comes a point also, like it's also like financially it's not even beneficial because you should protect as much as possible, but it costs money. It's not free. If you have a business and you own like 30 marks, like your one business has like 30 marks, unless you're a multi-millionaire business, yeah, 30 marks can cost you like $100,000, $200,000 to protect. It's like, is it even worth it to do it? You know? So it's like sometimes you can't protect everything. You really cannot. But even if you are able to protect everything, even if you have the money to protect everything, you still need the money to enforce it. It takes money to enforce your IP. But like her, she has money. Beyonce's worth almost like $500 million. Pay YouTube, they have the money for that. Facebook, all these billionaire people, they have the money to enforce their IP. You can't put me on the same level as Beyonce. I don't have Beyonce money. I don't have Beyonce name. I don't have Beyonce money. I don't have Beyonce influence. I don't have Beyonce power. I'm a regular person. I'm a regular person. It's like, you know, I'm a regular person. I'm not worth $500 million. You know, I'm not like, you know, I'm not Kylie Jenner also. Like, I'm not worth $500 million. I don't have that. Oh yeah, I have like $200,000 to go pay an attorney so that he can trademark everything in my company. I don't have it yet. The day I do, I will do it. But in the meantime, you pick what's most important and you take care of it. You know, that's all you can do. And then you pray for the best, because, you know, a lot of legal fees are real. Legal fees are very real, and legal fees can have you broke out here. Like, I'm even wondering like how even like, what's her name? Tasha K is keeping up with Cardi B in court, because I'm like, dealing with attorneys, like that stuff ain't no joke. That stuff is real. That stuff is real. Even if you're right and you have to sue someone, you still have to pay your lawyer until you win the case. So like, what if a case takes a whole year? What if a case takes 2 years or takes 3 years? Like, you have to pay for that out of pocket. And then once you win, then you get a judgment and they got to pay. But what if that person also don't have to pay your attorney? Who's going to pay the attorney? It's you. Like, this stuff is real. So it's not like white and black like that. Like, it's a lot. It really is a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, like it's a lot line. Like, I'm not saying people should definitely protect their stuff, but it's like, you know what? You got to be able to enforce it. You have to be able to enforce it, right? But like, legal fees are no joke. Even like the paperwork to do your trademarks and your address patent stuff, like, it's expensive. Okay. So once you're done with that, now somebody tries you. You got to go serve them. So you got to go contact your lawyer to write a cease and desist. How much that going to cost you? Unless if the person still does it, you don't have to go back to your lawyer to persecute that person. And then if it goes to court, you have to pay your lawyer. And it's like, what if it, like, sometimes like Tasha and Cardi, they've been in court for like 3 years. Can you imagine having legal fees for 3 years? That's just insane. That is just I don't even know how she does it. And now that she lost her $3 million countersuit, it's like, so now you're at the mercy of Cardi, because either Cardi loses the case, so it's like, okay, then you go your way, I go my way. I handle my lawyer fees, you handle your lawyer fees. But I'm like, what if they go to court and Cardi gets a judgment against her? You know what I mean? Like, what if, like, even if they don't want to give Cardi any money, but at least Cardi gets her lawyer fees. So it's like Tasha gonna have to pay her lawyer fees and Cardi B's lawyer fees. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, what if Cardi's lawyer charges like $1,000 an hour? So for the past 3 years, how many hours has he been working on this case? So what are we looking at? So it's like, just lawyer fees alone. Like, even if Tasha doesn't have to pay Cardi any money and just has to like say sorry, take down the video and pay Cardi's lawyer fees, like assuming the lawyer gets like $1,000 an hour for 3 years, how much are we looking at? Jesus. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That's why I'm like, I don't even understand why this thing even went to court in the first place. I don't get it. I truly don't. I'm like, why did y'all even go to court in the first place? Like, this stuff is never that serious. It's a gossip and never that serious. Like, gossip and never that serious that you have to go to court and spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars over some gossip. It's not that serious. If somebody said, I don't like what you said about me, oh, my bad, sorry, girl. If somebody tells you, I'm going to sue you, especially a celebrity, and you know they got money to actually sue you and win, oh, my bad, take down the video. Like, stuff is not that deep. It's not that deep. But I'm like, what if now you got to pay this girl like $1 million in lawyer fees? Jesus. Well, like, where you going to get this money from? Where you going to get this money from? And you got to pay your lawyer fees. And you still got to pay for stuff at home. You know what I mean? It's like, this is insane. And I'm like, Tasha, like, you should have just taken the stuff down and apologized to that girl and kept it moving. You know what I mean? Because like, now all these people you're trying to entertain, if something bad happens, these subscribers are not going to help you. Nobody's going to pitch in, because people love to see people do bad. People love to see other people like not be successful. It's like, what exactly are you doing here? This is insane. This is really crazy. This is truly crazy. You know, this is really crazy. Because I'm like, now it looks like Cardi could actually win, right? So, because they tossed out Tasha's case. It was tossed out of court. Apparently, they even had a paper trial. They didn't even show up. It was done all through paperwork. And so Tasha lost her countersuit. It was thrown out of court because she couldn't bring any receipts to what she was alleging. So now the Cardi's case is the one going to federal court. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're going to federal court over gossip? Like, it's just crazy to me. Like, it's not that deep. If she wants you to take down the video, just take down the video. If she wants you to say sorry, sure, whatever, sorry. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have that kind of money, yo. I don't have that kind of, I don't have that much pride in me. I sure don't. Ooh, child, I'm sorry, girl. Forgive me, girl. My bad, sis. I ain't mean it like that. You know, I was just playing with you. Who cares? You know what I mean? But you don't let these subscribers and pride and your name get you so drunk that you're going to fight a multimillionaire? Like, Cardi has 100 million followers. 100 million. The kind of endorsement she gets. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're taking it too far, but the thing is, Cardi's pockets are deeper. You know what I mean? Cardi got the people behind her. She has more influence. Her name is bigger. She has more money. There are a lot of people who are behind Cardi. Cardi is a business to a lot of people. All these major record labels, the sponsors that she has, like, they need her to win. So you don't think these judges can be bought? It's Georgia, sis. It's the South. You in the South, the South is full of corruption. This ain't LA. This is the South. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cardi needs to let things go, but the thing is, like, you know, right now she's at the top, so you can't really ask her to be sober. But it's like, if this thing goes left, like Tasha loses more than Cardi, and I'm like, that's not okay. You got kids. It's not that deep. Even if Cardi, let's say Cardi's the worst person in the world, don't worry, she gonna get hers. But you don't have to ruin your life trying to make her, trying to expose her. Let her go. Let her go. Like, stuff is never that deep. In due time, she gonna get exposed. If she's supposed to be exposed, she gonna be exposed. Don't worry about it. Tasha, because when she sued Tasha for defamation, Tasha countersued for like risk, like, oh, like negligence, like she tried to put my life in harm's way. You know what I mean? So Tasha countersued for $3 million because she said that Cardi put her life at risk. So when they didn't even go to court. In they had a paper trial, right? They had a paper trial, and the judge was like, well, Tasha hasn't proven exactly how Cardi threatened her life and how Cardi caused her damages. So because of that, her case got tossed out. So now they're proceeding. They're going to go forward with Cardi's case, and they're going in federal court. And I'm like, for all this over gossip, Jesus, this is insane. Like, this is crazy. But I don't know. Marlene, if I could talk to Tasha, I said, Tasha, please go bury the hatchet with this girl. Tell her sorry, and let's just leave it at that. You know what I mean? Because this ain't gonna end well. This ain't gonna end well. You know what I mean? But Tasha cannot win, sis. Tasha lost her thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Tasha lost. Tasha lost. Tasha had a countersuit for $3 million. They tossed it out because she couldn't prove what she was saying. So now they're going for Cardi. They're going to court for Cardi. So whatever happens there, Cardi wins. Because even if Cardi doesn't, even if Cardi gets no money, even if it's like, okay, you don't have to pay her, Tasha might be on the hook for Cardi lawyer's fee. Huh? Jesus. For 3 years? Hold up, wait a minute. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me. No. Even I think they're going to federal court in September. Federal court over gossip? Like, it's not that serious. Like, it's not that serious. She can countersue for emotional distress. I don't think she can, because according to Tasha, the stuff that she said in her paperwork, she said that Cardi called her and asked her to remove the stuff. She said before Cardi sued her, Cardi tried to work it out, and she wasn't interested in working out with Cardi. So she said that herself. She said that. It's written. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, just like this is not serious. This is not that serious. You know what I mean? Yeah, she wants to scare all the other blogs. She does. But it doesn't have to be at the expense of Tasha's pockets. Like, Tasha has children. She just had a little baby boy. Like, this is real. Like, what if it comes out like it's $1 million judgment against Tasha? Like, y'all, all jokes aside, sometimes we like people, sometimes we don't like people, all jokes aside. But would you really want to see a Black woman out here on the hook for $1 million worth of legal fees over a gossip? It's not that deep. Like, it really isn't that deep. It really isn't that deep. Like, it's not that deep. This stuff is really, really expensive. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know what you could do with that kind of money? It's not that deep. Even your time, like, you're never going to get your time back. You know what I mean? Like, you'll never get your time back. Those are 3 years that are just gone. 3 years of money. You pay your lawyer. She pays her lawyer. And it's still not over. Like, it's not that deep. Like, it's not like, oh, somebody hurt somebody's child. It's not like you had a business deal and then you really stole a bunch of money. You know, like, it's really not that it's not that serious. It's all gossip. Oh, you talking about me? I don't like it. Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? Like, this is not serious like that. You know, this is too much money for nothingness. Like, when it's all like, I'm like, and then y'all gonna go before the judge talk about, oh, we're here because she talked about me. Well, you said this, you said that. Like, it's not even substantial enough to go before a judge for this stuff. Like, this is just crazy. This is crazy. And my thing is, like, even if like the judge throws out the case for Cardi, y'all still lost 3 years. You lost 3 years of your lives about this over a video. Like, it's not that deep over cold sores. Who got herpes? Who don't got herpes? Like, just say sorry. Like, my bad, girl. My bad. You said sorry. She said sorry. And then y'all promised to leave each other the hell alone. Because I'm telling you guys, if something bad happens like this, like, nobody's going to go bail Tasha out. She's going to be on her own. That's a lot of money. Come on. Like, she's not Wendy Williams where she got all this money behind her. Like, that's just a family, like, doing a little, you know what I mean? Like, that's a little hustle on the YouTube, whatever. Like, I don't, child, Like, this is crazy. Like, come on, just say sorry. Like, me, Martin, I don't have that kind of pride. Shit, I can't afford it. I don't have pride I cannot afford. I kid you not. Shoot. I do not have the pride that I cannot afford to have. That's just not how I function. I don't have the pride I cannot afford to have. Makes sense? Because to me, it's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. You know what I mean? I don't have pride I can afford to have. Let things go, sis. You don't always have to be like, you don't have to justify. It's okay. Like, let things go. But my thing is, like, what if you do end up having to pay this girl's lawyer fees? How are you going to do this? I mean, I hope, but it's like, you know, because there's a lot of people behind Cardi. There are a lot of people behind her. There's a lot of money behind her. So they're not going to let a celebrity lose to a blogger. You know, that's not going to happen. You guys know the game is rigged. You know what I mean? Like, look at it, y'all. Look at Atlanta, y'all. Okay? The lady, Tamika, lost all her kids to Usher in Atlanta court. Okay? What's his name? Ludacris. The lady lost her baby to Ludacris in Atlanta. Okay? I think Portia lost everything to Cordell, Atlanta court. I think Deion Sanders also, when he took all the kids from Pilar, Atlanta court. Like, yo, okay, them courts in Atlanta, honey, there is very, very suspect. It's the South. It's Georgia. People out there can be corrupt, sis. And I'm like, the kind of people who are behind Cardi, the machine that's behind Cardi, like, if you, I ain't gonna say too much. Let me keep my mouth shut, but I'm just saying, like, to me, that's the mob. The game is rigged. So it's like, you're not gonna win this because they're gonna make an example out of you. They're gonna make, and I'm like, what? Oh, child, let me tell you, I will be fake. I will be fake as a $3 bill. Oh my gosh, Cardi, I was just playing with you, girl. Oh my gosh, Cardi, girl, you know I love you. I'm your #1 fan, girl. I was just saying that because you wasn't paying me no mind, girl. I will flip this thing and look like a whole fool. But I'd rather look like a fool and keep my money. Because the game is rigged, you guys. This game is rigged. This life is rigged. Everything out here is rigged. Okay? The game is rigged. So do not think that you're going to go to court with a celebrity and you're going to win. It don't work like that. It's the South. It does not work like that. You know, and the thing that works also, like the thing that also works against Tasha, I'm going to be really honest, because I went to court. I went to court in Columbus. I was in court in Columbus, Georgia. I told y'all, James kept winning in that courthouse, y'all. I was like, but damn. This is crazy, right? But the thing also, the thing also that works against Tasha, it's her line of business. She's a gossip person. She gossips. You know what I mean? And people who gossip and who talk about people look down on them. You're not a journalist. You gossip. You drink wine and you talk about people. So when you go to court, in front of a bunch of juries, because they're going to have juries. There's going to be a jury of 12 people, right? And it's going to be mixed. Black people, white people, Asian people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like, oh, what do? You talk about people. And once they start playing some of those Tasha K videos in there, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. Because some of those videos, when Tasha goes off, it's like, oh my gosh, who is this woman? Ooh. That's not good. That's why you don't want to go to court when you gossip. Because it's not a good look. Like, court is all about appearances. You know what I mean? Court is all about appearances. Even criminals wear a suit in court because they trying to have the jury have a little bit of sympathy for them, right? Because court is nothing more than a theater. It's nothing more than a play. It's a stage. Like, everybody goes in there to act. So it's like, you really have to be mindful of like how the jury's going to perceive you, because these are people. They're everyday people, and people are full of bias and people are full of judgment. And once they start playing a few videos from Tasha K with her drinking the wine and cussing and yelling and being gossipy, ooh, people don't like that. People don't like people who talk about people. They punish you for that. Especially a woman who talks like that, drinks and cusses on the YouTube every night. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. They treat women harshly in the South. They treat women harshly in Georgia. I've been there. I told you I went to court in Georgia. I told you. I tell you all my business, right? So it's like you got to really think about that. So that's why you don't want to go to court. Because your image is, they're going to judge you off of your image. Yes, people love to gossip, sis, but they don't want you to know that they gossip. Does that make sense? People consume gossip in secret, but they're not bold with it. Like, nobody really wants to do the gossip. People will listen to gossip, but they don't really want to do the gossip. Like Angie of the Shade Room, like, it took her forever to show her face, right? Fee of Gossip in the City, we don't even know what she looks like. She don't show her face. A lot of people who are in the gossip industry, especially the women in the gossip industry, they don't even want to be attached to their own business. Like Nicole Bitchy, we didn't even know what she looked like for forever. Because she didn't want to be the face of her own brand. Because it was negative. You see what I'm saying? Like, even like the Shade Room, they try to throw a little bit of Jesus in there. They put Jesus in there, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's still a gossip page, though, sis. But a lot of people who do gossip don't want to be attached to that. Because people consume the gossip, but they don't want to be the one to do the gossip. You know, or people are mean to you for doing the gossip, but yet they listen to the gossip. Because people are fake. People are fake, sis. People are fake. Do as I say, don't do as I do. That's how people go. People are very, very fake. So if you're a woman and you step in that thing and they start playing your videos, like in a courthouse where you're drinking and cussing and you know how Tasha gets sometimes. It's not a good look. Ooh. And they're like, and then once the jury has an image of you, it's over. It's a wrap. Yeah, I wish Tasha the best. But Marlene, I really wait for Tasha to call her and see how they can solve this. Like, okay, can we not go to court? Okay. If she has to make an apology to her on the channel, it's okay, Tasha. It's not a big deal. Who the fuck cares? Like, this stuff is all stuff and giggles anyways. Like, it's all entertainment. Like, oh, okay, fine. I took an L. Whatever. Like, take the L, make the video, apologize to Cardi, kiss her ass a little bit, and then boom, it's over. You know what I mean? Then you fall under her radar for a little bit, and then maybe like a year from now, talk about her again. She can't go back against you. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, Marlene, honestly, like, I would never encourage Tasha to lose her stuff, because if something bad happens there, like, you know, all jokes aside, like, I don't want Tasha to lose her stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want her and her husband to, like, you know what I mean? Like, because when you watch her story, like, for as much as she might act crazy, she's sensitive too. Like, she does all this stuff. Tasha's sensitive. She's sensitive. Like, she just, all this stuff, Tasha K is a persona. Like, the real Tasha, she's a sensitive person. You know what I mean? And she's been through a lot. She didn't, like she said, she didn't grow up with much. She didn't have much. You know, her life wasn't easy. She had to work in a restaurant with her husband. Like, you know, they struggled. They went through some really bad days, right? They had days they had no money. Like, they really struggled, you know, and now she's built something for herself. And I wouldn't want her to lose that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want her to lose that. I wouldn't want her kids to lose their house, like, lose their security. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all jokes aside, like, that's why I say, like, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. And I also pray that Cardi also has it in her. Like, Cardi, you're a mom too. You're a mom. Like, even if you don't like Tasha, you can't stand Tasha. If Tasha calls you and apologizes, like, think about the kids also. Because you also have kids. You know what I mean? You're pregnant. You're about to have a second baby. Like, you also have kids. Like, you've done some messed up stuff too. You've done messed up stuff too. You have come on you came on Instagram unprovoked, and you have confessed to ugly things that you've done. What if tomorrow the feds want to come after you and take you from your children? How would that make you feel? So it's like, we're all women, man. We all women. We're like, oh, I'm black, I'm Afro-Latina. Okay, now this is time for all of us to be black out here. Like, everybody fucked up. You know what I mean? Tasha, you went too far. Cardi, you also kept giving people material to talk about you. Both of y'all went too far. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all went too far. This stuff went too far. Can y'all stop? This is getting crazy. You got 2 kids. She got 2 kids. You know what I mean? And it's like, don't like, yeah, Tasha went too far. You want her to teach a lesson. That's fine. She lost the countersuit. Okay? If she calls you and apologize, take her apology, Cardi. Like, okay, like, it's cool. I get it. Let's not do this again. And then y'all agree to, y'all don't have to be friends, but agree to respect each other. You cover your legal fees. Tasha, you cover your legal fees. Tasha, don't talk about Cardi no more. Cardi, don't talk about Tasha. Everybody go their separate ways. And we wish all y'all the best. Y'all have some beautiful black children. Let them thrive. Let them succeed. This is going too far. This is too much. You know, like, this is even Star Marina. All this confusion. It's like, this is just too much. And I can also say too, for me, Marlene, I even feel like Tasha and Lovely T should also make peace. I really do. The stuff it goes too far. You know what I mean? It goes too far. Like, even Cardi and Tasha need to, even Cardi and Cardi, what's the name? Lovely T and Tasha, they need to make peace also. Y'all don't ever have to be friends like that. It's cool. But just, you know, just make peace. Because at one point, y'all did have a friendship. You know what I mean? And you're both on the platform. You're both part of black media. You kind of do the same thing. Not the same way, but it's kind of like the same. But it's not the same thing. But it's kind of like it, right? Just make peace. Like, just make peace with people. You know what I'm saying? Let stuff go. Like, people, we all got to learn to let bygones be bygones. Like, black women have a real hard time with forgiveness. It's crazy. Like, let stuff go, man. Let it go. Something that deep. Just let it go. You know, let it go, because there are kids involved. Like, all this foolishness, like, both of y'all got to think about the kids. Like, Tasha, think about your kids. Think about her kid. Cardi, you're pregnant. You don't need the stress. Think about your kid. Think about her kid. Even if you don't like Tasha, have mercy on her because she has children. Tasha, you might not like Cardi. Have mercy on her because she's pregnant and she got a kid. Do you know what I mean? Y'all, it's okay. You know, everybody got a little bit of something in them. But I'm like, this has gone too far. This has gone too far. This has gone too far. This has gone too far, because when y'all go to court like this, you putting your whole future in somebody else's hand. Y'all don't know what this jury's going to decide. You don't know these people. You don't know these people. You know what I mean? You don't know these people. You don't even know this judge. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. All that time spent fighting over gossip. All this money spent fighting over stupidity. Y'all know, do you have any idea what y'all could have done this money? Hell, y'all could have given me some money. I need money. You know? Yeah, like, let's stop doing all this stuff. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's gone too far. This has gone too far. She said, I pray Tasha apologizes. I pray she does too. I really pray that Tasha, like, you know, extends the branch and, like, tries to, like, be the bigger person. You know what I mean? Just be the bigger person, Tasha. Like, it's cool. Who cares? Like, people gonna talk about you. They don't even care if people talk about you anyways. But my thing is, like, you can, like, You can't lose your money. Like, you can't lose your bag like that. You've worked too hard to get to this level. You know, like, it would really make me cry. It really would. Like, seriously, like, I'm like, this, because there's a guy here. It's like, he's a lawyer. It's called like Lawyer Reacts or whatever. He's a black guy. Like, he does like legal videos, and he talked about it. And I'm like, the way he broke it down, I like, things are not looking good for Tasha. And I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is too much. This is too much. This never should have even gone this far. This is too much. Say sorry. Like, it's not that deep. It's not going to be written on your forehead. And even if Cardi wants to take your apology and post that all over the internet, who cares? You'll get followers because of it. Like, you'll get clout because of it. Like, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal. This guy. Let me subscribe to his channel.
You guys are doing well. Yeah, I see my boy Trash Can Wave. So I hope he's not on that CP time. I know, man. We struggle. What's going on here? Struggle streaming already.
Yeah, see
guys,
this video.
listen, we gotta talk. $3 million. $3 million down the drain. Tasha K lost out on $3 million. And didn't she put her kids on it? Didn't she say that on her kids she was gonna get this money? And
this is too much, you guys.
It didn't come through. Guys, we're gonna get all into it. I really appreciate you guys coming on. We listen, and I know I told you guys a couple of weeks ago that I'm gonna try to do it's 2:30. I told you guys a couple of weeks ago that I was gonna try to do at least one live stream a week in the early afternoon. Because some of you guys are like, man, Lead Attorney, you go to 11:30, 12:30, sometimes 1 o'clock at night. We can't hang.
Roommates and stuff. They both were exotic dancers back in New York. And
go check her out. I love her content. She's a woman just like me. I think she's in her early 40s. And I think she's divorced. And she's just, now the judge has stopped. Honey, Cardi B drops this Star Marie lady. Y'all know who Star Marie is? Drop Star Marie from the law. Talk about that. But first, I want to let you guys know what's going on with this Tasha K and Cardi B legal situation. And then I'm going to bring you guys up to kind of fill us in on the facts. I don't even know how it got started. I don't even know why they got off to such how they got off on a bad foot. And it was bad. It was bad. But let's just go over a little bit of kind of what happened, right? Just briefly. What happened with Tasha K, right? Why is she getting sued? Well, a few years ago in 2018, she got sued by your girl Cardi B. Oh, Kurt, isn't that how she said that? That was cringy. And she got sued down here, right down the street, up the street in Gwinnett, right? I think Tasha lives in Gwinnett County. Anyway, she got sued in federal court. And she and another woman, and I couldn't really catch how she was involved in this, but some woman named Star Marie Jones. Do y'all know who that is? Some lady named Star Marie Jones and Tasha K got sued in federal court by Cardi B. And apparently, and shout out to Cardi B, because listen, it looks like Cardi B tried to avoid this. You know, Cardi B went to her attorneys. Cardi B sent cease and desist letters to Tasha saying, hey man, let's just squash it. Then Tasha K admitted that before she filed suit, Cardi B called her. Cardi B called her on the phone and said, hey man, let's talk. But you know how we can be. You know how we Black people can be. We can get entrenched, we can get dug in, especially when, you know, there's the public looking, right? And apparently Tasha didn't stop. So federal court, not just state court, federal court, Cardi B filed suit against Tasha K. Right now, Tasha K was saying some ugly things about Cardi B, and the reason that this is important is because Cardi B's got money. And when you got fame and you got money, do you know what you got? You got endorsements. You got people trying to give. It's like once you get money, people try to give you more money. Right? She had the album sales and all this. Now she's got Pepsi. And Pepsi's saying, hey man, let's give you some money. Take all of this money. We just need you to keep a good reputation. I mean, support our company, right? But keep a good, clean reputation, and we'll keep giving you, just washing you with all of these hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. Well, when Tasha K starts talking all this and that, Pepsi's like, hold up. You know, we might not want to wash you with all these hundreds of thousands. And now Cardi B's on the phone with Tasha K. Man, you messing up my bag. All right, I know me and you, we got problems, but you messing it up. I'm trying to get this money over here, and you are over here defaming me. You're over here making slanderous statements, libelous statements. You're damaging my reputation, which means you are damaging my ability to earn money. No one's gonna allow that. Right?
But you see, let me say something, ladies.
So she filed.
When somebody goes saying like, oh, he sounds biased, et cetera, et cetera. You know, one issue that we have as Black people, we only want to hear what makes us feel good. Does that make sense? And this is where we always that's why we always end up getting scammed, because we only want to hear what makes us feel good, what helps us to feel like, oh, I'm vindicated. He understands that the law is not about who's right and who's wrong. The law is about who got the money. You know what I mean? And that's what any good attorney should let you know. Yeah, the odds are stacked against you. In the perfect world, the law will be awesome. Like justice will be fair, but it's not. You guys open your eyes. Open your eyes to the American justice system. It is unjust. Open your eyes to the American justice system. It is a justice system that caters to the rich. Isn't Bill Cosby home? Okay. You think R. Kelly will come out pretty soon? Okay, so it's like, look at Harvey Weinstein, look at Jeffrey Epstein. Like, we have a legal system here. We have a justice system that caters to the rich. So I do think, like, if you're Black and a Black person loves you, they're going to tell you the truth. Like, girl, there's money behind this girl. Don't just see Cardi. See the machine that's behind Cardi. From her record label to the Pepsi to the Reebok to the this to that. So many people eat so many companies are able to eat because of Cardi. They're not going to let you jeopardize their bread. They're going to kill you. You understand what I'm trying to say? And so that's where he's coming from. Because the law, you guys, this is all business. Like, a lot of time, if you've ever been to court, ever had to deal with lawyers, many times lawyers even make deals before they even get into the courthouse. And this is when you realize that, oh, wow. So this thing right here, y'all not even trying to practice law. They don't practice law. Lawyers practice politics. And whoever, yeah, but Tasha did say she would win though, right? So that's why I'm like, even Tasha with her lawyers, Tasha's lawyer should have told her, T, hang it up. Let's not do this. Like, but because I don't know if she has good lawyers, they're just greedy. But me, Marlene, if I was Tasha's lawyer, I would have reached out to even me, Marlene, on her behalf, without even her knowing. I would have reached out to that lady, like, you know what, we sorry. I'm gonna talk to her. She will take the video down. Okay, we don't want no smoke. Because this is smoke we can't afford. Because, like, you don't want your client to be, you don't want to tell your client, oh yeah, let's go through this. Like, because with their consequences, you don't have to live with it. Like, the lawyer does not have to live with the consequences. I think that's why even a decent lawyer would always recommend for someone to take a plea deal. Like, you know what, maybe we should plead. Because when we go to court, listen, anything can happen. And I think if you have a good lawyer, they should really work a really good plea deal for you. Because going to court, anything can happen. And if something happens, you could lose your freedom. I'm going to go home. As your lawyer, I'm going to go home. And let me say this, like, when a lawyer is representing you, they just represent you. They're not carrying your burden. Like, if Tasha can't sleep at night, her lawyer is sleeping. His name, he's not getting sued. You getting sued. He's representing you in your lawsuit. Oh, that's what he like. Okay, then that's the thing. But I'm like, for me, Marlene, right? Like, but you see, like, and that's the thing. These are the kind of people who are gonna be in the courtroom, and they're gonna be jaded. I'm telling you, people are jaded when they see celebrities. And Cardi has a tendency of, like, when she goes to court, she turns court into a fashion show. I am telling you. I am telling you. I am telling you. You know what I'm saying? And I think, like, a lot of time, like, my people want to be so focused on, like, oh, what is just, what is fair, and that thing, like, it cripples Black people a lot because we act like we don't know that the world is not fair. Fairness don't exist. When you're an adult, fairness, equality, all this crappity crap, it goes out the window. The world is not fair, you guys. The rich bully the poor. The strong oppress the weak. Men beat on women. You know what I'm saying? Like, children are vulnerable. The world is not a good place. It really isn't a good place. And the courthouse is not a place for justice. It is a place for politics. It is nothing more than politics. Some of the greatest criminal lawyers are nothing more than great actors. They are good. They are just good. So I'm like, don't worry about Cardi. Worry about yourself. Because, like, I'm like, Cardi's going to go to court dressed in a Birkin and all this fancy stuff. She's going to turn that thing into a fashion show. And she's going to look like a victim. And then she's pregnant. And here you are taking a pregnant woman to court over gossip. It's not a good look. Like, you got to deal with the visuals of the thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you got to worry about the visual. Do you really want to be? Do you really want to be the dark-skinned Black woman from YouTube who drinks and gossip, who is taking a pregnant, light-skinned woman, superstar, to court while she's pregnant? Huh? And then she gonna get on her YouTube, on her little Instagram live, talk about, oh, today was so stressful, and I don't feel good. I'm worried about my baby. Do you want that over your head? I don't think so. Cardi understands the media game. She understands it very well. She understands it very well. You guys, you don't understand. Court is a joke. Like, it's art. It's comedy. Do you know, even when I had to go to court with James, I wasn't there crying, like, oh my gosh, Your Honor, I love my husband. Oh, I don't know why he wants to leave me. Oh, Your Honor, I love my husband. Okay? It's like, it's comedy. It is a comedy show. Court is acting. Like, you got to be a really good actor to win, or a good actress. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, no. Oh, husband. Why do you want to leave me? Oh, I love you. I gave you all that I had. Oh. You know? But as soon as we walk out the courthouse, I start cussing him I send him two text messages, cussing his ass out. But because that's what it is. Like, everything is, it's going to be a trial by a jury. They're going to federal court. Okay? But I'm like, you guys already know. You've seen Cardi go to court before. You see how she dresses up like it's a fashion show, right? Hair, hat, clothes, money. And you know, this is what impresses people. You know our people. You know our people. You like, our people will let people get away with crime if they look good. It's not even just us. That's just an American mindset. People love like, if you're like, listen, if you're a criminal, make sure you look good and you know how to dress. People will excuse your stuff because it's the courtroom of public opinion. Do you really want Cardi to have a moment? Because she's going to turn this whole court thing into a whole fashion moment. Then she's going to be rubbing on her belly. Do you want to be that? Okay, do you want to be that person? Do you want that over your head? Then after court, she's going to get on her Instagram live to 200,000 people. Talk about, oh, I was so stressed. This is so stressful for my baby. I'm wondering if my baby's going to be healthy. Oh, this is too much stress because these gossipers are affecting my health and my baby's health. Do you want to be that person? No. You got to look at the optics. It does not look good. And once you lose the optics, you've lost the case. I'm telling you, everything is about optics. So that's why I'm like, if Tasha, I don't know about Tasha's lawyers, but me, Marlene, I would have reached out to Cardi B on her behalf to say, we sorry. She will take the video down. I will talk to her. Yeah. And then Cardi's going to deal with that. But she's like, oh, Your Honor, I don't even know what I was talking about. I was just being a persona. Because the thing about Cardi talking about like the drugging the man and whatever, there are no victims. Like nobody has come forward. So it could be that, oh, I just want to have a persona. Like that was my bad girl persona, but that's my alter ego. I never really did those things because Cardi has no real victim. But yet here, Cardi is saying that she is a victim of Tasha. Does that make sense? You know, so it's like I'm like, meanwhile, I'm like, the optics do not look good. You know what I mean? The optics don't look good because she will use this to her advantage. Cardi understands social media a lot. She's a peacock. She understands attention. She understands social media. She's an air sign. You guys, y'all got to study this stuff. She's an air sign. She's a peacock. Like the peacock is a spirit animal. When I tell you she's going to put off a show in there, me, Marlene, I will do it. Me, I'll tell you, my spirituality is so hyped up. Like, listen, me, Marlene, I pay attention. Like, you don't listen to me. The girl is a peacock. She will turn this into a show. She will turn this into a show. And like most peacocks, when people see the peacock lift up his wings, people get amazed. People are like, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. You do not want to go to court with a peacock. You don't want to you don't want to have any kind of like social media. You don't want to have any kind of like debate, issue, strife with someone that has, you don't want that. You are going to, because I'm like, when she started doing this, okay, and she started lifting those wings, people will be impressed by her. Have you ever seen the peacock do the peacock sorcery? Hold on, let me show you. You guys don't understand spirit animals, huh? Okay, let me teach you guys some things. You see this thing? Do you see this
Dawn
thing?
Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse. Dawn Power Wash.
Do you see this thing? Do you want to go to court with this in the spirit realm? Like, do you see this? When Cardi does it, here's Cardi. Sounds just like her. You see this? This right here, you're going to lose. That's it. Case closed. She won. That's it. She's going to pull a peacock move up in that thing. What a distraction. That's Cardi. Distraction. Y'all gotta understand like spirituality. It will avoid you getting to some foolishness. Voila. C'est fini. She won. Oh, that's it. Look, she's going home. You see this? You see this? You see this? That's it. That's it. That's Cardi with her Birkin bag. That's Cardi with her lives. That's Cardi with her makeup and her weave and her lashes and her long ass nails. That's Cardi and her personality. This is Cardi. The girl has shown up. I don't know why y'all don't listen to me. I be telling y'all stuff you think I'm playing. That's it. Yeah. Sounds just like her, huh? Voila. C'est fini. It's over. She won the case. You guys, the spirit world is real. Before you go try to make someone your enemy, you need to go study the person. Study the person. Because spirituality is real. Nobody can say no to a peacock because they're beautiful. They're beautiful. Cardi B, she is a master of this, like this stuff, like this, the stunts, like the pretty stuff. She just pulls that stuff out of nowhere, and it works for her. You see this? It sounds just like her too. So my thing is, mind your business. Mind your business. When you want to go to court with, I'm telling you, every time you fight someone, you need to take the time and study the person. What's your birthday? What's your life path number? What's your spirit animal? Let me see what I'm dealing with. And I'm telling you, court is nothing more than theater. Court is nothing more than people going in there and acting. That's it. The court of public opinion or the court of law, all that stuff it's people. And she knows how to impress people. The girl put a whole peacock on her body. She's letting you know who she is. She's letting you know her juju is the peacock. Be afraid of people like that. Like even me, I'm the same way too. That's why I was drawn to the peacock. You see, it's an air sign, right? That's why I did my mirror is the peacock. You don't see it, people are like mesmerized. Oh, I gotta buy it, gotta buy it. Like she, like that's her spirit animal. Like in the spirit, she shows up as a peacock. You might not see it because you're looking at her with your eyes, but when you receive her message in the spirit, what you're seeing is a peacock. And that's why she impresses people like that. That's why like even Nikki, she's wasting her time trying to fight this girl. The girl is attached to the peacock. She will always blow people away. Even if she doesn't have the talent, it don't matter. The visuals. Cardi is a visual person, just like the peacock. This bird can't do nothing. It can't fly. This is all it does. Show off all day. It's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. And that's how people don't kill it, because it's so pretty. But the little chicken, what defense does he have? He's average. He's regular. You're regular behind. This stuff is real. You see? See that? Do you see this? Like, this is not random. You see? This is not random. This is not a random act. Like, the fact that this girl has, like, peacocks, butterflies on her body, it is not random. It is not random. This is her spirit animal. She should put a butterfly, Libra, and the peacock. You see? This is not random. That's her spirit animal. Meaning, like, that's the energy that walks with her. Do not play with this girl, man. Don't play with her. Because she's a peacock. She's a Libra. She's the air sign. And she's attached to the peacock. This stuff is real. This stuff is real. Tasha, I don't know. What's Tasha's birthday? Y'all? March 10th, right? So what does that make her? Aries? You see? Aries is not attractive. Oh, Pisces. She's a water sign. She's Pisces. Pisces. A fish against a peacock. How's that supposed to turn out? Who do you think is going to win this crap? Lady, you don't understand what you deal with things in the thing. Deal with things in the spirit. Anybody is every human is impressionable. Because just like the Bible says, right? It happens in the spirit first, and then it happens on this earth. Like, that's what you have to understand. If you think life is like right brain type of situation, you need to study spirituality a whole lot. Spirituality is real. Energy is real. Energy is very real. You can have a bunch of degrees. You can know everything. And then another person who don't even know half of what you know, but they got the right kind of energy, they will surpass you. That's why you got a bunch of people with lots of degrees who work for people with no degrees. Because energy is real. When people understand their spirituality, maybe you haven't reached that point yet. When people understand their spirituality, when people understand their energy, when people know what energy works with them, you can't stop them. You're so silly. You cannot stop him. This girl came out of nowhere from Love and Hip Hop, out of nowhere. She's sitting at 100 million followers. Bunch of #1 hits, bunch of Grammys. If you don't stop for a second and understand, like, you're not looking at something physical, you are looking at something very spiritual. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. There is something very spiritual and very mystical about this girl. And that's because that's that thing right there on her body. Just like your boy Drake. Drake has the owl as his spirit animal. He puts the owl everywhere. When you start studying what the owl stands for as a spirit animal, you understand why Drake is Artist of the Decade. These things are very real. Don't ever lie to yourself, like, oh, I'm going to make it because I've got the best grade or because I got the best defense. It don't matter. It does not matter. People's energy is real. People's spirituality is real. People walking with dirt, when you understand your spirit animal and you know what spirit you are, it's going to work big for you. Because that's how you win. When you operate in your energy, you can defeat other people, even people who are bigger than you. Nobody from Love and Hip Hop did what Cardi did. At some point, people need to sit back and be like, there's something about this girl. And it's right there. This is her juju. Like, she's showing it to you. But because people have gone so groomed to like not value spirituality, not value things, they overlook things. But it's right in front of you. It is right in front of you. Beyonce called herself the bee. This stuff is not random. Bee, spirit animal for Virgo. This stuff is like, it happens, like it's right in front of people. But people don't pay attention, but it's right in front of you. You do not want to have any issues with a peacock person. They're going to win. Especially when it comes to like people. If you have issues with them in front of other people, they're going to win. Because there's something about them, like there's something about them spiritually that people's spirit just takes, people just like them in the spirit. And they don't even know why they like them. Because it's a spiritual thing. It is a spiritual thing. Because even with Nikki has a Sagittarius, right? She does not understand, like she's not a spirit thing. Like, oh, you guys, this stuff is deep. I don't feel like teaching it today. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Or pay me and I'll teach you. But it's like, this is like it's her juju. Like, this is her juju. This is her thing. As long as she operates in this energy, she's going to win. Because this bird is a mystical bird. It's a mystical bird. It is a very mystical. You put a peacock in front of anybody, they melt. Like, oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? Just like even yesterday. Oh my God. Yesterday, I had to go to the IRS office to deal with something, right? Because I had to go take care of something. And like, because I was like, okay, I gotta go take care of that so I can start planning, right? Tell me why. So first, this is what happened. It was on the shade room. The spider came again. They made a post about the spider. When I saw that, because I think the night before I was having a conversation with myself, and I'm like, I gotta start planning this stuff. Wake up the next day, go to the shade room. They posted this thing about the spider. I was like, wow, she's back. Because Spider has season when she comes and talk to me. And so, okay, that's what's up. So yesterday I had to go take care of something at the IRS office. So I left the house early. I went there and I on my way back, when I got to the elevator, you probably can't see it though. But I've gotten to the elevator. Hold on. Maybe I can post it on my Instagram so y'all can see it real quick. Give me 1 second. When I'm just going to post it for y'all so y'all can see it. Give me 1 second. Because you can't see it from my phone like that. Okay, cool. Okay. Let me stop the share real quick. Okay, it's right here, right? So when I left the place, I was going back to my car. I go back to my car and then I looked up and then I saw a spider. Saw the spider. Now that you see, she's back here again. Telling me to plan. I was like, bitch, girl, I knew it was real because that's what happens. Like, she'll just talk to me. When I need to get in, like, when I need to get serious about planning stuff, this is what happens. Like, I'll start to see spiders everywhere. Spiders everywhere. It's a sign. And like, the spirit world is real, you guys. The spirit world is real. It is very real. It is real. And you have to allow yourself to be sensitive to these kinds of things. But I am telling you, you do not want to find yourself having to fight a peacock person in front of other people. You will lose. If it comes to like public opinion, if it comes to fame, it comes to style, it comes to X, Y, and Z, you're not going to win. The peacock person will. And it's like the what's it called? When it comes to your girl like Nikki does not understand things of the air. You know what I mean? She's too much. She don't understand things of the air. So like, her energy, she can't win. And I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like, it could be that Cardi will have more followers than her because that damn peacock. Like, spirituality is real, but people don't want to spend their time understanding spirituality. People don't want to spend their time paying other people to teach them how to understand spirituality. So they do things with their physical labor, with manual labor. It's like, you want to kill yourself. The girl has that energy that walks with her. You know what I mean? Like, she is fully into her air sign. She's an air sign. She is fully into her air sign, and she understands that. I don't know if she's fully aware of it, but she's not against it. So it leads her very, very well. It leads her very well. I told y'all, pay me and I'll tell you about your stuff. Y'all won't listen to me. Hold on. What's that boy's name? I want to know what his birthday is. It seems like when did he post this? I'm gonna go find Colin, the guy who dresses her. I'm gonna go find out his birthday. I'm gonna go find out when he was born. I'm gonna find his sign out. Well, I'm gonna go find his birthday. I'm gonna go find his birthday. Yeah, because she's a peacock. I don't know if there's an African god named Anansi. I don't know. She's a peacock. So I'm like, y'all, this girl. You see this? That's a big old. Do you see that? I said, this girl, she don't play. You see how her visuals are? You see her visuals? Like from this face to the face that she has now. You see her visuals? Like you have to, like you truly, truly have to respect this stuff. Like this stuff is real. Yeah, exactly. It's the peacock. This peacock, that thing right there. She said Cardi has the best videos and dresses amazingly at the Met Gala. She knows how to create smoke and mirrors. Exactly. Do you want to find yourself going to court, whether it's public opinion court, whatever kind of court, with someone like that? You're not going to win. You're not going to win. And you know, and your girl Tasha, like Tasha doesn't try. Tasha just like, oh, I just show up wherever and start cussing and drinking. Like Tasha does not put a lot of effort into her presentation. Tasha doesn't care. She's a tomboy. Tasha doesn't care. She don't care to be feminine. She doesn't care to be. Tasha don't care. But I'm telling you, if they go to court, this girl going to turn the courthouse into a fashion show. You know what I mean? Her presence is going to amaze people. I am telling you, even you, Mrs. H, you don't like her now, right? But I promise you, if Cardi was to come into this room right now, if you and Cardi were in the same room, in less than 5 minutes, you start laughing. She will make you laugh. I kid you not. She has a very intoxicating personality. She does. She understands, like she understands her energy very, very well. I'm telling you, if she was to come here right now, you will be her friend. You'll be like, girl, I don't like you, but you funny, huh? You actually feel bad. Like, why am I laughing? Because she would make you laugh. She would. Oh, it's a spider guy. I need to look it up. You know? So it's like, that's the thing, right? Where it's like Nikki doesn't understand like visuals. Like Nikki's not good at that. She's good at writing. She's really good at writing. She's good at her stuff. She's very pretty. But it's like Nikki does not know how to create the image. Like she struggles with that. Sagittarius, right? Yeah. She really struggles with that. Because she doesn't live like Nikki doesn't live a lot in spirituality. She doesn't honor that side of herself. She doesn't. But you have to, like, there's a lot of power in like understanding your spirituality. There really is a lot of power in it. Because once you understand that and you understand, like you start being more sensitive to stuff, like you're like, oh, okay, this is how I need to function. And when you do function that way, it works out to your benefit. But I'm like, this peacock right here, it's a very mystical thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you were in the same room with Cardi, she'll make you laugh. You actually like her. She'll be your friend. You'd be like, Marlene, I don't even know how I start liking this bitch. Like I told you. That's what people like her. People like her a lot. People want to see her win. Because she knows how to do that stuff to people. The people who meet her don't want her to fail. Like even when I'm gonna tell you something about her. Even when people don't even know her, have like their anxiety, like or like reservations about her. Once they meet her, they want her to win. There's something about her that people just like, and it's that spirit animal of hers. Just like Drake. There's a reason why Drake has the best music. It's not because Drake is better than people that are. Drake connected to his spirit animal, and he operates in that energy, and that's another reason why he would also never marry. Like, look, this was like back in 2018. This is when I started to pay attention because I wanted to do a peacock collection. I was trying to do a peacock collection. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to do the peacock. Yeah, but the thing is, the thing about some of you Libras, some of you female Libras, because I've known a few, I don't like them. The thing about some of you female Libras is that you don't understand how to. Some of y'all struggle with balance, huh? You struggle with balance. You struggle with balance. You struggle with self-esteem. Yes, I said it. You struggle with being vulnerable. And so those of y'all who are in the resistant, who are like the resistant one, you end up being all kinds of heathens, right? And that causes you to have a lot of frictions with other females, right? Girl, I've done cussed out so many female Libras. I'm at a point I'm getting tired. Okay, I'll be dragging them every day on my channel, right? Because you have potential to be really nice. You know what I mean? But it's like there's something in there. You know what I mean? There's something in there that's not sitting well. It don't sit well. It don't sit well. And I think one of the goals of Libra through the life of Libra is to find balance. Because for as much as you're represented by the scales, the majority of y'all are out of whack. Okay? The majority of y'all, you are completely out of whack. Like, I had this one girl. She's a Libra, man. The way I used to drag her. Last time she came, I didn't feel like drag. I was so tired. I said, girl, I got to go. I don't want to do this to you because you're sensitive. Because she does all this barking and stuff like that, but she's very, very sensitive. Okay? She is super sensitive. You know what I mean? But she trying to act all hard like she back on life. I said, little girl, I'm an Aquarius. Don't play with me. Cause we all air sign, but like even James is a Gemini, right? And like I've mastered him also. Oh, I know how to handle air signs. Don't try me, don't play with me, right? So I think that's the issue. Is like a lot of Libras, like a lot of female Libras, like they really have an issue with balance. They have an issue with equipoise. Like they have an issue with balance. They have an issue with being vulnerable. They have an issue with being honest. They have an issue with being forthcoming. We would think you're a Virgo. Oh, that's what's up, right? So it's like, girl, can you stop? You need to find balance in yourself. You can't go from all like the extremes, from like being nice to being super demonic. It doesn't make any sense. Like find balance. And I think like that's one of the objectives of Libra through the life of Libra is to find balance. So yeah, you're supposed to represent the scale, but you're out of whack. So hopefully before you die, you find balance. And I think that's what God brings up. Like life allows you to go through certain situations to teach you temperance. Libra, you have to temper yourself. Like even the way that Cardi is handling the stuff with Tasha K, it's also extra. Like she's going way too far. But that's typical Libra female energy. Taking stuff way too far, way further than it has to be. Because I'm telling you, listen to me, right? I am telling you, deep down inside, Cardi wants Tasha to like her. I kid you not. Because that's Libra. Another thing with Libra, another spirit animal that walks with Libra is the elephant energy, right? And so like elephant energy is like these females who thrive when they have other females around them. Like Libra is not a sign that does well by itself. They want to think they can, but when you leave them by themselves, they end up creating more damages. Like, oh, I don't need nobody. I can do it by myself. You leave a female Libra to her own devices, she will create more havoc. Because it is not a sign, especially as a female gender, that does well by itself. They need to be surrounded by a lot of female energy, right? So I'm like, her that other side of her, being a Libra, like she wants Tasha to like her. She really does. Even she said, I'm not going to say you're wrong. Well, Alina, I know what I'm talking. I'm not crazy. Okay, I know what I'm talking. People think like that's why I don't care anymore. Because like my depression turned into a spiritual awakening. She wants Tasha to like her. That's Libra. They swear they're independent. They are so codependent. And when they feel like you don't need when they feel like you don't need them anymore, they lash out. They take the stuff way too far. You know what I mean? They take the stuff way too far. Because how dare you don't want me in your space? Because like, well, I don't really want you, Libra, because you're out of whack. Because the fact that you're not balanced, Libra, it's exhausting. It's exhausting because people don't know what to expect with your crazy ass. You know what I mean? Because you're crazy. And they think like when they do their crazy shit, you should put up with it because if you love me, you would accept me. No, your behavior is out of order. You're out of order. You might be a good person, but you're out of order, Libra. Like, look, nobody's gonna put up with this stuff. It is ridiculous. I used to cuss her out so much. I got tired of cussing. I'm like, I feel like she thrives off of me dragging her. And I'm like, and also I don't want to drag you because it's not kind. Like, it's not nice to do that to a person. So I'm like, I'm not going to partake in your toxicity because you're out of balance. I can't do this with you. You're just crazy. You know what I'm saying? So this is the same thing. The same thing with Monique Samuels. I promise you, Monique loves Candace. I kid you not. Monique loves Candace. She really loves Candace. That's why she was so hard on Candace, because she loved her the most. That's how they are. They are the craziest. They're not wired straight. I kid you not. Like, I pray, my dad's a Libra. I don't even know how my mom put up with this man child. But my thing is, like, the people they love the most are the people that they want to hurt the most. It's the weirdest thing. But it's toxic. I got time for that, right? But I'm telling you, when Monique put her hands on Candace, she regretted it. She did. When she went home, Monique regretted it. To this day, Monique is sorry that she put her hands on Candace. She misses her. But her stupid ass Libra self can't allow herself to put her pride to the side to say, you know what, friend, I miss you. And that's the downfall of Libra. It's their pride. It is their pride. But I promise you, like, she misses Candace. She had a real friendship with Candace. She really did. And instead of telling Candace, like, oh, Candace, you know, Candy, when the stuff came back, when it came back that you were sitting at the table with Giselle and them, I felt the way because you didn't tell me. That hurt me. And instead of having an articulate, grown conversation with Candace, to tell Candace, the fact that the conversation took place, the fact that Giselle was there, and you never came and told me what happened, and Karen came and told me what happened, I felt like you were siding with them. But then Candace would have told her, it's not because I was siding with Giselle. I didn't even think it was worth even mentioning to you because I did the conversation. Because Candace killed the conversation. She's like, there's no point in even trying to make this a storyline because he looks just like his dad. So let's not even talk about it. And as a good friend, why would I bring you stuff that I know is going to upset you when we all know it's not real anyways? So because Candace understands her crazy, Candace chose not to even bring it up to her, which makes sense. Why would you bring gossip to your friend if it's going to make her sad, make her crazy, and make her want to kill somebody? Because Libra does not know how to control anger. You know what I mean? But I am telling you, I could see it in her eyes. She regretted what she did. She really did. But it's her pride. The same thing with Cardi and Tasha. It is her pride that's making her go to court for 3 years. But even Cardi herself does not want to fight Tasha. She wants Tasha to like her. She wants, and I'm going to tell you something honestly too, listen to me very well. Even Cardi wants Nicki to like her. She does. That's just how they are. They love to be around female energy. Like, it even hurts her that she's not friends with Nicki. I'm telling you. But because the fans won't let it happen, the man won't let it happen, and her pride won't let it happen. But Cardi's a big fan of Nicki. And because Nicki also is so, like, aggressive with her energy, she doesn't make room for Cardi to say, I'm sorry. Because Nicki's too much. Oh, give me respect. Give me this. It's like, Nicki, chill. Let people do what they do. She's going to come around. Not when, because the thing with Libra, The more you try to tell Libra what to do, this is when Libra's gonna be like, let me go do the complete opposite. So when you say give me respect, she's intentionally gonna act stupid just to act like she understands you, because they're very stubborn. It's a very stubborn sign. My dad can be very, very stubborn. You know what I mean? But it's like, and that's the thing. So it's like, Nikki, chill. She will come to you. Not when you tell her to come, because the more you try to make it seem like you want to boss her around, she's not going to do it because she's a Libra. Let her be. And make it seem like at any time she won't come talk to you, you don't have a problem. Y'all can bury the hatchet. She will come around. That's how they are. I tell you, I know that sign so well. I know that sign so well. I know them so well. When they love you, they try to oppress you. It is the weirdest shit ever. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you have a problem? You know what I mean? But I'm like, me, Marlon, I don't do toxic also anymore. I'm tired. So I'm like, I don't have time for that. But I understand it. And it's like, it can make them seem devilish. Like, is the devil living there? No, it's just that they have a hard time with rejection. Libra has a hard time with rejection. You know what I mean? They really do. And so when they feel like you don't want to be their friend anymore, they have an adverse reaction. But the reality is, like, you are too unstable also. Like, it's like unstable electricity. It's dangerous. It is dangerous. Like, sometimes being your friend can be dangerous, Libra. And you got to check yourself. Because you do have potential to be a really nice person. I can't take that away from you. You do have potential to be a nice person. But it's like when you get mad, the stuff you do when you get mad, it washes away all the good you ever did. So it's like, then what's the point of you doing good if you're just going to wake up and just destroy everything? You might as well not be good then. You know what I mean? You can't be extreme like that. It's too much for other people. It's a lie. Because it's like, what the heck? It's like 9 o'clock, you're one person. 9 p.m., you're a whole different person. Like, you got to try to balance your stuff out because it's really out of whack. And it drains other people. It truly does. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, that's the thing. But I'm telling you, like, she wants Tasha to like her. She really does. She wants, like, Cardi wants people to like her really bad. Pure Libra. She wants Tasha to like her. She wants Tasha to be her friend. And I'm like, Tasha could dead this case right now. Like, if Tasha's got to call this girl and say sorry. Cardi, I'm sorry. I didn't understand you. I give you respect. You worked hard. I'm proud of you. That's all you got to do. They're very insecure. Go say that to her. She'll drop the case. That's all she wants. She wants to be acknowledged. That's it. They swear they don't, but they do. They want to be acknowledged in everything. That's just how they are. Because with Libra, it's the female, it's the elephant energy, and that's like the female, like the feminine elephant energy. Like, she needs to be around other females, otherwise she loses her shit. It is some real stuff, y'all. I'm telling y'all, think I'm crazy. Pay me, I'll tell you about your life. I'm gonna start doing consultation. I've studied this stuff very well. And I'm like, oh, so this is why now I understand people better. And this is why now I don't fight people no more. Because I understand. I'm like, what am I dealing with here? Because I like the way the Apostle Paul said, like, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against like spirit, principality. That stuff is real. The stuff is real. Like, sometimes if you want to deal with a person with the flesh, even your reaction might be too harsh. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing with Libra. Like, when they start doing their crazy shit, cut them off. Put them in timeout. They need to be in timeout. Because when they're in timeout, they need to be in timeout for a very long time. Let them be in timeout for a minute so they gonna get their stuff together. Like, why did I even behave this way? You know what I mean? Because it's like, you got to put them in timeout. That's what I do. I put them in timeout. I got time for this. Put them in timeout for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years, 4 years, whatever. One day they're going to come say sorry. They need to go to timeout sometimes. Put them in timeout. You know what I mean? And then they're going to know how to act, because a lot of times they don't know how to act. And Cardi too sometimes does not know how to act. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. But I'm like, she wants Tasha to like her. She wants Tasha to like her. She wants to be friends with Nikki. She does. Like, Nikki was like her goals. Like, that's who she wanted to be. She wants Nikki to like her. And the fact that she felt like Nikki rejected her, or I don't know what people told her about Nikki, and she never went for herself to ask. That's another thing about yeah, that's another thing. I don't do tarot. I don't need to touch them things. It just comes to me. She said, Mrs. H saying, same. Don't care to make no new friend. No, that's a lie. You want to make friends. You don't want to humble yourself to learn how friendship works. That is a lie. Nobody wants to be by themselves. That is a lie. But it's your pride. Your pride is not allowing you to take accountability that you also were not a good friend to people too. You've hurt people as well. You were disrespectful. You were unkind. There are times you went too far. You just went too far with your shit. And instead of saying, sir, oh, I'd rather not make friends so I can just be in my little corner and have my bad attitude and my bad temper. That's not what life is. You know what I mean? People, when you have issues with anybody, low key, high key, they tell you about yourself and the stuff that you need to work on. You know what I mean? But nobody wants to be by themselves, because if you are a Libra, another spirit animal of yours is the elephant, and that stuff is real. Your elephant energy is real. It makes you crave sisterhood. It does. And it's like you're denying what you really need. And that's not helpful. That's not helpful to you at all also. Because the majority of female Libras, they thrive in an environment that's where other females are. But when they're not embraced by those females, they lose their shit. They lose their stuff. They just go crazy, like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, girl, just tell them you want to be their friend. But just like Monique, right? You see, she misses the girl. She wants to go back on the show. All that stuff she was saying, that little Puff the Dragon she was doing, it was all an act. It was all an act because she felt like that's what she had to do. Libra pride. Let me act like I don't need nobody. But like now she's everywhere giving interview. She's all over the YouTuber. She's all over the place trying to be seen, trying to be heard. And I bet you she watched the season. She watched it again. She watched it again and again and again. She stalks Candace. I bet you she has a burner account. She stalks her. She watches everything that she does. Libra for you. And it's like, just call her and say sorry. Call and say sorry. And tell your husband, I don't know, I don't study Cancer too much. But if you make an appointment, I can tell you. Call your husband, Chris, and tell Chris to say sorry also. That's it. Just go say sorry. I don't study Cancer a lot. But if we do a consultation, I can help you. I'm pretty good at this stuff. You know? I'm pretty good at this stuff, right? Just say sorry. But now she misses the girl. She misses Candace. Candace was like her real friend. She misses her. But she would rather pretend, hold on to a bird. You know what I mean? And maybe that's why the bird died. You know what I mean? No jokes. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I can see why the bird died. Because maybe God took the bird away to say, no, you don't get to be friends with a bird. You're a human. A bird cannot be your friend. Go make peace with your real friend. Go say sorry. Yeah, they can be really awful. And the thing is, like, they do this in a moment. But as soon as they come off that demonic high, they feel really bad. They feel really bad. But they don't know how to bring themselves down to say, you know what, I'm sorry. They can't do that. Like, their pride is so awful like that. It's a very, very awful. It is very awful. And that's just like the peacock. It's a very prideful animal. It's a very prideful animal. So it's like you also got to check yourself. Like even me, like when the peacock energy came into my life, it started with this, right? It started with this, then it turned into the mirror. And it's like there's also pride in the peacock. So yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, you can mesmerize people, but you got to check yourself. Because eventually people gonna give you so many compliments that you're gonna start feeling yourself. And that's what God says, pride comes before the fall. So that's another issue with the peacock. And maybe that's why. Don't quote me, I wasn't there that day, right? But could it be possible that we could make a story like a folklore that talks about, like, once upon a time, the peacock could fly. Maybe the peacock could fly for long distances. But the issue was when he was flying, people would just praise him and give him all compliments. It got to his head, and he felt like he could be the biggest bird in the sky. And God said, no, pride comes before the fall. And this is why now the peacock doesn't fly. He just sticks to his local background where he can only be seen by a few people, but he can't really be seen by the world. We could also write the story about that, right? How it came to be that the peacock stopped flying the way he used to fly once upon a time. Because it's true. He's a bird. Why he don't fly like that? Right? But it's like if he was to fly, even across the neighborhood, people would lose their minds. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Right? And so it could be like God was like, hold up, wait a minute. You got to let Mr. Eagle come through. You got to let these other birds. You can't just take over the skies like this and just boast your wings all over the sky and try to cover up the sun. So maybe he had to be humbled. And so now his punishment is he can't really fly for a long distance. All he can do is show off his wings to the local, to the community, to the backyard that he's stuck to. That's about it. because it's the pride. He's so beautiful that if you don't check him, it's going to be a problem. So one can make that argument also, right? You hear me? I'm just saying. So that's the thing. But a lot of time, like they feel bad. They really do feel bad about what they did. They really do. But they can't bring themselves to say sorry. And this is where you cannot enable a Libra. You cannot enable the madness. You cannot enable the madness of a Libra. You have to leave them in timeout. Like, stay over there. Gotta leave them in timeout. You know what I mean? And it's like, they're sad, but they have to learn to play they have to learn to play nice. Otherwise, Libra becomes a bully. And you cannot allow Libra to come bully everybody else out here. Like, you can't do that. You don't get to be a bully of other people. Do not bully people. That's not cool to do. So it's like, what are you doing? Makes sense? So all my ladies, if you're Libras and you need to work on your temper, please do. Please do. Don't stop yourself from having like good friendships and good sisterhood because you don't know how to say sorry. Learn to say sorry like it's not a big deal. And for Monique also, for Monique Samuels, I hope that she acts like an adult and she calls Candace and says, sorry, Candace, I'm sorry. That's it. Monique, that's it. And then you go back on the show because you love the show. You love it. It was your job. It was like your career. It became your thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and why would you let that go? Why? Because you can't say sorry to a person. Just say sorry. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to kill. Like me also. There are people I don't like. But if I really had to say sorry to them, I would. And it's not that deep. It's not hard to say sorry, Mrs. H. It's your pride. It's your pride. It's not hard to say sorry. Accountability. And you saying sorry does not mean the other person didn't do anything to you. It means that you recognize that you went too far. Like, you know what? I probably shouldn't have gone that far. I'm sorry. My bad. That's it. But it's not saying the person was right, though. But just like, as far as I'm concerned, for what I did, I went too far. And for that, I'm sorry. My bad. I won't do it again. Or if next time you catch me do it again, please just tap me on the shoulder like Auntie Monique and let me know, oh, Libra, you're doing it again. Don't do that. You're being disrespectful. That's it. I think Faith might be a Libra too. Like, just say sorry to people. Like, it's not that hard. Just say sorry. You know what I mean? Say sorry. Like, don't embarrass yourself. Like, because then it becomes embarrassing. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, just say sorry to people. If you know you hurt somebody, just say sorry. If you know your mouth went too far, say sorry. That's it. Just apologize to people. You know what I mean? Just say sorry. But that's their problem. If they want to reject your apology, that's their problem. But you know how much you've had to overcome. Stop worrying about other people. You do stuff for you. You want to be a better person. They accept your apology. Amen. They don't, whatever. Maybe they're not ready. But one day, when it's all said and done, you know you apologized. That's it. You can't force people to accept your apology too, though. You can't do that. But that's not a reason for you not to say sorry. If you know that you were an asshole to someone, you should say sorry to the person. If you know that you were blatantly disrespectful to a person, you should say sorry. If you were hurtful, you should say sorry. If you lied at somebody, you should say sorry. If you went over the top, you should say sorry. If you pick up your phone and try to curse somebody at 5:30 in the morning, you should say sorry. You know what I mean? So it's like, just say sorry to people. They might not receive it now, but one day, like, you know what? Yeah, she'd apologize, and thank you for that. And then later on, it could take a month, it could take a year. Give them time. Just don't insult them again. But they will come around like, you know what? I appreciate that. Because sometimes if you really hurt somebody too, and they're not mature also, like, it takes a moment for people to, to get over how bad you hurt them. You know what I mean? Like, I knew a Libra too. I mean, I know of a Libra. She's very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Seriously disrespectful. Disrespectful, crass, vulgar, all kinds of crazy. You know what I mean? Monique is sorry, rich girl. She's sorry. She's very sorry. She's sorry. She is. I'm telling you, I know them. She's sorry. She just wants to act like a little bad kid, like baby and them kids. That's it. But she's sorry. She was very sorry. When she did that, when she went, she was like, oh my gosh, I messed up. But because her audience, like her followers, were hyping her up, you know what I mean? Were hyping her up. So she felt, she was like, okay, let me just hype myself up, right? And even in Monique also, you can see that peacock energy, right? See how she knows how to dress and stuff like that? She knows how to look good at the reunion. She's really good at that stuff too. Peacock energy. I be telling y'all. But she's sorry. She misses Candace. Candace was her friend. But because Candace was her friend, she felt like she could bully her. That's how they are. Like my Libra, she tried to bully me too. I said, bitch, better fall back. I'm not the one. Just because you think I love Jesus, you're going to try to play me? Don't do that. No, you have to let go. Don't hold on to things. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. The more you hold people captive in your heart, the harder it is for you to let other blessings in. You know what I'm saying? Like, let stuff go. Whatever. Shouldn't have happened. Even me, I was like, what the heck? The first time she got disrespectful, I was like, that stuff really hurt me. I was like, what the freak is wrong with this girl? It was so bad. I wanted to whoop her ass. Second time she got disrespectful, like, man, this girl needs help. She needs medication. I even felt sorry for her. I felt sorry for her. I really felt sorry for her. I'm like, this is not normal. This behavior is not normal. Like this girl, I'm like, this girl is going through it. Yeah, they can be very grimy. They can be very grimy. But it's like the second time, like she did that dumb stuff again, I felt sorry for her. Because I was like, this girl, she needs Jesus. Because I was like, God, like, why would you bring such an awful person into my life? Like, this person is just so, ugh. This person is just so awful. Like, why would you bring such an awful person? Like, I'm like, this person's a witch. She was like, oh, Marlene, you call me a witch. I'm like, well, what do you want me to call you? How should I classify your behavior? Like, how would you classify your behavior? Like, that's some witch behavior, man. You know what I mean? But then it's like last time she did that foolishness again, it was like 5:30 in the morning. I was like, what the heck is wrong with this lady? Like, why are you not asleep? But I just felt bad for her. And she tried to take me on this like territory, like, oh, she's trying to talk about me, like my marriage. And I mean, it was just like, just trying to stoop so low to trying to hurt me. Like, oh, look at her fighting with little straws in her hand, yeah. And I was like, girl, I'm not even going to do this with you. I got to go. I put her on mute, never look back. Then she tried to text my husband. She sent a message to James. She texted James. She was like, James, Marlene and I got into a fight. So he didn't want to tell me. He told me like 3 days later. I was, what the heck? Why would you not tell me that she sent you a text message? Yeah, she texted James, right? I was like, child, you crazy. You want to text my husband about me? Like, what is wrong with you, child? I can't even get mad. I was like, girl, you crazy. You crazy. So I felt bad for her. I really did. Like, if this had happened like a year ago, like 2 years ago, I'd cuss her ass out. This time I'm like, you know what? You need help. You need help. And it's like, and then you get to a point where you actually realize, like, yo, Marlene, like, it's not even about you. You didn't do nothing to this person. It's not even about you. Like, this person is just not well. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, this person is not okay. And that person needs lots of love. The person needs a hug. Person needs a hug. The person needs lots of love. The person needs, like, they need love. They need real, unconditional love. Unfortunately, I don't have it to give. I don't have it to give, but I wish you all the best. I don't have it to give. Because it's really toxic. And the person needs to go to therapy. Person needs to go to therapy and, like, sort out their issues. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you need to, like, it gets to a point, like, you can't, like, you know, sometimes, like, there are things that happen that are, like, disrespectful where you might actually even want to fight a person or cuss a person out. But then there are certain things that happen also, and then you start to feel like, this is bigger than me. Like, this is not, I'm watching somebody, like, unravel emotionally. You know what I mean? Like, you're watching a person unravel emotionally. And at that point, it's like, at that point, it's not even you anymore. It's like the person really is not okay. The person is not well, right? So there's no point in, like, holding a grudge. There's no point in wishing them harm. There's no point in being, like, I'm not even mad. Like, I just think it's funny. It's funny to me, right? I laugh because now I'm, like, immune to it. Because I know the person. I just know the person's behavior. So it's like, it becomes hilarious. Like, you know what? What else was I going to expect from you, right? You gave what you were always going to give, which is this. So you start to realize, like, you know, people really need therapy. People need therapy. Exactly, right? And exactly, I really let you go in love, and I wish you all the best because you have children, you have a career, you have a family. You know what I mean? You're a Black woman. Like, I want you to be successful, but I'm not gonna put up with you because I don't have to. You're not my burden. I pray for you though, but it's like the person. I really pray that the person gets therapy. I pray the person gets therapy, and I pray the person gets counseling, because once you go to therapy and you go to counseling, people are going to help you to figure out what happened. You know what I mean? Because the way you treat people is because maybe people treat you this way also. That's all you know. So that's all you can give. You know what I mean? Maybe you've been bullied, so now you want to be a bully. I don't know what it is, but it's like there's something spiritually that's wrong. So that's why now I don't even get mad at people now. I don't even hold grudges. I don't even get mad. I forgive. I let things go because I'm like, it wasn't you, Marlene. It really wasn't you. The person was not well from the jump. The person was not well from the jump. So when you're dealing with people who are off their rockers, it's like, no matter what you do, it's going to be a problem. Like, no matter what you say or do, they're going to unravel, right? So when they say things that are mean or they act in a very unloving, unkind way, you know what I mean? You have to forgive them. You truly do. You truly do. I'm like, when I met you, I had love for you. If I don't ever talk to you, I have love for you. You know what I mean? I truly, in my heart, I kid you not, I don't want to have any hatred. I don't want to have any hatred for any Black woman in my life or any Black person, period. It's too much. It is very toxic. Hating people is toxic. Holding grudges is like, it makes it even hard to digest your food. Like, holding grudges, hating people, not talking to people, like all this stuff is just too much. It's too much. It's too much. Say what you got to say, make your peace with it. And then like Alana say, like, I'll let you go in love. You go over here, I go over there. Ain't no problem. I wish you all the best. You know what I mean? Because I don't let people like drown me and like suck me into their like the succubus of like hatred. I'm not doing that anymore. It's toxic, you guys. It is so toxic. And when people are toxic and when people have been toxic for so long, they also want you to be a toxic person. And that's something I cannot do. I can't do that. It's not healthy. It's seriously not healthy. So what must we do? We must let things go, right? We gotta let things go. It is what it is. That's probably the only thing that you can do is just like let things go, because it's very, very toxic. It's super toxic. So I was like, oh well, I guess you'll go this way and then I'll go that way. This is it. That's all you can do. And that's all you can say. You know, so I'm telling y'all, don't let people go. If you have stuff on your heart that people have done to you, if you have like grudges that you're holding on to, like things like that, let it go. Because I'm telling you, if you don't let that go, that person still controls you. And that's what they want. That's why they try to hurt you so much. Like, people want to hurt you so badly that you always think about them, that you're always triggered by their name, that you always have an adverse reaction. Like, you're giving them the power. Like, let things go. I'm telling you, she texted her husband. She texted my husband. She was like, oh, James, Marlene and I got into a fight. I was like, girl, what the heck? I don't text your husband. I don't talk to your husband. Why talk to my husband? I was like, what the heck is this? What's happening here? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Like, this is insane. I'm like, this is insane. What is she doing? But you realize that the person is unraveling. And it's like, and then you realize, that's what I was, and that's the thing that's so funny. Like, you realize that some people want a doormat. Like, people who are very unhealthy, emotionally unhealthy, people who are emotionally toxic, they want doormats. They want people that they can just keep abusing, and then they'll say sorry, then they'll abuse you some more. Like, they abuse you, then they're nice to you. They abuse you, then they're nice to you. Like, it becomes like, it's a very abusive, like it's emotional abuse, actually. It's emotional abuse. Okay, like they want, like that's what emotional abuse is, right? Yeah, it's emotional abuse. Like, they're nice to you 1 minute, then they say some low-key stuff to try to hurt you. Then they're nice to you 1 minute, then they say something low-key, like something nasty to hurt you. I mean, it was so funny to me because me, Marlene, I'm very, very transparent about this stuff, right? I'm very transparent about my life. Like, I don't know. I just feel like let's keep it 100. I'm very chill. I don't have nothing to hide. It is what it is, right? So, and I'm very, very aware also, like my weaknesses. I'm aware of my shortcomings. I'm aware of like, I think about stuff a whole lot because I'm like, how did I end up here? What happened to me? I think about stuff. What did I do? What could I have done better? Because there was a point I was blaming other people. I was like, no, Marlene, you had the biggest part to play in this. Like I took accountability I took time off to think about my stuff, think about what I did. What did I do? Like, what could I have done better? And it's a process. Like, you don't just wake up one day and decide to be accountable. Like, it takes a moment for you to finally say, you know what? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, she did this stuff, but this is what I also did, right? Accountability is real. But it's like when you finally take accountability for your life, like, nobody can hurt you with, like, comments. It's like if something is true, it's true. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's the truth. I don't know how people think like they can shade us. Like, you know, like yesterday, we were on the Gossip for the City, and they made a post about the boy Spot Him, Got Him. And one lady's like, I don't know who this is. I'm like, yes, you do. It's the guy who made the song for the Junebug Challenge. That got these celebrities dancing like they're roaches. Like, you know, they look like roaches being sprayed with Raid. So somebody responded like, oh, what you say? Oh, so are you trying to say that you got roaches or something like that, or you got roaches in your house? And I'm like, I don't understand why people think like saying somebody got roaches in their house is like a dig or whatever. Like a lot of people have roaches in their homes. Now, it's one thing to have roaches in your house and to have a roach infestation. And I was like, but since you're asking, yes, I do have roaches in my house. I live in New Orleans. Like when you live in Louisiana, when you live in New Orleans, like here, out here, it's so humid. First of all, it's the swamp. I live in the swamp. Like the majority of the majority of this place is like it's swampland. The roads are so bad. Like it's so horrible here. It's the swamp. Like it's like here is below sea level. Okay. So what happens like this season, like July, August, raining season, it rains like crazy. So it goes from being hot to it rains and it's hot. So it becomes very musty. Like the air is musty. It's very humid. And there's water everywhere. Like there's puddles of water everywhere. So guess what? This is the kind of climate that roaches love. So if you live in Louisiana, yes, you will have roaches in your house. Not because you're dirty, but it's because of the climate. Like the climate, like even yesterday, James was taking a shower. He's like, where's mommy? Mom? I'm like, what's up? He's like, mommy, there's a roach in the tub. I'm like, why don't you just kill it, right? So I went and took care of it. But it's like, it's part of growing up here. If you live in like the DMV area, because it's so cold, you know, it's cold in the north. You're not going to see roaches like that. But here in New Orleans, oh my gosh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Like, oh my goodness. Like, that's just what it is. I'm like, so if you need to know, yeah, I do have roaches in my house. But we still get the Orchid Man. But like the environment, like the weather, the temperature, the water, the moisture in the air, the humidity, this is what they love. This is the swamp. I live on the West Bank. It's the swamp. Like, girl, you go into some of these stores here, girl, you can live here, huh? You go to some of the stores, if they don't have air conditioning at this time of the year, oh my gosh. Girl, you feel like the thing is like the humidity is like sticking to your skin. It's unbearable. It is unbearable. Like it's humid. August, it's worse. Like nobody comes here in August. So the restaurants, in order to survive, they do this thing called like August Fest. Like they make their food so cheap so that people can go outside and spend some money because it is horrible. It is so humid. Baby, I can't stand it. Like, I'll be inside all day. It is so humid. It feels like water, like when water dries off your skin. It's just, it's just weird. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So I'm like, yeah, I do have roaches. Like, okay, is that a day? Just like when that girl went into Nini's house. Oh my gosh, there's a roach in here. It's Atlanta. It's also humid out there. So yeah, you're going to have roaches, especially if you are in the basement. When you build in the basement, you build in the basement. Like you go deep into the earth. That's where they live. Like these roaches, they love stuff that's dark, that's wet, that's what they love, where there's extra moisture. Yeah. She said, you see, down here in Texas, they call them water bugs, baby. I tell you, I can't do them type of bugs. Yeah. Some of them have like these long, some of them have like a bunch of legs. It's just, you see all kinds of weird creatures in the swamp. I don't know what to tell you. It's the climate. So when that girl Brielle was like, oh my gosh, Nene has roaches in her house. Yeah. You are in the basement. What do you think is gonna happen? It's in the basement. It's dark. It's humid. It's whatever. Yes, she gonna have roaches there. But does that mean that Nene has a roach infestation in her house? No. Even Sheree, I'm sure she has roaches in her house too. Not because she's dirty. It's the climate. It's the temperature. You know what I mean? And they love dark. They love where it's dark. They love where it's wet. When it's dark, wet, and humid, they just love it. You know, so I'm like trying to make it seem like Nene was dirty. Oh, you got roaches in your house. Now, if somebody has a roach infestation where it's like roaches everywhere, now you dirty. That's a whole different situation. But like here, when we talk, like you might see like a roach a day. You kill them. That's it. You might see like 1 or 2 roaches a day, but you're not gonna see like 100 or 200 roaches. No, because we do keep the house cool, right? But yeah, that's the South for you. It's very humid out here. Exactly. It could be exactly. So it's like, don't try to play people like that. I'm like, what the heck? That's just crazy. So like me, I'm very transparent. If you ask me, I'll tell you the truth. Ask me, I'll tell you what it is. You know, so she was like, oh, Marlene, you got arrested. And I'm like, okay, and girl, I'm like, you did your research to find that out. You could have just asked me. Just asked me. And I was like, whoa. And I'm like, it's like the person was going, like, she was trying so hard to hurt me. Like, she was trying so hard to have me shook, like, as if I was going to be embarrassed. I said, girl, thank you. Now let me go make a YouTube video about it. I was like, girl, yeah. It was in 2007. I was 22. And I had to go sit there twice. What else you want to know? What else? I mean, I slept with you all my whole life. And I'm like, you people are you're freaking crazy. Do you not watch my YouTube videos? Like, do you really think? I'm like, what kind of person? I'm being really, really honest. Like, what kind of person you think you are that you're going to try to, like, shake Marlene with her own truth? Like, oh, you were arrested. I said, okay, Ann. You act like I killed somebody. Like, you don't work with people who, like, you work with all kinds of felons. Let's not even talk about it, child. Okay, because you work with a whole bunch of felons to promote your brand. Let's not even do that. But I'm like, yeah, I was arrested. It was about clothes. We stole some clothes. And I had to go sit there twice. So what's your point? Ooh, you were arrested. I'm like, ooh, this is America, bitch. I'm black. I'm real black. What's your point? You know what I'm saying? So I was like, girl, bye. And I was like, well, thank you, because now I can talk about it. I'm like, girl, bye. She's like, oh, you were arrested, Marlene. You were arrested. I was arrested. Girl, don't make me tell your business. You were arrested. I was like, okay. That was like 14 years ago. That's all you found? I was arrested. Did you ever find nothing else? Okay, girl. That's it, sis. I'm like, this girl is sorry. I'm like, girl, you're so damn sorry. You are pathetic. But I'm like, this girl is sick. She is sick. You are truly, truly sick. I'm like, so I said to Jimmy, I was like, oh, because she was like, oh, Marlene, she sent me a, because he was like, what happened? I said, Jimmy, good. I was like, girl, I said, guess what this girl just said to me? He was like, what? He was like, oh, she told me I was arrested. He was like, she did what? I was like, yeah, she told me I was arrested. Then he's looking at his phone like, but this girl texted me and talking about, oh, Marlene and I got into a fight. I'm like, oh, she didn't tell you what she was telling me over the phone, did she? Child, we both looked at the text messages like, block, delete. I'm like, this person is crazy. You are crazy. Crazy. But then this is what you're dealing with when you're looking at people who have untreated mental issues. When you have people who have untreated mental issues, I'm like, girl, all you have to do is ask me. Just ask me. I tell my business all the time. Just ask me. I'll tell you. Like, it's crazy. Like, it is crazy. I'm like, people don't understand. Like, people, like a lot of people, especially Aquarius, like a lot of Aquarius people usually tend to tell their business. Don't you want Soup over there? Don't she tell all her business? The girl, Fee from Gossip of the City was like, oh, I'm going to expose you and talk about your girlfriend that you keep hitting off the camera. So then the girls in the comment were like, oh, but Super's already said that she's attracted to girls. And even if she had a girlfriend, so what? Because I guess her people know that she's into girls also. So I'm like, girl, you crazy. So I'm like, stop thinking that you're going to expose an Aquarius. Aquarius will tell you all his business or her business. Just ask and you can know. It's not a big deal. Girl, I talked about so many things here. I talked about my mother-in-law. I talked about my divorce in here. I talked about arrest. I've talked about my business, the ups and the downs. I talked about making money, losing money. Like, I talk about everything on my channel. So it's like, I don't understand why you would ever think in your little bitty head that you talk about me being arrested would scare me. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't molest people's children. I didn't violate anybody sexually. Like, It's nothing that, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. I mean, it's a little stupid. I was 22, I was a little dumb. But it's like, we didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill anyone. We just wanted clothes. Like, that was it. Was it right? No. But it's not like, oh, we abuse children, we kill children, we molest the children, we rape the children. It's none of that. So whoop-de-doo, whoop-de, womp doo-doo. Now, like, one thing we're not about to do. Yeah, I mean, it's life. Like, it's life. I feel like, my thing is, I feel like the more, if you're transparent with your life, like, you don't have anything to hide. Life is really chill. Right? But it's like people are trying to put on the air like, oh, my business is doing so good. My husband is doing so good. Da, 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 da. It's like, why lie to people? Like, there's no need for that. There really is no need for that. Even like during the whole COVID thing, right? Which is why I even let her talk to my husband, because like during the whole COVID situation, like James and I were not on good terms. We were not on good terms. It wasn't good, right? We were not on good terms. I was like, she said, oh, I want to talk to James so I can see what's going on. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Go talk to him. I don't really care. You know, because I'm like, whatever. So that's how I gave her my husband's number, and they started talking, right? But it's like, now you have his number just because like I give you my husband's number because I trust you. And I was like, you want to use my husband's number and start texting him like crazy. Like, you think you're going to come. I've been with James for 12 years. You know what I mean? Been with James for 12 years. Like, no matter what happens between us, we're always going to be friends. Like, don't try to weaponize the fact that I give you access to somebody and I was like, you see, and this is another reason why I don't put my husband on social media, because I trusted this girl, and mind you, she's older than me, with my husband's number. This is how you're going to act. Like, this is ridiculous. This is weird, right? Oh, this is why James this and she. I was like, what is she doing? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we weren't on good terms. I'm like, that happens to a lot of people. I'm like, even her and her husband, they weren't on good terms. So I'm like, I know we're not talking about people in their marriages. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? So, but I'm like, and that's one thing I told her when she was doing all this husband thing in the DM. I'm like, girl, like, stop always trying to come for people's families. Stop doing that stuff. Because if you have an issue with Marlene, talk to me. Like, if you want to say bad things about me, or you want to say, oh, you got arrested, whatever, you talk to me. I'm right here. I'm grown. I can handle myself, right? But talking about people's marriages, people's children, people's mothers, people's fathers, I'm like, you always like to go for people's family. I don't know how you were raised. And probably you were not even raised. I don't know, because this is really weird, right? But it's like, there's a line you shouldn't cross. So she just kept doing it and kept doing it. So I started talking about her husband too. And I was like, nah, Marlene, don't do that. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, don't do that, because who's this person? I was like, no, Marlene, do not do that, because it's not, who's this? Give me 1 second. I'm coming, guys. Sorry. Somebody was typing. Somebody was writing to me, so I had to respond. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So I was like, what the heck is this? So I was like, so she kept going. I was like, stop. So then she kept doing it. So I was like, so now I started talking about her husband too. And I was like, nah, that's not cool, Mom. Don't do that. I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry I even said that to you. I think I started deleting my stuff. I'm sorry I even said that to you, because when it comes to, I was like, marriage is a very difficult thing. Okay. I was like, marriage is a very difficult thing, you guys. Marriage is a very difficult thing. Like, it's a very difficult, you guys. I kid you not. Being with anybody for even 2 minutes is hard. Okay. Being with somebody for even being Hold on. Oh, thank you, Jenny. Right. It's really hard. Anybody who's been married will tell you, like, it's a very, very difficult. And we grow. Like, we're not the same people we were like 12 years ago, right? You grow, you grow, you change, kids, all that kind of stuff. Like it really, really affects you. And sometimes you can lose you can lose a connection because it's very difficult. Like, you want to go this way, person want to go that way. Then the devil gets in between you guys. Tempers can flare. Like it was really bad. Like it was really dark. So that's that thing, like, confided in her because she has also said things about her marriage, whatever. So like me, I have a lot of empathy because I feel like, marriage is hard. So when she started it, I told her, like, can you stop? Like, stop doing this. Like, don't do that. Like, if you want to say something to me about me, like, call me names like you always do, because that's all she knows how to do is call people names. Like, go ahead. But don't bring the family in it. But she kept doing it. So then I was like, okay, I'm talking about your husband too. Okay. And I was like, Marlene, don't do that. Don't do it. I was like, yeah, don't do that. That's not okay, Marlene. That's not okay. Like, no matter what somebody says about you, don't go to that level, because the family stuff, the marriage stuff, children stuff, that stuff should be off limit because it's sacred. You know what I mean? That stuff is real. And once you say that stuff, you can't take it back. You know what I mean? Because I'm really, really trying to be a better person. So it's like, I'm sorry for what I said. I got to go. So I put her, and she kept on typing. When I saw the little 3 dots, I put her on mute. I dipped out. I was like, I can't do this. This is toxic. This is hella toxic. I'm not doing this. This is so toxic. This is so toxic because I will never use any woman's marriage against her to what, like, because it's a very sensitive spot for any person. I don't care, even people who've been divorced, and like, it's a very sensitive topic for anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I mean? So I was like, this is crazy. I can't do this. Then she's like, then she goes and she texts us. She sends a text to James, and I'm like, what, you just talk about my marriage though? Like, why are you texting him for? And it just goes to show you, like, some people, like, they're not wrapped too tight, but they're not wrapped too tight. So you got to forgive people. I was like, you know what? This person needs help. And I pray for you, man. I really do pray for you because it's sad. It's really sad. It's sad. Because I know I'm not a bad person. I know I'm a very nice person. But I was like, this is, yeah, she wanted to do a low blow. So I was going to retaliate and, like, attack her. And I was like, nah, I can't do this. Like, nah, I'm tired. Plus I was tired. Like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not taking stuff that, she said, that's an immediate block, Yana, right? But I put her on mute because, like, she needs to go to timeout. So I put her on mute. And I went back to bed. I'm like, I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Like, what's happening here? So I went back to sleep. I was like, whatever. And then when I woke up, I told James, like, he was like shook, like, what? And I was like, yeah, don't put nothing past anybody. But it was like, whatever. Now we're on better terms. We fixed our issues, child. We fixed our issues. It was good when we went to LA to my brother's wedding. That was good for us. We fixed our issues and then we talked about stuff. But I'm like, it's really hard. Like, marriage is hard. And it's like, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. And when people are in it, like, pray for people who are married. Pray for people who are going through it. And if somebody confides in you when they're going through it, like, it's kind of disgusting. It's kind of like cheap to try to use that against them as if your marriage is perfect when it's really not. You know what I mean? And it's so funny too, because this is nothing that happened. Oh, maybe it's just me. Because one day I was sitting here and we were talking on Zoom, and I'm pretty sure, because I was like, okay, that's friends, that's my friend, whatever. So I told Jimmy to come say hi. And I kid you not, when she saw James in the camera thing, she like, her body just froze. I don't know, Rich, her body froze. I'm like, oh, here we go. She's attracted to him. I kid you not. Like, she just, her thing just changed. That's why I like to show him. Like, I mean, her thing just changed. He said, oh, hi. He said, hello. And then he left. Her thing just changed. And every time we would talk, she's like, oh, Marlene, James is so nice. James is this. James is that. James this. James this. I was confused, right? And then that day, too, when she was going on and talking about my marriage, whatever, she said, oh, that's why James is this. That's why James. And I was like, why do you have my husband's name in your mouth? Like, are you attracted to him? Because it was just like James and James and James and James and James. I'm like, yo, is this lady attracted to the guy? What's happening? This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is really crazy. I even had another friend who came to stay here too. Girl, I don't know, girl. But it's like, that's why I don't do that. I'm not like, I'm being serious. When she saw him on that Zoom call, the lady became different. And she's like, oh, Martin, I want to talk to James. I want to talk to James. It's like she wanted to get to know him because she liked what she saw. And I always think it's funny because I'm like, he's not going to entertain you. Because it happens I'm telling you, it happens all the time. People just do that. Oh, okay, cool. I'm going to look at her. She wants to get to know him because she liked what she saw. Because the moment she saw him, oh, y'all, the moment she saw him on the Zoom call, she wanted to talk to him. Oh, Marlene, let me talk to James. Oh, Marlene, let me talk to James. No, I never should have given him her number. I never, like, now she's blocked, though. He blocked her. Because I'm like, this is crazy. You're a married woman. Like, why are you texting somebody else's husband? Girl, you're a weirdo. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, girl. But it's like, oh, child. She said, I don't see how friends can be attracted. Girl, they sure can. They sure can. People really can. I'm like, when I tell you, she started acting different. Like her body just changed. Like her body language changed with the Zoom. I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. Then then it's like, then after that, she just kept asking for his number. Oh, Marlene, I want to talk to James. Maria, I want to talk to James. And in my heart, I was like, girl, she won't talk to your husband, girl. So I gave her James' number. So she's like, okay. He said I could talk to him at 2:00. I said, okay, call him at 2:00. After that, his name was in her mouth, like nonstop. Hey, Kim, look at your pretty self. Like, when I tell you, after that, his name was in her mouth. I was like, yo, like, what's going on here? So that fatal day when she came, that fatal day, she said, I want to talk to James too now. So that fatal day, when she was going in the DM, she's like, oh, that's why James this, that's why James that, that's why James this, James that, James. And I said, like, yo, are you attracted to him? Like, why do you have his name in your mouth like that? I'm like, I don't even talk about your husband like that. I told her, like, listen. Oh, you've been hearing Kim the whole time. Kim. Now it got good. Kim had to say something. She's like, hold on, this is too much. She said, Marlene, you're a real one, because me, I'd be ready to cuss her out south. Oh, I'm very patient. Because I was really confused. I'm like, what the heck? What is going on here? Kim said, hey, girl, I've been watching since earlier. Oh, well, hey, Kim. Kim said, I've been listening. But this was too much. You had to type. James this, James that, James. I was like, what's going on here? So I was like, what's going on here? Are you attracted to him? Because I don't understand, like, why my husband's, like everything was, that's what James this, that's what James that, that's what James this, that's what James this, that's what James. I said, oh my gosh, sis, is you attracted to him? This is overwhelming. Because I know her husband. He has Instagram. He has LinkedIn. I have never reached out to her husband. Even all the time she's been disrespectful, I have never reached out to her husband. I'm like, that's her husband. That's not my friend. I can, whatever I got going on with her, I can resolve it with her, right? But it's like James. So when I put her on mute, right? Girl, I mute the girl. She went right back to texting the husband. I'm like, so you want him to do what? So you want my husband to come to your rescue? Like, you want my husband to comfort you? I don't know, girl. She said that was her Jezebel spirit. I don't know. She said, did she forget she had a husband? Girl, that's what I'm asking. Like, where is her husband? Typing this man's name like that. The girl went straight to my husband's phone. Like, I said, James bent down. And he said, oh, hi, hello, how are you? He walked off. When I tell you the girl, her whole body don't change up on me. I couldn't believe it. She's married. Yeah, she sounded like James Marbury. Yes. I'm like, what in the weirdo F is this? Yo, Lacey, it was the weirdest thing. James this, James that, James. Oh, Marlene, that's why James doesn't like you. That's why James did this. That's what James has said. That's what James is this. Girl, she became his private. She became his counsel, honey. I said, ooh, am I talking to James' attorney? Oh, that's what James has said. That's what James is this. That's what James is that. That's what James this. That's what James said. And I'm like, yo, girl. So I said, like, why do you have my husband's name in your mouth like that? Are you attracted to him? Because this is weird. This is hella weird. Girl, she's always speaking about my friend's husband. Let me to the name. Girl, child, she was, ooh, child, that name must have sounded sweet to her. Oh, James, Marlene and I forgot what she wrote. It was like, James, Marlene and I got into an argument. Like kind of making it seem like, oh, James, look at what Marlene did to me. I'm a victim. So I was like, but why did you tell me she texted you? He was like, oh, you were upset, so I didn't want to make you upset any further. I was like, so you felt like you shouldn't tell me about the text? So he just started laughing. I was like, what in the name? Child, texting the person's husband. Oh, James. Oh, James. Marlene and I said, Lord. Now she gonna cry to my husband's arms. I couldn't believe it. I just, you guys. So I told my mom. My mom was like, how did she get James's number? I was like, she said she wanted to talk to him. So okay, fine, go talk to him. John, this is too much. She said, I pray to be as patient as you one day. Girl, I was like, what in the name? I'm like, what is going on here? This is crazy. I was like, wow. I'm like, imagine me trying to go on Instagram or LinkedIn or whatever and try to talk to your husband. Like, oh, this is what your wife said to me. I'm like, why would I put this man in woman's business? Like, he has nothing to do with this. I'm like, I don't know. She got her own husband. How she gonna do that? That's kind of difficult. I don't know if James believes in, like, is it polyamory when a woman has like multiple men? I don't know if he believes in that. I don't know. But I was like, what the? Like, girl, oh my God, like, this stuff was hilarious. I was like, this gotta be a laugh. I'm like, is this crazy? Like, I was like, wow, this is insane. This is insane. Oh, Marlene, this is why James, Marlene, this is why James this. I understand James now. Oh, I get what James must be going through. I understand James. I'm like, what the what? Girl, you only talked to him one time. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus. I said, Lord, have the mercy. What's going on here? What's going on here? Like, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? You hear me? I couldn't believe it. Girl, I couldn't believe it. But that's what happened, y'all. Stuff be happening. I'm like, you know what? This is just crazy. So we just laughed it off. We laughed. I'm like, this is just insane. I'm like, you know what? Lesson learned. I learned my damn lesson. Jenny said, OMG. That's what she said. Y'all, the stuff I be going through. All that to affect your mental state. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Oh my Jesus. This is just too much, y'all. Yeah. Man, look, this is just so weird. I'm like, I never ask. I don't ask to speak to people's husband. I'm like, whatever. And I just like if I had an issue with one of my friends, I wouldn't even try to talk to her husband. Like, I'm like, this is between us. Like, we're beefing. Like, why would he come into it? Like, why would you jade another person? Like, this has nothing to do with him. You know what I mean? Like, this is you and I. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, but man, people are working. Like, what the heck is this? I'm like, oh my gosh, this is just embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. What is this? Oh, you guys, the stuff I've been going through, man, is so hilarious. I'm like, what? You're doing too much, sis. All that good, I want to be your friend. I don't have to be your friend. Is it by force? Very messy. And I'm like, is it by force? Libra. Do I have to be your friend by force? I don't want to be your friend, boo-boo. She's like, oh, Marlene, you're so annoying. I was like, I didn't even talk to you. Like, I was like, when was the last time I talked to you? I don't talk to you. Because I know you're not nice. Not a nice person, so I don't talk to you like that. I was like, I probably talk to you like once a week. I don't talk to you anymore Because you're not a nice person. I'm like, you're not my friend. You're not a nice person. Oh, she would hate when I would say that to her. You know me, I'm so damn shady. Because one time she was having issues with people. She's like, Marlene, these girls are not nice. I was like, well, then you're in the right company because you're also not nice. So you like people who are not nice. So if these girls are also, of course it's a black person. I'm like, so if this, of course it's a black person. So I'm like, if these people, they're not nice, that's the perfect tribe for you because you're also not nice. Like, you're not a nice person. You're not nice. You're fake nice. Like, you act like you're nice just to talk bad about people. Like, you act like you're generous so you can talk bad about people. Like, everything you do for someone, you always talk bad about them as soon as they're gone. Like, you talk bad about everybody. So you're not a nice person. You want to fool other people to think that you're nice, but you're not a nice person because nice people don't do these things. So you're not nice. You're a mean person. Like, you're a low down, low B, right? So I used to say to her, like, it would just drive her crazy. Oh, Marlene, I'm a nice person. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Nice my ass. I'm like, you're not a nice person. So once I realized that she wasn't a nice person, I stopped talking to her like that. She would tell me stuff. I'm like, oh, it's like, you're going to be okay. You're fine. Oh, Marlene, I'm sick. I'm like, you're going to be okay. What things she go through? Okay, let's pray about it. You know, I pray for you. I encourage you, you know. But I'm like, she's not a nice person. We already had issues. To me, I was like, when we had issues the first time, I'm like, any people who are nice, like if you're nice, if you really have a nice inside, even if you mess up, you'll be like, you know what, I went too far. Let me say sorry. But when you don't say sorry at all for like almost a year, you're not a nice person. You're not a nice person. Right. But me, it was becoming, I also was sound like becoming a hateful person. Like, no, I don't want to have hate towards a person. That's not healthy. So I dealt with that, made peace with you. But it's like, I'm not going to be your friend. Because I know what's in you. I know what you're capable of. Like, you're fake nice. Like, you're not really nice. You're fake nice. Like, you know, those kinds of people, like, they act like, oh, you can tell me what you're going through and I'll support you. But as soon as you have issues, just like she did, right? As soon as you have issues with them, they want to use that to shame you or insult you as if their life is perfect. I'm like, girl, I'm not even going to repeat what I said to her because that's too much, right? But I'm like, you're not really nice, though. Like, you were never trying to be a supportive friend. You're just trying to be nosy and get information. I could care less because I'm fine with my life. I'm fine with my truth. Like, you know what I mean? But you're not a nice person. When you hurt people and you know that you've hurt someone and you don't say sorry to a person, you're not a nice person because you are fully aware that what you did to the person was mean. Exactly. Nice, nasty. Like, you're not a nice person. So if these girls are mean to you, that's exactly what you get because that's your energy. So you're like, that's your tribe. Like, those are the people that you need to work with because you're also mean. So if they're mean and you're mean, it sounds perfect to me. Y'all deserve each other. Like, what you want me to say? You know what I mean? Like, you can't, like, if you have good energy, you will attract good energy around you, right? Like, if you are sweet, you're going to attract sweet people. You know what I mean? Like, but you attract people that really resemble who you truly are. And I'm like, you're not a nice person. Not a nice person. I'm not going to hate you for it. That's just who you are. And me, let me tell you something, guys. Like, I've gotten to a point in my life where I have accepted, you have to accept people for who they are. Like, I think a lot of time when we get so hurt in life, we have expectations for people. You say, oh, I'm a decent person, so I expect this person to also be decent. And it's like, that's not how life works. You might be a decent person, but don't expect that person to be decent. Oh, I was nice to her, so she's going to be nice to me in return. Don't bet your life on it. Right? Because if you're nice, people going to take it. If you're giving out money, they're going to take it. If you're like everything you want to give out for free, folks will take it. But when you're in need, do not expect reciprocity out here. Don't do it because you're not going to get it. Because people are selfish. They love to take. They hate to give. You hear me? So I've got to a point, I'm 36 years old. I've got to a point in my life where it's like, I don't have expectations for anybody. I know that's kind of sad, huh? But then again, it's freeing. I don't have expectations from the person I'm married to. I'm like, he's his own person. I don't have expectations from my parents, my siblings. I'm like, listen, because I only know what I'm capable of. I don't put nothing past anybody. I don't have expectations for anybody. Like, because it is for people are selfish. That's just human nature, right? So I don't let that stuff upset me. So I'm like, that's just who people are. And people can only give you who they are and what they know. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we have all these expectations for people, but it's like, guess what? Maybe your expectations are just a little too high. You know what I mean? Some people just gutter. And that's all you'll ever get out of them. And you got to accept that. So if you choose to let them in your life, you have to mitigate the effery that comes with them, because that's all they can give you is who they are. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes who people are is really ugly. It's ugly, it's trauma, it's pain, it's addiction, it's cussing, it's a lot. And you got to be ready for that. So like with her, when I decided to make peace with her that time, like I knew who I'm like, this lady she's very damaged. Like she's very broken. Like this is who she is. This is just who she is, right? So it's like, well, when that's the case, like you have to be ready for that. So it's like, don't get too close. Like say hi, say bye, kiki a little bit like the gossip thing, whatever, and then keep it apart. You know what I mean? That's it. People ask you what you're working on. Say, oh, nothing. How things going? Oh, things are going pretty great. Don't give people too much detail. You know what I mean? Don't, oh, yeah, so I'm working on this and da-da-da-da. Let me show you, da-da-da-da. Don't be like, oh, Martin, I'm going to help you. No, thank you. I don't want your help. Because tomorrow, when you take the help, it's going to be like, oh, I did this for you, da-da-da-da. I'm like, well, please, you know, I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, so you have to know people and just know that this is the very best they can give you. So if you decide to let them into your life, understand that this is all they can give you. You know what I mean? Don't have all these fairy tales about people like, oh, that's going to be my best friend, or he's going to be the best husband ever, or she's going to be the best mom ever. People, be reasonable. Be reasonable with your expectations about people. Be reasonable. Because when you start to be unreasonable, that's when you're going to start to get hurt. So I say be very reasonable. People can only give you what they know. And some people, all they know is pain. All they know is toxicity. All they know is how to fight someone. Like, oh, you said I'm going to fight you. That's all they know. That's all they know how to do. You know what I mean? Is to be combative, like that kind of stuff. So that's it. So like me, I wasn't really surprised. I was expecting it. I wasn't really surprised. The stuff she did, I wasn't surprised. It was so predictable. I was like, oh, there you go. You know, it was very, very predictable. It was super predictable. So what we gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not about having low expectation. I just don't even have expectation. But then if they happen to surprise you in a positive way, you're gonna be very delighted. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't expect that from you. Exactly. You know, I have no expectation, John. I don't have any. The only person Kim can depend on is Kim. Now, if other people want to come and help Kim, amen. If they don't, it's okay. Right? The only person that Jenny can depend on is Jenny. Does that make sense? So that's why you got to show up for yourself. You know, if other people want to help Jenny, it's a beautiful thing. If they don't, it's also a beautiful thing, right? The only person who can really help Lacey is Lacey, right? If people want to help her, amen. If they don't, oh well. You see what I mean? Like, have no expectation for people because they're going to disappoint you. You know, they will disappoint you. But when you already anticipate the disappointment, it doesn't surprise you. Like, yeah, sure. It was so predictable. I'm not even surprised. So you're not hurt because you saw that stuff coming. Like me, I knew this was going to happen. Right? I was like, yeah, whatever. Because she wanted to hurt me. And it's like, you can't hurt me. You know what I mean? And I think like a lot of people too, like they think like depression is a form of weakness. Like just because I tell you I was depressed, just because I tell you, oh, I was depressed, so I went through depression, it lasted 3 years. It doesn't mean I'm a punk. I can still beat your ass. Okay? It doesn't mean I have an infirmity. Okay? I had a depression. I'm not depressed anymore. You know what I mean? So don't feel like, oh, you can throw stuff at people like, oh, I'm not. If I was in a depressed state and you said these things, probably would have affected me. But I'm not depressed no more. Because one thing that really helped me with my depression, you guys, I keep telling you this all the time, but y'all listen to me, right? One thing that truly helps with depression is taking accountability. Okay? Take accountability for why you're sad. You're not a victim. Yeah, some people did stuff to you they shouldn't have done. But you've also had your part to play in what's happened to you. You hear me? And once you start taking accountability for what happened to you, you're going to get up. You're going to get up from the bed. You're going to make your bed, or you're going to change your sheets, make the bed. You're going to take a shower. You're going to brush your teeth. You're going to look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? Today is the day I decide to live again. Accountability is the best form against depression. Okay? I was depressed because I didn't want to take accountability. I was a victim. I was like, oh, God abandoned me. Oh, the Lord abandoned me. This person did this to me. This person tried to cancel me. Womp, 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 womp. Which things are kind of true to some extent, but it's like the majority of it, it was me. It was me. What could I have done better? And this is why I started like having like all these journals and things like that. So I could like, go back on the murder scene and see how this happened. Accountability, y'all. So once you take accountability for your mistakes, you take accountability for why you are where you are today, nobody can hurt your feelings. It's like, oh, it's true. I should have done better. That's a fact. Next. Like, that's the thing. I'm telling you, the only time you get offended by stuff, if you get offended by the truth, if you get offended by people telling you how they feel about you, whatever, is because you are refusing to take accountability. If you take accountability for everything that's going wrong in your life, nobody can hurt you with that. You're like, yeah, you're right. I should have known better. You're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, let me go buy another book so I can make sure it never happens to me again. Does that make sense? Oh, you're right. I should have diversified. Let me make sure I diversify so I never find myself in this position again. Does that make sense? Oh, I should have done this and that. You are absolutely right. Matter of fact, let me start now. Okay? I'm telling you, the sooner you take accountability for your stuff, nobody can hurt you with their observation, with their slick comment, because the truth, if it's the truth, it's the truth. What are we going to fight for? You see what I mean? So that was that. So I'm like, okay. So person would say things, but I'm like, I just kept thinking, I'm like, you know what? Mental note. Okay, mental note. Don't get offended. Take a mental note. And it just made me better. I was like, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm telling you, sometimes God allows people who don't like you to get close to you, so they can say things to you that if you take it the right way, it will help you. If you take the wrong way, you'll want to fight somebody. Don't fight them. There's a reason why God allowed these people and the perverse tongue to get next to you, so that you can hear certain things, right? And you can work on those things that you need to work on. Does that make sense? So it's like, eventually you'll be okay. But, oh, Marlene, like, there's such a change in your confidence. I'm like, yeah, because that changed. That weak ass little bitch, I had to kill her because she was not helpful to me. You hear me? Like, the other Marlene that I was, like, she was not helpful to me. Like, she didn't help me. She was too weak. She was very weak. She was very frail. So I was like, nah, I can't take you with me, because what it's going to take for me to get to the next level, I can't be that person anymore. So I had to kill her. I had to like part away from her. You know what I mean? Now I'm just like, I just live. And I stay very calm. And I know I'm going to win. I stay very, very calm. I don't react to stuff anymore. Because I'm like, the more you react to stuff, you start talking, and then people know what you're about to do. People can, dead ass Lacey, I used to talk too damn much. I used to like, oh, I'm going to do this because I get upset about, oh, I'm going to do that. Then you're letting people know what you're about to do. Now they got time to prepare themselves against you, right? Nah, that's not what you do, right? That's not what you do. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid to die. And that's what happened to me. Like, I became a whole new person. Yes, it was like 2020 was very transformative. Like, I felt like I died, and I felt like I died, and like a new person came out, and like she's a whole different person. It's like, okay, cool. If that's how you feel, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. That's it. I don't get upset or sad anymore. Like, even today, like, yeah, like, even today, like, I've made a promise to myself, anything that upsets me, I don't let it upset me more than 24 hours. So if I'm upset about something, I give myself 24 hours. After that, let's move on to something else. You guys, like, crying about the same thing for months, for weeks, for days. Does it solve the problem? No, you're wasting your time. You're wasting time. Like, you are wasting time, because, like, you could have taken, that's what I did. I cried for too long. I was like, I should have moved on. Girl, please. I acted like it was the end of my life. Like, oh my gosh, they messed up my lipstick. It's like, okay, they're going to do it again. You know what I mean? Like, you're smart. You're intelligent. Like, stop freaking out about stuff. Like, you know what I mean? People would like copy my stuff. I start crying. Like, oh my gosh, she copied my heart boxes, and it would affect me so much. And I'm like, girl, bye. As if that's the only thing you're going to create. Like, there's so much. You're going to create so much stuff. Why are you tripping over this? Like, she can't have it. Fuck her. Let her have it. You know what I mean? Because you're going to create way more beautiful stuff, right? So why are you sitting here crying? Right? The messed up your lipstick. Is that ever the only lipstick that you're going to do? No. So why are you tripping? You know what I mean? Like, But that's how I used to be. I used to have like this obsessive thing. Like if something would go bad, I would just obsess over that. Yes, Liz, you know, gotta go back to the murder scene because there's something that happened that caused you to be so depressed. So you gotta walk back the steps. Like, what was that thing that hit you so hard that you felt like you didn't want to live anymore? You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, this happened. All right. Can we look at it differently? Is that what you mean? Because there are many ways to look at a problem, right? Like, let's say you date somebody, right? And he lied to you and he bamboozled you. Okay. You can sit there, you know what I mean? You can sit there and cry about it. Oh, he ain't shit. He lied to me. These niggas ain't shit. Da, da, da. Okay, fine. Okay, now what? Is he going to come back? No. Is he going to say sorry? No. Are you going to get better? No. So now you're not going to work. You're not going to class. You're not making money. Like, you're sitting here dirty. You're crying. You look nasty. You're putting on weight. What the heck is this, right? Or you can say, you know what, though? How else can I look at the situation? Maybe it's best he left me now than leave me at the altar. Oh? Maybe it's best he walked away now before we got married and we had kids. Oh? You know what I mean? Like, because he could have kept pretending and he could have left you at a really worse time. What if he left you while you were pregnant? But you're not pregnant. So you say, oh my gosh, thank you, Jesus. So then, like, once you start changing your minds, like once you change your paradigm, like how you look at the breakup, you'll actually see that he actually did you a favor. Because what if he had married you and you had kids and then he left you with the children? You would be like, now you would actually lose your mind. But it didn't happen. He left you now. No kids, no issue. He did you a favor. Because now now you know better. Because now everything he put you through, you're like your F-boy radar is going to be on 100. Your F-boy radar is going to be on 100. Your lie detector is going to be on 100. Like now, because of everything this man don't put you through, you're going to be so much better. You're going to be so much better at deciphering the effery. I'm not playing with you. But if this hadn't happened to you, you probably still walking out here goofy, believing every guy, believing everything you hear, da 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 da. So when somebody breaks your heart, yeah, it sucks. But at the same time, no, that's the school of hard knocks. Life is a school of hard knocks. Like the best lessons happen when somebody breaks your heart. I kid you not. I kid you not. But it takes a certain courage and perspective to see it that way. Like, no, I'm not a victim. I had to go through this relationship to learn everything I don't want in a husband. So this dude did you a favor. So now next time when you find somebody, when anybody wants to try to talk to you, you'll know exactly what question to ask. You'll know exactly what to go for. You'll know exactly what to do so that people don't waste your time. Because now you woke. You woke. Like you got to have stripes in the game. Like you got to be in, like, you know, that's really what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes like, that's how it be. Like the person did you a favor, but what if he kept lying and he married you? Then he left you. What if he kept lying to you, married you, got you pregnant, and he left you? That's worse. You know what I mean? You're going to be okay. It had to happen this way. And that's the same thing I tell myself, like, like y'all don't understand, like for as much as we don't want to go through painful stuff, but there's beauty in pain. You hear me? Like there truly is, like there's a lot of beauty in pain because pain creates beautiful things. Like all the stuff I've made from a place of being in pain. But it's like if I had never been through any of this thing, I probably never would have created these things. Like I probably did my best work in my saddest days. I did my best work in my brokest of days. Like I did my best work when I had nothing. I did my best work where like nobody believed in me. I did my best work when I even wanted to give up on myself, right? I did my best work. It's like, so sometimes maybe there's like, that's what they call poetic justice. Like there's something romantic. There's something beautiful in pain is that when you have nothing else to lose, maybe that's when you really start living. You know what I mean? Maybe that's when you start living, when you stop living for money or people's approval or this and that, right? Maybe that's when you truly start to come alive because now you're doing it because you really want to do it, not because you have to do it, because now you're free. You're free. And there's something beautiful about freedom, like real freedom, like, whoa, like now I can really live for me and what I want to do and who I want to be, right? And that's a beautiful thing. You hear me? That is a beautiful thing. Like even like in a marriage, like it's really awful when you go through bad things, but maybe sometimes you have to go through bad things in the marriage to renew your love. If you guys make it through, it's a beautiful thing, right? It can really be like a beautiful thing, right? So that's the way I looked at it. Like It was awful that I had to go through the stuff. Like, it was so awful. I had to go through. It was so awful. It was a nightmare that I had to go through this stuff. It was awful. But I'm like, I'm grateful. I mean, it didn't kill me, but I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I don't think I could have learned this in an MBA. I don't think I could have learned this. I don't know. My parents would probably have tried to protect me from it, but God, like, he brought me to New Orleans for a reason, like, away from my family, because there's a lot of stuff I had to grow up. I had to grow up, and it was harsh. Like, I was like, what the heck? I'm like, wow, this is so harsh. Like, if God loved me, he wouldn't have me go through that. But no, he loved me. That's why he had me go through it. So I could realize my own power. And now I'm way more confident. I'm way more patient. I trust myself more. Like, now I'm very proud of myself. Like, I am seriously proud of myself, right? But I'm like, if I was in Fairfax, my parents were there, I would have been sheltered. They would have sheltered me. They would have protected me. This probably wouldn't have happened. But there was no sheltering out here, child. And it was none. And I grew up a lot, and for that, I'm very grateful. I didn't understand it then. I was really hurt. I was hurt. I was disappointed. I was bitter. I was angry at God. Like, I mean, y'all, I went through all the gamut of emotions. Like, I went through a whole gamut of emotions, right? But today, I was like, God, thank you. Thank you. You know what I mean? It really made me a better person. Like, even mean people that I have encountered, the lady included, like, even the mean people I have encountered, like, they've actually been a blessing, because I learned to not be sensitive to things. I've learned to not take things personally. You know what I mean? Like, it was also for my good. Like, thank you, maybe. I appreciate you, Jamie. It might not make sense, but sometimes people have to be mean to you to wake your ass up. Because a lot of times when you're being cuddled and people, like, dote you, whatever, you're not gonna get your ass up. Sometimes somebody gotta violate you. Someone has to disrespect you for you to be like, hold up, wait a minute, who you talking to again? You know what I mean? And that disrespect makes you want to boss up. Because, like, hold up, you must have forgot who I was, huh? Does that make sense? So sometimes, like, yeah, sometimes you need some of your peers to talk to you crazy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need some of your peers to overlook you. Yes. Sometimes you need people to act like they don't see you, like you're invisible, like you're dead to them. Yes. It's good for you. You know what I mean? Because if you take it the right way, it's going to turn into motivation for you. Because once people think that you're dead, or people think that you're gone, or people think that you're not going to come back, they're not looking for you. They're not checking for you, right? So the fact that people stop checking for you, it takes away the pressure. You know what I mean? It takes away the pressure to perform at a certain level, because nobody expects anything from you. And that's when you get your real freedom. Like, you get, especially when it comes to, like, being creative, you get real artistic freedom when there's no expectation. That's why a lot of people have great solo, like, they have their debut album is usually great, right? People's freshman album is usually amazing because nobody knew who they were. So there was no pressure. And not to be funny, the majority of people at the label expected you to fail anyway. So it's like, they already think I'm going to fail. So what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? It's when you have a great freshman album that the pressure is on for your sophomore album, because all eyes are on you. And that can be very, very, very stressful. You know what I mean? Because people have so much expectation, because if your freshman album was so great, people want you to, like, I don't know, like, just blow them away for the sophomore album. And that's where people have the sophomore curse. It's not because they can't do it. It's just like the pressure is so much that they can't cope with the pressure and say, you know what, I'm going to still do what I want to do. F all you people, right? And I think that's an issue with Normani also, right? She has a hard time dealing with pressure. And if she does not get that under control, she's not going to get to be the next Beyonce, because it's like she does a little bit, she runs. She does a little bit, she runs. And, like, I feel like the girl has a hard time dealing with pressure. What's her birthday? What's Normani's birthday? Let me see. Let's look at her sign real quick. May 31st. Does that make her a Gemini? I think so. I think she's a Gemini, air sign. Yep, I knew it. You see, that's why she's also very creative. Another air sign. You see this? She's an air sign. It's very hard for air signs to be grounded. Trust me. You know, Gemini, once again, air sign. So it's like, it's really hard. So it's like, if you don't have that consistency, like the consistency of an earth sign, like Virgo, et cetera, it's not going to be easy for you. Right. So, but sometimes like that's what it takes. Like, so like, honestly, all jokes aside, like I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Like, as mean as she was, as crazy as she was also good for me. Like, she came into my life to teach me lessons that I had to learn. Right. And it was like, you know what? This is the truth. Like, why be mad? It's the truth. Like, a lot of it was like lessons I had to learn. Now, it didn't have to come in such a vicious way, though, but whatever. It came nonetheless. We learned nonetheless. Right. And this is who we are. And this nothing like you have to learn when you're an entrepreneur, when you work for yourself, is like, don't take anything personal. If the shoe applies, just wear it. You know, not everybody's going to package everything in a nice bow with nice ribbons on it to give it to you. Some people are going to be really awful. You know what I mean? Some people are going to be really, really awful. Right? Oh, Chloe is a Cancer. Okay. You know, Cancer, they like to focus on like their appearance and stuff like that, right? So it's like, you know what I mean? So yeah, and think about it that way too. And I'm telling you, like, the more you look at it that way, that everybody, not just the people who were nice to you, sweet and loving, were like for your good, but even the people who were unkind to you, even the people who were rude to you when like didn't appreciate you, I'm telling you, those people also came for your good. Everything is about perspective. Everything is about perspective. Even a friend that was ungrateful, perspective. Depending on how you look at it, it's not that bad. It's all about perspective, right? Like, everything is perspective. And I really encourage people, like, always look at every situation through a perspective that empowers you, not a perspective that makes you feel defeated. You know what I mean? You have way more power than you give yourself credit for. You have way more courage than you give yourself credit for. You know what I mean? But it's like, you have to understand that a lot of people have to they got to play their part. Exactly. Like, a lot of people have to play their part. You know what I mean? A lot of people got to be your Judas. And it's like, it's hurtful, but they had to do it so that you could be ushered into the next stage of your life. And it's very painful. Right. And that's another thing that I've learned also, like being ushered into the next stage of your life is a very painful process. Growth is very painful. Growth is very painful for you and for other people, right? When people are used to seeing you a certain way and now they feel like you're about to go into a next phase, like, it's a lot for them. You know what I mean? And it's like, you got to also have empathy for that. You know, they should be happy for you, but if they're not, understand, like, it's not easy to watch somebody grow and then you stay behind. You know what I mean? If you're going to be elevated to like a higher rank to what you compared to what you used to be previously, it's a lot for people to take in because they didn't see it happen. Like, it happened too fast for them, right? So it kind of overwhelms them a lot. Like, I could tell a lot of people are like taken aback by my creations because they didn't see it. It wasn't like, oh, it happened in increment. It didn't happen in increment because I wasn't doing anything. I walked away, then I came back, and it's like boom, 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 boom. Whereas, like, if I had the money, you probably think I paid somebody to do it for me. Because, like, no, she actually did the stuff, right? So you understand, like, it's a lot for people because some people don't have such a beautiful mind. They can't create anything. So it's like, for you to not just do 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a lot of beautiful things that are coming out, and it threatens people because people see how much money you're going to make, right? People know how much money you stand to make, and money always makes things a bit more sticky because, oh, if she makes this much kind of money, how's her life going to change? What about me and my business? You know, because that's people's mindset. So even that too, you have to feel sorry for them. You know what I mean? So it's like it's kind of understandable, right? Like, yeah, I get it, because if you make it, they feel like they might make less, right? Or if you become more successful, they feel like they might not be seen. But it's like, you know, that's not my fault. You can't blame me because these ideas came straight from the Lord. Like, it's not something that I was like, oh, I'm going to go take it from her. I'm taking from no, these are things that I see. I see them in my sleep. I see them when I wake up. So you can't be mad at me for what God has given me because he chose to give those things to me. I didn't take it from anybody. The peacock mirror, he gave it to me. The palace, he gave it to me. The bee stuff, he gave it to me. Nigeria, he gave it to me. Like all these things were gifts from the Most High. They were divine gifts. They were truly divine gifts. I didn't take nothing from anyone. So you can't be mad at me because he chose me. And maybe he chose me because I went through so much. And that's why he gave those things to me. Oh, by Lexi, you know what I mean? That's why he gave those things to me, because I went through so much, like, you know what I mean? So maybe that's the reward, because it was a lot for me. So I earned it and I deserve it. I'm not gonna feel bad about it, but I can understand why it can be like a lot, like, wow, like this person is coming with this, with this, with this, with that. And it's like, but that's what happens. That's life. You know what I mean? Some people go up, people come down, people come down, people go up. It's life, you know? So I'm not gonna feel bad about it. You know, and I'm not gonna like lessen the pressure. No, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it because he gave them to me. I'm not gonna say no. Like if God blesses you with a bunch of ideas, you're not gonna be like, oh, that's okay, that's too much, God. I don't want to do it because I don't want folks to be uncomfortable. That's not my problem. You know what I'm saying? When it's your season, it's your season. Like don't take less because it's gonna make other people uncomfortable. It's your season. Take a lot because there's another season that's gonna come where someone else is gonna get promoted. So when it's your season, embrace it with your heart. Like take as much as he wants to give you. Take it all. Take it. And it's going to make people uncomfortable, but it should make them uncomfortable because blessings make people uncomfortable. Favor makes people uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Your courage, like being courageous, being resilient, it makes people uncomfortable. But that's not your fault. The Bible is open. You know what I mean? Spirituality is open. Anybody can get on their knees and pray, but people don't want to. So whose fault is that? So it really isn't your fault, right? It's not your fault. So you gotta, but you understand, like, you know what? All this had to happen for us to get here. I'm telling you, if life was good all the time, you wouldn't even appreciate life being good. Like the bad stuff makes you love the good stuff even more. Like mean people make you appreciate nice people even more, right? Like going through struggles in a relationship makes you appreciate like good times even more in a relationship, right? So it's like the bad is necessary. Evil is necessary. Like the devil he's very evil, but it's necessary because it makes you be more grateful. It makes you appreciate things even more. And for that, we thank God, right? For that, we thank God. So it's like never feel like you're a victim of life, or you're not anybody's victim. You're triumphant. Like you're there's so much that needs to come out of you. You don't even have an idea. But sometimes it takes a lot of pain, it takes a lot of shame, it takes a lot of people overlooking you. It takes a lot of people like playing with you and not taking you seriously for you to finally be like, wow, like I deserve this. Like I deserve to be successful. Like I deserve to win. You know what I mean? And it's going to happen for you. You know what I mean? It's going to happen for you. And you're going to be successful. So don't let anybody make you sad. Like don't dwell on the past. Don't dwell on the mean things that people say about you. Bless everybody. People who have to say good things and bad things, because all of it is going to work together for your good. Me, honestly, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't experienced all this pain and stuff, all this awful behavior from people. If I hadn't experienced all of that, I wouldn't be here today. So for that, I'm very grateful. You know what I mean? For that, I'm very, very grateful because I'm like, oh, God is amazing. God is amazing. Oh, thank you, Don. That's true. Everything is about perspective. Like, the less you become offended in life, the more successful you'll become. I think like today, everybody gets so offended at so much that to the point that like, even when good information is given to you, because you didn't like the way it was said, you don't want to listen. But it's like, yeah, they could have said it better. But the thing is like, is it good though? Is it good for you? If it's good for you, apply it. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, babe. If it's good for you, apply it. It could have been said a little nicer, but people don't care much about your feelings. But if people like, if you feel like this could really apply to me, if I was to apply the stuff, I would actually win. You should do it. Like even Kevin Samuels, like some of the stuff he says is actually really true. He doesn't say it the nice way though. It's true. But the way he can be a little, but my issue is like he berates people for profit. That's where I have an issue. You know, but certain things are true. And I think a lot of times, like, you even know what you need to work on, right? So, you know, just be honest with yourself. But it's like, if this stuff is really true and it can really help you, apply it. You know what I mean? If it could take you to the next level, apply it, right? And then it's going to get to a point where, like, nothing affects you. And that's the thing. Like, the less offended you become by stuff, the more you're going to thrive. You know, the less offended you become, the more likely you are to thrive. Like, you're going to find yourself thriving. Like, oh my gosh, like, that's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal, right? Especially if you want to build a business, if you want to build a brand, if you want to grow, that's not a big deal. Oh, whatever. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. She's having a bad day again, right? You got to learn to be like, whatever. Oh, yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever, right? Because it's not a big deal. Don't let things be a bigger deal than what they really are, because then you start giving other people power over you. And that's just too much. You know what I mean? That's just too much. So that's it, you guys. We had a long Saturday, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it was good being here for 7 hours. How can I talk for 7 hours? That's just crazy. I need to get Oprah's job. You know. So truly be encouraged, right? Be encouraged. Do not be afraid. Be driven. Be motivated. You know, take it to the next level. Take yourself to the next level. Take your mindset to the next level. Take your work to the next level. Take your customer service to the next level. Take your ideas to the next level. You know what I mean? Don't be afraid to take your stuff to the next level. Don't be afraid. Because, yeah, hey, Patsy, what's up? Don't be afraid to take your stuff to the next level. Because it's really going to be good for you. You know, don't be afraid. God is good. God is really good. We got something else coming up. So I'm like, I hope that, I know it's going to go well. So pray for me also. I'll send out a link if y'all want to donate and help a sister out. You know, just take your stuff to the next level. That's why I want to do the community thing. So I can have, like, it can be on the phone and we can have, like, a group of, like, positive empowerment, especially as it comes down to business and career and stuff like that. You know, but, like, be encouraged. I know, like, one time I had this one vision I had and I saw myself. It was like, I was like a really famous, I'm not playing with you. Like, it was like I was a very famous business coach. Like, that's the vision I had. I was coaching people. In business. And it was like a lot of people. It was a lot of people. And they came to listen to me. I was like, what the heck? What is this? Right? And God was like, it's going to happen. I was like, are you serious? I'm like, oh my gosh. Right. But, you know, but I'm like, maybe I need to start small. And then one day I have that vision, like the vision's going to come to pass. But I really do want to coach people, like, when it comes to business, especially like when it comes to their mindset, like the mindset that you need to, like, don't let things affect you. Like, man, whatever. Don't let things affect you. Like, it's part of the grind. Like, don't let people affect you. Don't let anybody affect your mind. Don't let nothing affect your mind. And it's like, and even like 2021, God has really been playing me, like, when it comes to, like, patient, like, being really, really patient, you know. Oh, thanks, babe. Like, you know, like, being patient and being very, very patient. You know what I mean? The issue with the teaching stuff is, like, my time is like, yeesh. My time is it's a little challenging with my time stuff. So I was like, okay, maybe I could do, like, the community thing. And it could be like a text messaging thing. It's like the time. It's like, ooh, our time. Unless it's like Saturday. But I'm like, oh, Saturday morning. I don't know. I like talking on YouTube. But we'll see. We'll see. I did say I was going to bring classes up this week, but I'll look it up. But yeah, you know, but it's like, don't let people affect your mind. Don't let people affect your mind. Don't let anybody affect your mind, because once they have your mindset, they can control you bad, and they can make you doubt yourself, and they can make you make stupid decisions. So you really, really have to protect your mind. Like, you got to protect your mind hardcore. You have to protect your mind, and you have to know what you're in it for. Like, you know what I mean? Protect the mind. Like, protect your mind really good. Protect your mind. You got to protect your mind hardcore. Okay. So that's it, y'all. Enjoy your Saturday. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk about Nevea. Marriage Huntsville is tonight. So watch it so we can talk about it tomorrow. It's about to be crazy. I already know. So that's it, you guys. Enjoy your day with your family and your loved ones. If you're working, praise to you and your business. Much blessings to you. And yeah, Kim, it was nice to see you today. You don't usually comment. You have a beautiful face. So yeah, so enjoy my people. I love y'all. I ain't gonna delete this one. Oh, you're so sweet, Jamie. Yeah, maybe it'll come to pass, right? By God's grace. I think so. I'll be the business version of like Sarah Jakes. All right. Bye, y'all. Love y'all. Gotta go. 7 hours. I'm out of here.